fresh meat. What is up and what is neat? Hello chat. Hello squad. Hello gamers. We're not playing Resident. We're playing game. We're gonna play Fallout 4 to start, and let's see if anyone's online. I'll go in my open stream.
Stairs inside. Clever.
Yo, KB. Great to see ya. I'm doing great tonight. How are you? I'm sorry I'm a few minutes late. I actually am late. Yo, Top Hat, it's been a bit. Good to see ya. Yo, good to see you, Karam. I'm late because I was, like, trying to fully plot out a Deltarune theory that I have. Because I watched a few theory videos after work today, and they just got me fucking thinking. And, yeah. Real quick, I'm gonna message my friend Kyle and see if he wants to play. Oh, it looks like he's playing Arma. I'm not gonna interrupt him. I am, however, going to message Ryan, because he's on. Oh, yo!
Favorite person is back.
How's it going? Good to see y'all.
Guess what I got today?
What did you get today?
I got a 12-year-old camera. Oh my god.
Is it like a good quality camera?
It's like, it has like a 2000s vibe to it.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I got
Have I
to see it today
seen-
by a relative.
Have I seen the Jurassic Park movies? I feel like I've seen the one with Chris Pratt. I don't know if I've seen any of the other ones, which is a shame because I feel like the old ones are probably way better and way different. So, floor 3. Simfest. Sorry, let me show my full screen. A quick button. Bruh. I need to change my dude. I have a stream deck and I'm obviously completely misusing it. 1 second.
Makeup looking cute today.
Thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
Oh. Why does yellow Deltarune want to end it? All the flowers are, like, really, really dramatized versions of human emotions. That's that part of the theory. Let's check out Simfest here. Also, thank you guys for complimenting my makeup. I think it looks like an absolute, like, disaster. Ooh, my screen isn't showing on this. 1 second. There we go. I realized that it was past 8 already by the time that I had finished, like, working on my, like, piecing together my Deltarune. I'm calling it the golden timeline in my head right now, but it's gonna have a better, name once I tie all the pieces together. But I was working on that in my head and kind of writing some of it down and having ChatGPT summarize some of my garbage, that I was spewing. And... Oh. Okay, wait. Top Hat, before I listen to whatever or read what you're gonna say, I just have to say that I have to finish my thought about my makeup was not done by like 8:13, and that's when I started doing my makeup, and I'm like, shit, I gotta go fast, Sonic mode. So I think my eyeliner is like pretty terrible, but it's okay. There's a combo of Dwarf Fortress and Paralives. I wonder how they're similar. Paralives is like meant to be a more inclusive, more modern version of The Sims, because The Sims got bought out by EA, which is de-diversifying everything and making everything like super white Barbie coded instead of inclusive. What do they mean by yellow Deltarune? So in chapter 5, there are 7 flowers, and most of the flowers have names of their color. So there's yellow that is a flower, there is blue that's a flower, there is green that is... So when I say they are a flower, I mean in the real world, not in the dark world where things get transformed. They are represented by flowers that Asgore takes care of. And so there's orange, there's green, there's yellow, there's blue. There is, oh my god, aqua, which is kind of also a cyan, which is interesting. Which is distinct from blue. And then there's flowery, who is like also kind of golden. So... yeah. Anyway, I have a theory that ties it all together, and we'll get into that once I'm actually playing something. But I feel like I need to, like, just be zoned out a little. Let's look at this. I don't fucking care about simulator games. Ooh, House Flipper. Planet Coaster. Sig, do you have... did I give you Planet Coaster 2? Or do you have Planet Coaster 2 in some way? Timberborn. I love Colony Sim games. It'd be great to see some fun. Like, is this a good Colony Sim game? How recent is it? I would love a 2026 released, like, in development for a long time Colony Sim to play. This one seems decent. But I feel like that doesn't quite go to castle. Oh, maybe it does go to castles. I don't know. That seems a little boring visually. Like, I want a really good Colony Sim to play. Timberborn seems like unique, but when I played it a really long time ago, and it was in beta. So, yeah. Okay, no. So, Cube, you just saw the video that I saw that inspired me to combine my multiple theories into why I'm calling it the golden timeline. It isn't 8 elephants that become like 3. I saw that comment as well, that Toby has to address in 2 chapters. The 2 chapters split into 3 timelines each, so it's effectively 6 chapters worth of content. My theory is that the quote-unquote B-side, or the weird route versions of chapter 6 and 7, kind of sum up the, they sum up what / who Ralsei is, what / who ERAM is, what the demon summoning ritual was, what happened in the past, like, that is traumatizing to Chris, the incident that links Chris and Noelle, and I think that Ralsei is going to be the ultimate boss, and Ralsei is ERAM. Ralsei getting defeated by the player urging Chris and Noelle, who I theorize after chapter 5's weird route, they're sent into some variation of either the depths or the shelter or something like that, maybe the depths on the way to the shelter is chapter 6 Weird Route. And here, I'm just gonna go to my desktop real quick. I need to make sure that this is all. So chapter 6 basically is Chris and Noelle being forced to descend further into their own trauma and other shit that is like really difficult to deal with by the player. It's really uncomfortable. And the whole time, Ralsei may be trying to in some way find or reach out to them. I'm gonna mute TTS so I don't get overwhelmed with what you guys are saying during this. Where was I? Ralsei is trying to reach out to Chris and Noelle, who are alone during chapter 6's Weird Route. Alright? And when they are like further kind of descending into like maybe not a good way of handling their trauma and their past and what happened, but kind of exposing it in a really ugly way, Ralsei is trying to reach out and contact them and gets increasingly frustrated, trying to coax like effectively the player to stop acting in such a crass way and forcing them to do such like garbage. And by the end of it, he sicks Image Friend as the ultimate boss of Weird Route chapter 6, because he is kind of shown in the original game, ERAM is, at least, if I'm going by the assumption or my kind of theory that ERAM is Ralsei and they are the demon that Chris summoned in the ritual that's meant to be like an idealized version of them handling their trauma. Ralsei gets corrupted by what the player's forcing Chris and Noelle to do, and he sicks Image Friend on them within, like, as like a full boss potentially, as Weird Route chapter 6, and it's just Chris and Noelle fighting, potentially. That would tie together ERAM sending a whole bunch of different Image Friends during the original game, and a few of the different things about, like, Ralsei and ERAM both being the only ones that use fire magic, knowing a few different things about both what Chris is doing in the Weird Route, or what Chris will do in the Weird Route, and some of their past and what other things are going on behind the scenes of the game. That's kind of what the original game is showing is going to happen in chapter 6's Weird Route, with some of the other things that chapter 6 has had, right? Then Ralsei, seeing the defeat of, like, his, basically, all of the things that he is in command of, the things on the hinges of the game world that are still within his control, these Image Friend clones, right? Because it's a hunting pack, right? And they're appearing in all these different places that seem to, like, defy the normal way that the game would work, or the normal process that you would play the game. He is like, okay, since you're forcing this weird shit that's going out of the game, take Image Friend, alright? That doesn't work, and so he gets really disheartened and basically feels like he has to use his full demon powers and gets more and more, like, throws worse and worse shit. Maybe he himself gets corrupted and is then the bad way of handling this, because maybe he torments Chris and Noelle and makes it really hard trying to convince the player, you gotta stop this, right? I'm on my full theory, Top Hat. You gotta listen, right? So he throws all of this trauma back and is like, look, you don't want to learn more. You gotta stop fucking playing the Weird Route. This sucks. You don't want this. Turning into, like, full demon mode Ralsei corrupted into ERAM at the end of chapter 7's Weird Route. Alright? Then, the player pushing Chris and Noelle to confront their trauma in such a fucked up way, and then, like, further kill Ralsei, No, chapter 6 doesn't get skipped. I don't think that that's the case. If you look at the finish, like, save files, it still adds a completion file. So when chapter 6 is released, I think that it's actually going to tie back together. I think that that's bullshit. At least with this current timeline. It maybe my weird route theory ends up being the twisted route theory instead. I didn't get time to fully parse it out. But I got pretty far at least with the weird route theory and connecting it back to the main route and how that devolves into the twisted route. But going with what I've said so far, Ralsei being like this evil demon now and really tormenting more so the player with the known trauma of Chris and Noelle exposed in a really bad way, then gets defeated anyway. The player forces them, the player forces them to go back and like still be blunt and proceed, right? So the combination of the trauma, Chris and Noelle being together for 2 chapters in the depths of some kind, / maybe Ralsei being the protector of the shelter of the like weird route chapter 7, right? He gets defeated, his demonic power gets absorbed, amalgamating, not amalgamating, it's spelled with an A, amalgamating Chris and Noelle into the night. Ralsei, oh my god, you gotta go back and watch the start of my theory. And like maybe speed it up if you need to. But then Ralsei, evil Ralsei, like corrupt motherfucking demon Ralsei, getting defeated by Chris and Noelle after 2 chapters of trauma, amalgamates them into the night. That goes back in time, starting why Ralsei like knows a whole bunch of hidden shit and hides stuff in all routes. Yeah, or maybe Ralsei absorbs their souls and becomes evil. That would also explain some of the Azrael Knight theory believers. That would kind of piece those things together as well. And the ultimate resolution obviously isn't the weird route. That's like potentially the problem and showing a lot of the missing pieces of why and what happened in the way past. The main route is them addressing it in maybe like the game written way, how Gaster wanted them to solve it, how it was written into the code, how the prophecy said. And then the weird aborted route, the twisted route, is where it truly gets resolved because you see that it's a problem, you acknowledge that you have the power to push a little bit in acquiring the Thorn Ring, but then you go back and say, no, I need to solve this in the better, more healthy way that was suggested by the main route, right? And in doing that, it makes things harder, but you also get unique things, right? So you could get like the Twisted Sword means that you fight a different like a boss. Maybe because in the main route you gave Sham all of the shadow crystals. Oh, I think you still have to do that to get the pure crystal, right? But maybe Sham unleashes some kind of thing in the main route, but if you then use the pure crystal with the Thorn Ring and get the Twisted Sword in the twisted route, you fight a different boss, right? So yeah, okay, side C, whatever you call it. I'm calling it twisted route, but whatever you call it, like, I feel like people saying there are too many things to tie up in just 2 chapters. It's like, no, it's not 2 chapters, bro. It's 6 chapters. It's crazy. I feel like it's, you can't get the 5th Shadow Crystal in Weird Route. The aborted Weird Route. I don't know. I haven't played through. For my 1,000 subscribers special, I plan to do all 3 routes again and get Sig to do a playthrough. So we're gonna explore some of my theories in real time, and in the best statistical way and the best analytical way, we're just gonna fish for things that support my idea instead of objectively looking at what is most likely the case. Because since we don't know when the future chapters are coming out, I feel like my theory is a little bit, it ties together a lot of other people's theories that I've watched online, and I'll try to give them credit where I can. But it also gives a full timeline of events pre and post what we have seen in game that makes it actually feel complete. And so with that, I am really happy with it. And once I finalize it, I plan to probably make it into a video. And it's gonna be one of my first, like, actually edited videos and, like, posted videos in a really long time. So we're gonna have to see how it all goes. I'm pretty excited to, show y'all what I'm thinking. If you have any questions about how things, fit in to my theory and stuff, or have questions about the theory as a whole, or if after I'm explaining stuff you have additional like theories that you've watched, or like you're just stuff that you have in your own head that would help connect it or break it apart, I would love to chat about it as I start up Fallout here. And real quick, I'm gonna go back and read through your chats to try to piece together what I missed, because you guys have been very chatty and I didn't want to have been speech jammed by having my TTS on. Usually I have my TTS speak every message that you guys see, just so I don't miss your chats, but I really wanted to go on a fucking tangent here. So Sig, already, if you want to go back and clip the past like 20 minutes and make it a video, we could get that as part 1 of the early stages of my Deltarune timeline combination theory. But let me go back and chat after I get a fucking drink of water. Oh, okay. So, Top Hat says their theory is that there's a Crystal Amalgam Knight, and that's kind of true, except the Goner vessel using Dessa's memories, or the broken dreams, or the shadow crystals. Oh, the Knight is using the Goner vessel. Fuck, let me reread this. I'm fucking going, I'm spinning in my head. The Knight is the Goner vessel, using Dessa's memories, broken dreams, and shadow crystals as armor and sword. Yes, that makes sense. That could definitely explain, well, okay, I have a question about that. Where does the unused voice fit into that, Top Hat? Let me keep reading and see if you address that, because that's only the first message I've read. But my first thing would be, like, if Dessa's, like, unused, or Dessa's memories and her broken dreams and whatever are embodied inside a Goner vessel, who is the one seemingly lost within the code, right? I totally see the Knight using, like, because we know what the dark shards are, or the black shards are, I could totally see the Knight using, at least someone's broken dreams. In my theory, it would probably be Noelle and Chris's broken dreams, and like maybe dreams of actually settling and solving their past, right? Using that as armor and sword, because they haven't found a proper way to handle it, right? Especially in my theory. If it's like Ralsei demon mode Chris and Noelle, it's both the, like, a true demon, an element that knows the game, and Chris and Noelle being tormented so they don't know how to properly process their trauma, and they're using that to now fight the people who are trying to solve it the right way, right? Which is a really deep thing to show, is like you have to, like, I feel like it has a deeper, obviously there are a lot of deeper meanings of trauma and stuff, right? So I feel like it has obvious undertones of like, you're solving the trauma in the wrong way by forcing Noelle to be free, right? So anyway, back to Top Hat's theory and the previous messages. Spampton be fighting demons in Queen's basement to get the Neo body on the Snowgrave route. People call Friend a fraud, but he was camping Queen's basement hunting Spampton. Yes! So Spampton is afraid of, getting hunted by Friend. Sorry. He's afraid of getting hunted by Friend. Yo, great to see you, Courtney. I'm ranting about Deltarune theories right now. The reason Tenna doesn't recognize Spampton is because Spampton has changed his appearance, as alluded to by Pink's recent dialogue in Chapter 5, right? Spampton has changed his appearance because he's scared of being hunted by a pack of friends who, mayhaps is controlled by Ralsei. I haven't pieced together why yet. If you have any theories, Ralsei/ERAM, right? But Spampton's being hunted, he changes his appearance. Perhaps he picks up the glasses, the appearance that looks a little bit like Friend, so that he can blend in and or hide a little bit better. Maybe Friend will think that he's one of them because he tries to hide a little bit in game mechanics as well, right? So Image Friend is definitely significant, especially reaffirmed with his appearance in Queen's basement hunting Spampton and the recent chapter 5 extra dialogue. Spampton is a like kind of weird salesman who lives in a trash heap, and he wanted to be a big shot, and it turns out he's truly just like a puppet in someone else's scheme, and he got bitten so hard that he fell off, and now he's running in fear and has lost everything. So, okay. 8 elephants in the room. You think there are 8 chapters. Interesting. I could see that. I still feel like there could be 7 chapters and they all have like kind of their own derivative routes that are really branching off here. I don't think it'll, I don't know if it'll be as clear cut as like boot up A, boot up B, boot up C, but I feel like with the way that each chapter kind of twists what the game is and how the elements of the actual game system shift each time but stay connected, I feel like that wouldn't be too off. People have been saying that it feels like just sloppy writing and like a game that's just been in development hell, but I still feel like it's really intentional and it feels like a true development to me. Also, thank you for saying you love my games. I appreciate it. Okay. When you beat Chapter 4, Gaster says you've met a halfway point. Well, that could also mean not necessarily chapter-wise, but content-wise, right? So everyone's saying that since it's Chapter 5 and there are only 2 chapters left, I'm gonna go into full face cam. Since it's Chapter 5 and, there are only 2 chapters left, there's not enough time and not enough space to fit everything in, right? They're effectively saying it doesn't even really feel like it's a halfway point, despite Chapter 4 telling us that it was the halfway point, right? So, regardless of whether it is accurately 8 chapters or not, I feel like content-wise, there will be 8 chapters worth of breadth, whether it's the combined, like 3 branches of the 2 chapters that are left, or whether it's, dude, 3 branches and 3 chapters left would be fucking hype, but I don't want to wait another 10 years. Anyway, let me continue reading chat a little bit because I'm still behind. What if friend starts hunting us because of something we did after chapter 3? Or started hunting us? If you were Ralsei, you wouldn't LARP the prophecy, you would just tell Chris and Susie at the start. Yeah, but maybe he knows something about how the prophecy is at least a like good way to handle things, right? So maybe that's like all he knows as like part of the game or a bad guy or something, right? So we might have to get back to that. What if the ending of Deltarune is some bullshit because it was a dream and has nothing to do with the weird route and everything? What if the knight is just a random unrelated deer dude? It's the guy who is at the like Christmas thing of Undertale, like in one of the first zones, who's like all by himself and looks like kind of amalgamated in a way. Oh my god, Birdly gets respawned in chapter 7 side B like Gerson. That's a great addition to my theory, I would say. Aborted weird route side C. Yeah, I'm still calling it my twisted route. You can't get the 5th shadow crystal in weird route. Watch Toby Fox made. Okay, I feel like you probably get the 5th shadow crystal from whatever you do in chapter 6's weird route. Probably from killing friend. Or actually, I don't think in the weird route, I don't think the shadow crystals matter at all. I feel like the weird route is almost some kind of creation of the shadow crystals. We'll have to further discuss that in a second. Yeah, the happy ass music. Okay, so yes, there are the yo, good to see you, Denzel. I'm going on a wild, like, probably gonna be hour-long rant about Deltarune and a ultimate theory that connects them. So yes, Ralsei, you're right. I don't know if they're genders or species, but there are Darkners, Lightners. Lightners have both humans and monsters. And then there are Plantners. Images. What would you consider the images to be? Are the images the things that are shown in the games? Oh wait, are images like the hidden things like Image Friend? I would consider those potentially, I guess they're not quite Darkners, and they're not quite Titans, because the Titans are usually associated with black and white solely, black with white outline specifically, and let's see, the images I guess do have color, so they are distinct. I feel like I was gonna go off on some shit for a second. Anyway, yes, Top Hat, the unused voice is the voice from the files, yes. Crocker fans' interpretation of chapter 6 would be pretty funny. Sorry, Denzel, I'm going off on a fucking wild tangent. I'll get to Fallout in a little while. Okay. Okay. Cool. I think I'm caught up now. So imagine when we beat chapter 7, a scroll bar appears. On which route? What if Friend has made himself small and is hiding in Ralsei's fur? Well, another thing. Hat Ralsei versus non-Hat Ralsei. Would you consider Hat Ralsei to be kind of like Friend? Almost like a Titan-esque, like, black and white thing, but with other colors? Ralsei can't be ERAM because Ralsei is against the weird route. So that's the other thing. I think that ERAM, again, is weird route prophecy. I think that, ERAM is basically saying, this is what's gonna happen. Ralsei is supposed to be a good guy. Ralsei really wants you to go the good path. Throughout chapter 6, he tries to coax you back the good way, but because it's the weird route and it's all reliant on the player forcing you to handle it the bad way, Ralsei is getting pushed and pushed and pushed to torment you and not handle it the correct way himself. So though Ralsei is meant to be an idealized, watch the Chris's demon theory, which says that Ralsei is effectively like the result of the ritual that that Chris and would-be Caddy, but Chris completed by themselves. Chris completed the ritual by themselves that summoned Ralsei, which is an idealized way of how Chris handles their trauma. I think I may have said his or her trauma at some point, but their trauma, right? So Chris handles their trauma in an idealized way through Ralsei, representing Ralsei really pushing this good way that is Ralsei's prophecy in the regular and potentially twisted route, right? But then, as you, the player, force Chris and Noelle to process this the wrong way, Ralsei starts getting fucked up and unleashes the true demon form, which is what ERAM represents in the original game, right? So, also, have we ever seen, do we see other people often use, like, get associated both directly with the demon imagery, hide both knowledge of Chris's past, knowledge of the weird route, and knowledge of gameplay mechanics from us, and use fire magic? I feel like the Ralsei ERAM theory is fucking goated here. Oh my god. Yeah, Ralsei is a character from Goat Simulator. Why does Ralsei change fur colors by using a hat? I feel like, I feel like that's more philosophical than like he's doing something. I feel like it represents something. Like when he has had it up, it is him trying to engage with either the player more directly or hide something, or it's indicative of something else, and as he takes off his hat, he feels like he can expose how he truly wants to be seen more, and that's why in the normal routes, he's like, no, I don't need a hat, you know? And so, Ralsei doesn't want to repress into the, like, I'm hiding something from you and I need to kind of coax you in the right direction, like, mystical sage person, and so he can shed that in further chapters on regular routes. But as he becomes more corrupted, mayhaps it's not a hat anymore, but it is a shadow mantle. He turns his green cloak around, and it is the shadow mantle. He is ERAM, the shadow mantle holder. And that explains the demon imagery. That explains a lot of the mechanics that interweave the characters. Dude, I'm cooking. I'm fucking cooking. Give me knowledge to understand this, dude. You have to watch it. Like, I feel like I should maybe put, you've lost the plot? Damn, really? Okay, what are you confused about, Ralsei? And Denzel, I think I need to real quick assemble a playlist of all of the theories that have brought me to this point. And unfucking pack them. Let me real quick open up my YouTube and make a playlist. Ralsei, tell me where you got lost and what you need me to clarify, because I feel like I have this almost complete in my head and I'm going nuts wanting to fucking spread this interpretation. Not that it's like the only correct one and not that it's set in stone anyway, right? But I feel like it connects things in a way that don't always, like individual theories might talk about one aspect but not all of it. And this connects a lot of those theories. I'm making a playlist right now. I'm going to my history and I'm searching Deltarune. Okay, save to playlist. We're gonna make a new fucking playlist. I'm gonna call it Deltarune theories that make my brain blow up. And I'm going to make it public. And I will share the link once I have added some of them. I think that this one was alright. This one, Spooky Dude, also references a few other theories explicitly, so I'll maybe put his, later in the playlist. This is so funny. Watching that one. Okay, now, because a lot of things don't always have Deltarune in the title, I'm also going to put I am also searching for theory. And if you don't want to watch me reacting to these while playing another game, and you just want to watch them on my own, on your own, the link to the playlist that I'm about to be playing and reacting to will be posted in my Discord. Maybe I'll post it in chat as well. It will be a YouTube playlist. When did I watch Terraria Calamity Lo-Fi Mix? Am I getting hacked? Yeah, New York Fall Cafe Ambiance. This ain't me. Did someone went on my TV or some shit, I think. Man, there have been a few days in a row where I've had to disengage from Deltarune theories because, like, I have too many things to contribute and there are way too many things to unpack that I also don't know about. Like, I don't know much about the ARG. So I can't say a ton about that. But there's a whole bunch of shit that, like, I just don't know. I'm searching, like, a little bit further to make sure that I'm not missing a theory video to attribute. Okay. You got lost at Eram and Mantler is you. Okay. So, let's go back while I'm still looking through my history. My YouTube history. Eram is the corrupted version of Ralsei after you push him and his squad of image friends too far in Chapter 6 Weird Route. What I'm calling Chapter 6 Weird Route. I don't think it gets skipped, personally. And Ralsei is, in one of the theories that I'm gonna play, a demon summoned by Chris in the ritual that they and Caddy were going to perform. And when Ralsei notices, so Ralsei can appear in all of the Dark Worlds. I think he is connected underneath the, Ralsei is connected to, like, the greater roots of the game, I think. And, God, I had to turn off TTS again. Oh, okay, so, Ralsei is a demon summoned by Chris in the ritual. And Ralsei is trying to direct them to, it is an idealized way of handling the trauma and processing the incident that potentially caused Dust to disappear, traumatized Chris, and whatever else, right? Ralsei realizes that the player is forcing Chris and Noelle to do shit that is wrong. After Chapter 5, Weird Route. Ralsei tries to intercept by potentially not necessarily getting directly involved himself, but maybe making Image Friend more prevalent in Chapter 6 Weird Route. And penultimately, one of the bosses that you'll have to fight will either be, like, good Ralsei, or maybe it will be Image Friend, or something like that. But the failure of Ralsei to coax the player back to normality in Chapter 6 turns him into what we see. Oh my god, Caden, I've been ranting for 50 minutes about my ultimate Deltarune theory. I'll have to catch you up in a second, but so after Ralsei fails to convince the player effectively to go back from the weird route, basically forcing Chris and Noelle to deal with their trauma in a bad way, Ralsei becomes the thing that we see in ERAM in the original game, the Shadow Mantle holder, right? So Ralsei is a demon, Ralsei uses fire magic, Ralsei and ERAM both know, like, a whole bunch of background stuff about both the weird route happening and, like, some of Chris going through rough times and wanting Chris to be okay. My theory is that Ralsei is the demon representing the proper way to handle, like, an idealized version of Chris that they summoned during the incident, or not the incident, sorry, before or after the incident in the ritual with Caddy that's referred to in the church in Chapter 5. And after Ralsei gets really effectively, Ralsei the demon, the good idealized version of Chris handling their trauma, gets traumatized himself at the end of Chapter 6's Weird Route because the player is forcing things to be so wrong. Chapter 7 further explores Ralsei truly being a demon, potentially exposing more of the past in an uglier way, which makes things, like, shown for not a happy-go-lucky version, a prophesized version, but just, like, what fucking happened, which would settle a lot of loose ends, explain how Ralsei both can be a demon and yet seem nice in a good route, but then can still be ERAM, and his cloak and, like, kind of darkener vibe when he takes his hat on and off, meaning that he is, like, hiding stuff and trying to be on the, versus trying to be on the right path kind of explains his descent into, first, maybe all of Chapter 6 Weird Route is Dark Ralsei. We don't see Light Ralsei at all. Maybe we see only Hat Ralsei trying to coax the player out, right? He's more back into the Sage Guide mode that he was in at the start when we meet him, and he's not so confident the player is going to do what the good route entails, right? So, during Chapter 6, he's really not confident in the player and again tries to coax us back with Ralsei in Dark mode. At the end of Chapter 6 Weird Route, Ralsei unveils that he effectively is full fucking demon mode, and the cloak that he has is the Shadow Mantle. Like, the full Shadow Mantle, because I don't remember, in the Weird Route, can you get the Shadow Mantle separately? Either way, I feel like that's still canonically possible because it's stolen from the original game, which is like a meta commentary, which would be under the demon's control anyway. But he becoming a demon is then played out, fleshed out, and elaborated on within Chapter 7's Weird Route. Chris and Noelle being forced to then confront the thing that was supposed to guide them back on the right path despite any interjection, like forcing them to handle it wrongly, kills Ralsei. You kill Ralsei, and that amalgamates Chris, Noelle, and Ralsei's demonic powers to create the Knight, which then goes back in time, and themself is then what is trying to stop you, the player, throughout the main Weird Route and the main route, and potentially the Twisted Route as well. So that's how ERAM connects to Ralsei. Sorry, that took a long-winded connection. Anyway, Caden, what do you want to play some Elden Ring?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let me get my playlist going. And do you want me to stream the theory playlist that I have going?
Yes, I'm
cool.
chill with that.
First, the thing that incited me to go on my tangent of there's so much space to clear up a lot and people are just scared for no reason. And then we'll go into like a broad breakdown of the theories and some of the main ones that have, like, in my mind, canonized my full timeline. So, we'll get it streaming to you. We'll get it streaming in Discord, or that is to you. I'll get it streaming to the people on OBS. Legit, been an hour of me fucking rambling about my full timeline theory.
We had 8 elephants to address.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are freaking out because there are a lot of things that obviously I agree with that. I feel like there definitely are a lot of things that need to be addressed, but people saying that there's not enough time and space to address them within what they say is 2 chapters, but I effectively think is 6 because of my branching route theory. I think that we're good. So cool. The theories, let me post the link. I will send it in chats here in case you want to mute me and watch all of these at your own pace. I do not judge you. Okay, this is going to all chats. Okay. Cool. And it will go in my Discord in the general text captain. Let's see. I haven't, so my theory is mainly what I'm calling twisted route and weird route influenced at the moment. It isn't like primarily focused on what happens in the main route, because I feel like a lot more of what we've been shown and what a lot of the theories that I've watched has been about explains original game and weird route and stuff. So okay, sorry, I'm getting the gameplay up. Elden Ring time. I'm so sorry, y'all. We just double click the start game and offline. Oh no, it's ESRC.
Yeah, it's the specific launcher.
And then it calls start game in offline mode. Oh no, it doesn't. Offline mode would prevent... Actually, how does that work? Does it use like a subset of Elden Ring's already created servers with some kind of special like code flag? Can you get paired
Seamless,
with people?
I believe, uses Steam.
Oh. Okay, so does it use offline mode then? What's going on with my
Not
graphics?
necessarily. I think it... I mean... Yeah, multiplayer is grayed out in the menu. There's a mod for Seamless that adds messages and bloodstains functionality. I believe. I don't remember if it's specifically for other Seamless users or if it's any and all messages and stuff. Because that would require connecting to FromSoft servers and being given a pool of other people's messages and bloodstains.
Exactly. That's like what I was confused about for a while. Okay, theory time.
They told me. With the release of Chapter 5, I think we can all agree that this chapter was amazing. Like, oh my god. But I think we can also agree that in the grand scheme of things, this chapter really didn't provide much. Now, hold on. I'm not making this video to hate. I mean, me slandering the Big T. I could never. But okay, here, follow me for a second.
Big T. I could never.
Don?
You want to join me?
Now, as you can see here, there are quite a lot of... Oh my god, shut the fuck up! And as you can see here, there are a lot of elephants to address. And if you didn't catch them all... Yeah, boom. Now, the sheer size of this list and the magnitude of some of these plot points worries me because there's only 2 chapters left, and... I'm not making the elephant
You
joke
can
again.
jump
To
in
be
whenever.
fair,
I think
everything
it's
I've
open.
said here can also very easily be denied because of one thing, and that's... Let me jog your memory real quick. Most people forgot, including me until I was writing the script, that Undertale, in its 7 to 10 hours of gameplay, revealed most of its biggest plot points in the last hour. Seriously, most of the game was like, oh, this guy's funny.
I can't.
Dude, Undyne is so cool. Zest Fest. Whoa, this place is neat.
Not letting me join.
Whoa, hey, relax, god damn!
Just no sessions found.
Sans' Nest. And to be fair, it worked flawlessly. It tied up the story
Oh,
nicely and got the
Sans'
point of the
Nest.
game
Thank you,
across
Game Theory.
just fine. But we do
Oh.
also gotta understand that the scope and scale are
what do I have
vastly
to use
different. I
again?
mean, look at my playtime. This shit is
Big
like
pot.
4 Undertales, and we're not
Thought
even
I
there
did.
yet.
Tiny
To
great
be
pot.
fair, a lot of this is me trying to find the Chapter 3 egg without guides, because
Oh, I
I'm
must
better
have
than all of you. and
Open
I-
world to
Plus,
wonders.
there's
I'm
still
a
stuff I
fucking
didn't even
doofus.
put on the list.
Sorry.
How's Noelle's and Susie's relationship
All
gonna
good.
end up like? Did Rudy fucking die? What about Undyne? What also worries me is that every chapter is formatted in a way that most of its playtime consists of gameplay, fights, puzzles, backtracking, dialogue, and cutscenes make up
I
a
think I could
smaller
piece together
portion of
Rudy
the overall
dying
chapter.
into
So how is
my
Toby gonna go
weird
about
route
this?
theory.
The next 2 chapters gonna be filled with dialogue? Because there's no way we're gonna keep doing the same format.
I'll follow you,
How's that
because
gonna
I'm
work?
mainly paying
But it's not
attention to
just the
Deltarune
size,
theory.
It's the anticipation.
Okay,
Undertale
Cadence.
Well, you're
basically
gonna need to
released
pay
as a whole
attention.
package in one day. Deltarune
You're gonna
has been
pay
going on
attention
for
for,
almost 10 years. years now.
Next few-
Suddenly addressing all of these things just in the 2 last chapters after all this time, like, I'm not sure how Toby is gonna execute this without it feeling like those stupid, weird, rude shit posts.
Sig, is this
was
any
a
better?
fucking mess. I am
Maybe,
saying this because, and I have this policy, right? If it's the first game in a new series, if it's the second, third, I can be more forgiving of things.
Markiplier, the marker pliers.
And if Toby isn't gonna address the
A Markiplier.
then I'm gonna fucking do it. I just wanna go over everything one last final time for these 2 chapters as a way to just gather things up before it really hits the fan. And I implore you to either correct me on things or to share your own
Carry a manner. I don't want you to shoot me. Look how cool I am, Caden.
Wow.
As a community, it would be just good for us to prep a little for the things to come. Anyways, having said that, let's go on to the first case.
I don't have any fire.
You don't have any fire?
Now hear me out. How do you
Yes,
possibly
I would like
justify
fire
all that's
damage for the
built up
hands
for the
coming
past 10+ years?
but
You
I
just
don't have any.
I cannot see a world or scenario where Toby could pull this shit off.
I think I have a...
Believe me, out of everyone, I do not want this to be the case.
I have Flame of Frenzy. Is that actual fire or is that Frenzy?
Caster was gonna get me, or in 2018,
It does fire
Toby started
damage.
tweeting about
Okay.
Deltarune, and 12-year-old me was losing his shit, going, "Oh my god, that's so Caster talks. Oh my god, oh my god." This motherfucker has been in the back of my mind.
I don't think Gaster's ever going to be introduced directly. I feel like he's a meta commentary.
To be honest,
I have Flame of the Fell God, but I don't have a Faith 41 to use it.
somewhere, I don't know, man. I hold on to the hope that I'm proven wrong, but
Yeah, no.
we won't see that happening.
Oh yeah, I feel like Sans is definitely going to be involved in stopping the stopping the player in the weird route for sure. Maybe he'll be either the final boss of the weird route or chapter 6. Oh my god, I forgot about the fucking bitches. They hide in the ground.
They do.
Why it wasn't active as we thought it would be in chapter of Pink and Gold, I don't know. I knew it, I knew it. Idiot, stupid. Second, explain to me simple things. Why friend is I gotta explain shit now. Be the fine friend, motherfucker. Most people out of the delusion of thinking that friends a bum would
There
also
we
give
go.
us a shit ton of info.
think I'm using
First
the
off, I
wrong-
think this directly answers a question I've had for a while as to why that they don't recognize each other. Considering they had known each other. Part of the dialogue is that they do anything to get away from friendship.
Okay, I was using the wrong
Spanpin stays in a
controller
secluded
preset.
part of Chapter 2. Can't be recognized by the enemy. The only place we see right in Chapter 2 is right
Yeah, there you go. Oh. I fucking hate these guys.
Same. I like how wordy they are though.
wasn't activist and probably didn't want to be seen by anyone else, so it was more of a, oh, you're here, what the? In chapter 3, during the sword room, Chris got attacked by groups of friends during the Eram boss. This was, I think at least, a way to...
You started Elden Ring recently, any tips? Don't dodge as much as you have to. Try to, like, look at where they're likely to hit and, like, either walk so close that if they're doing a huge swing out, it goes past you, or dodge, like, towards them a little bit sometimes rather than just away. And like sometimes you can like run a little bit to get into an optimal range, but I'm also not the one to ask. Caden might be a bit more versed.
What you said is true from what I haven't beaten the game, but I've played the other Souls games. And Elden Ring really likes to catch you off guard, and it really likes to punish just rolling and rolling away. You are meant to strafe, which is circling around an enemy as they're attacking you. especially if it's a slow charge up hit.
Mm-hmm.
That is one method you have to dodge with.
Oh. Fuck you. Okay, you fuckers. Okay, mother shit. That's how you do it. Mother shit.
In my eyes, this was more of a move of Chris. You realize that Aram is messing with Chris on a personal level, almost seeming omnipotent with how much they know. They hint towards Chris's.
You know who else is omnipotent? Ralsei. I mean, and Flowey, but I feel like that also kind of makes sense. I could explain that later. Or Flowery, I mean. This is a great place for somber stones, though.
It is. At least for
twos.
Something I never thought about. Ralsei is supposed to be like a mirror to Asriel, right?
Mm-hmm.
That true?
I would say so,
Flowery,
yeah. It's like, to me...
Flowey.
Okay, yeah. Well, okay, so I could tie those two things into my theory real quick if you'd like.
Yeah.
But what were you gonna say?
How would that work? Because
okay.
Flowey and Asriel in Undertale were the same character.
I believe that so as Ralsei is like an idealized way of handling Chris's and potentially Noelle's trauma in demon summoned form, who does he resemble other than one of the people who experienced similar trauma and was able to move on from it successfully, seemingly because he got to college, than Asriel, right? So Ralsei being represented by Asriel makes sense because it's meant to be like, look, this happened and I worked through it, and that's what Ralsei is kind of meant to represent in like my version of events anyway, of like Chris summoned a demon that was like effectively his the things that I don't know how to phrase this. Kind of his demons, or sorry, their demons. I keep misgendering Chris. Their demons. Chris summons their demon, which is kind of in a screwed way. Both represents the bad and the good. When Ralsei is in no hat form, it represents like what Chris wanted to be at the time of being traumatized and feeling like they had to resort to the summoning demon ritual or whatever, right? And I feel like as Chris's positive version of like, what would I need to get through this? I need to be someone who is loving from the outside, you know, cute, cuddly, approachable, like my brother, maybe, you know? So the visual inspiration came from both themselves because of the like horns that Ralsei has, but also obviously Asriel with the like only other like white goat kind of family bond type thing that we know, right? And Asriel being a way of like being someone who is associated with the trauma but has escaped it in some way, right? So Ralsei is one channel of escape from the trauma and represents Asriel who has escaped the trauma, right? Does that kind of track?
Okay.
And Flowery, mayhaps in oh my god, I'm fucking Asgore's pursuit of proving himself he made a similar, not necessarily the same summoning demon ritual, but put some kind of life essence into his flowers, right? Particularly, maybe all of the angst and the true, like, this is what we need to solve the problem, was manifested into, Flowery, who maybe not necessarily, is the same as Flowey, but, is still a corruption of Asgore's pursuit instead of necessarily the, like, Chris and Frisk style timeline story. Does that kind of track? If anyone has lore that kind of corroborates that or would go with that, I feel like Flowery is an embodiment of not necessarily a demon in the same way as Ralsei being summoned by a ritual, but being summoned by something. Because also, in Flowery's pot is the code to the shelter, right? Which we also associate with the incident and trauma, and, like, in that, it's particularly Asgore's trauma, right? Or at least I associate it to be Asgore's trauma, because he's hiding away his shelter key. I think I need to turn off the stream music in the background. And so that manifested, instead of a guiding force that was Ralsei, it's a guiding force that was Flowery, right? And because maybe Asgore's trauma wasn't as strong as whatever happened to Chris, Asgore wasn't able to manifest as strong of a force that could maybe have as much control as Ralsei does, or maybe as much passion or something like that, right? So Flowery is short-lived, whereas Ralsei has a little bit more intimate knowledge, is a little bit more long-lasting, and is obviously more directly related to Chris. Oh, rip. Chris and their process, right? Yo, Pear, I've been spouting Deltarune theories for about an hour and 10 minutes now. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess these hands do look like spiders, don't they? Okay, back to the...
smell like them.
They certainly taste like a spider. Back to the theories that we were watching on YouTube.
And destination-wise, both aren't actually technically in the game, but are accessed by slipping through cracks in reality/space, as is gastered shattered between time and space, with the rooms also disappearing once you leave them.
You're sliding.
Plus, we got
Wonderful.
the Eggman newsletter. He spoke to us in the same sort of tone as Gaster.
Fuck you, Spider Hand! Instead of the Spider-Man one. Are we going this way? Where are you? Oh, you're all the way over there.
Okay, so originally,
yeah, I went down the left path. Real quick.
Fuck you.
Oh,
I guess that seems... Yeah, that seems a little bit more item holding and less progress. So, we'll go there first.
But it's definitely not true, considering roots are technically the part of a plant, and Flowery isn't fully colored except his eyes, and Ralsei is fully colored, so Ralsei is still most likely someone.
What was I on? Bruh, I'm not on anything! I feel like I've been so frazzled. Earlier after my lunch, I feel like I probably came across like I was on something to my prior boss, because I was really frazzled from some events in my week that are kind of traumatic. And then I joined stream and I seemed frazzled because of my fucking Deltarune theorizing for fucking ever.
An entire hour.
Yeah.
Great example. I'm pissed at Toby for this because, like, I can't tell if he wants it to be treated as a joke
Rune
or
arc.
not, because clearly not after the ethereal encounter with the realistic Mike.png.
Oh!
Oh my god, what?
They all swung at once. I almost said swang.
Swangin'.
Because like, what's Mike gonna do, right? What he's gonna show up in chapter 6 to fight the knight? I mean, I don't even know why they're putting this high in the list. Why did we gloss over this so quickly? I mean, seriously, this was like one short conversation and then nothing? I mean, yeah, little things like the fake stats and flowery starting battles, being able to act on us also happened, but it's less about what happened and more like what implies with this. Dude, the fourth wall is becoming clearer and clearer, and like, I'm not gonna be surprised if Ralsei looks directly at the camera and goes, "What's good, dog?" So, like in Undertale, are we gonna get characters like Flowery and Sans that understand what's truly going on? Like, seriously, you cannot be this meta and then not address it more. Like,
No!
this is the most unaddressed.
Oh, the thing that you were fighting was like client side different on my end.
Bro, I knew this motherfucker was up to something since chapter 1. I knew it! He killed onions, bro. He killed a person. Like, what the fuck? As much as I glaze friend there, this guy has done more than like half of the task in one chapter, bro. But the question remains of why and what's next. I mean, we know why, but we don't. We understand that at the bottom or the other side of the lake is something weird. Onion San decided to go check it out and tragically got murked, bro. Rest in peace. And we knew normal NPC was
If I'm in your Tomodachi island,
like,
put me in a maid dress.
Also, too, G,
Otherwise, put Ralsei in a maid dress.
and being a previous Gaster follower, like,
And yes,
this
this
is the
shield
biggest
is a
aura net
jellyfish.
gain I've seen an NPC get. Like, holy, what's he gonna do next? Kill Birdley in the library? Like, nah, what am I talking about? Never, my god. How could I even say that? All of this really depends on if he becomes story relevant, which, like, how could he not? Toby's doing something here, bro. It's crazy.
It is actually a jellyfish,
Why
Sig,
the
yes.
hell are we not getting Birdley into the plan? I mean, seriously, Susie, you choose Noelle? I get it, okay, she likes her, and they got the cute little thing going on, but come on, this motherfucker was moving crazy in Chapter 2. He was a boss, like, what, 3 times? Had crazy stats, and is, like, the only person to notice Chris being weird in the weird room. And he's employed at... Whatever. By the way, while I'm on Birdley, somehow...
And he's employed.
Last video wasn't enough, but I do not
Dude,
ship anyone in the
wish that were me.
or
No,
their
I am.
friends. I already got slurs thrown at me for this, so let me make something very clear. I do not ship. I do not have independence. I am an adult man. I do not fantasize about teenagers being in love. I choose what's the funniest option, and I play the game.
Dude, fucking...
Okay, bro, but like, what about Tenna and Spanton?
Oh, well, that's canon. Now with the rest of this list, I think
Say it
everything
louder,
is going
for the
to
people in the
happen.
back. Don't ship Deltarune characters, you freaks.
Right? It's gonna be a roller coaster of emotions considering how many things are going to be revealed in this.
Yo, Joseph. Fist bump.
You know, again, I can never doubt Toby. He's got this.
I'm running away from those enemies,
High school
nerd.
romances are allowed to be cute. That's all I'll say.
With the new friend pack, you got another piece of dialogue alluding to the fact that people use their
I think that they can be cute without being, like... I want to see this person get with this person. Like, I feel like I usually do what feels most story natural. If they force an encounter like that, I feel like if people make it weird, they are the weird ones, first of all. And I agree that it can be cute. But I also feel like if you are, like, if you're thinking about, like, shipping them, I feel like that is making it weirder than how it exists in the game.
Okay.
I guess that's my
I can agree
distinction.
with
God,
that.
I hope my goat isn't bad, bro. Like, I've grown way too attached to him. Please don't make me. I even made a number for Flower Man, bro. Oh, nah. I mean, this picked up some
That wolf got
promise.
screwed.
Whatever that is. Dude, this is something that I've been ignoring for a while, but like...
I think that the Ralsei, like, if Ralsei is meant to be a depiction of Ralsei, and the fact that they keep making Ralsei, like, blush and shit, like, whenever Chris flirts with them is, like, a lot, it's making a lot of people weirded out.
He's almost like carbon copy of our brother, and then like.
As this guy's
I need this
saying.
shit to be explained, man. It's
That's true.
weird. Gaster, time
Papyrus.
Space, Brotherhood, Sands, something.
Terrible.
Guys, this is... Oh my god.
You guys have more points than fucking Giant Man.
Let's talk about Deltarune. Chapter 5 is probably fast approaching, so I figured I would go ahead and go through all the theories that have been popping up in the last few months since chapter getting important. So if you want an overview of what the community has been thinking about, there's some very biased opinions from me, then there you go. There will be full spoilers for Undertale and Deltarune.
The short bow.
So let's start off with the basics. Theories that are very common and pretty simple to understand. That's not a slight against them though, as these theories have some of the highest likelihood of being incorrect in my opinion. So first off, Chapter 5 world is in the Flower King. So Chapter 5 is likely set in the Flower King,
Oh.
at least partially. I mean, there are the locked double doors, the mysterious basement, the 7 souls, flowers.
This
and
is
then lots of
old,
hints there will
by
be
the
lots of
way.
flowers in the next chapter. It's
But
not
some
set
of
in
these
stone as
theories
Chapter 3
still
was,
stand.
but it seems to be the clear candidate. More on Chapter 5's Dark World later. Friend will be the main villain.
was
of
about to
Chapter
say,
hey,
this is less
Warrior
of a
Jar's
plot
down
theory
here.
and more the simple speculation that Friend, which is this cat in this face that laughs,
Right.
will be very important to Deltarune's story, of it specifically being the tale of hell and the tale which must not be followed mentioned in Chapter 4. It's also likely that the Friend is also the egg which Noelle found when she was younger, which is mentioned in her website from Spams and Sweepstakes, which helps explain why this tale is made out of
Oh, I
dots,
missed.
like in her game. And the way that Friend is named in the files is also associated with the voice of the start of Deltarune. He was probably Gaster, where the theory is much more about the Friend, but the theory has become somewhat standard for Deltarune, and the Friend is not only the being who somehow dead disappear, perhaps to follow it down with the theory but Friend is also the being that is behind most of the
Did you
bad things
teabag him?
in the game. Like Spam Ton and Devil Ghost.
Did
No,
you
I did
teabag
not.
this poor jar?
Yeah.
This jar child?
I think Friend will have an important role to play, but I don't know if he'll actually be the main antagonist per se. The voice and trophies are gathered. This is pretty much established from before even the first chapter at least. The Toby Fox's Twitter account was originally ran by the voice, who many people speculated was Gaster at the time. But anyways, there's a ton of evidence that the voice at the start of the game is W.D. Gaster, the mystery man from Undertale. For example, with Talk Similarly, there are several variables in the introduction.
Does this
that
lead to something, like,
often associated with
genuinely
Gaster's
unique or
the music
helpful?
for the intro, Another Hymn, has Gaster's leitmotif in it.
Oh, it goes
The
down
created by the
more.
player is referred to as
It
a
goes
genre
down.
files,
Bro, it goes down.
associated with Gaster's grayscale.
Bro, it don't
followers
go
in
down.
Undertale. And the
It
theory
goes
seems to
down.
say that the
It goes
Deltarune
down,
world
bro.
is
Do go down.
created by Gaster. Perhaps he is how we, the player, were able to connect with the world of the game and the program of Deltarune. My Deltarune is called.
I gotta like replay all of
For what purpose, we
Deltarune.
don't know.
So.
Perhaps he's
Yeah,
trying
I plan to do
avoid
that
prophecy.
during my 1,000 subscriber 24-hour live stream.
Story which Toby Fox has been building up for over a decade at this point. And while it is true the fandom of Deltarune has been associated with making active literally everywhere. And it's easier than but yeah, there is a reason for the problem. The Forgotten Man is Gaster's enemy. The Forgotten Man, or the Eggman, is the dude who hangs out behind trees in hidden areas and gives eggs to Chris. This happens in
Enemy.
and we know very little about the man or his eggs. He can associate Gaster and perhaps, but in a little more old-timey and less clinical way. But there's also an important note. In the PlayStation version of Deltarune, there are trophies for doing stuff in the game, including the ones you get for completing each chapter.
Is that
These
it?
trophies are all written
Is
in a
that
similar
fucking,
style to the voice's
like,
style of
worth
writing, and if you
anything?
infer that
I
they
mean,
were
it
made
goes
by
down
this
again.
leads,
him
this
learn a
leads
little
down
about him.
somewhere.
First off, even in the weird route, Gaster marks a chapter is complete without issue whenever we finish it. So, for whatever reason, he doesn't mind which route you're following. In fact, there's only one thing that will make Gaster not mark a chapter as complete without an issue. and that's if you get the eggs. So something about getting these eggs messes with Gaster's plan or experiment, and we can be led to believe that the Forgotten Man is working against Gaster in some way. Another interesting part of this theory is about the tree that the Forgotten Man is hiding behind. In the Chapter 4 egg room, Chris tries to sketch what they saw behind the tree, and they draw over and over again until it becomes a big gray blur, and then they cover it up with a tree. Perhaps the eggs
Nothing
in
up
the hand are
here.
a way for Chris to recover the repressed memory that they
Oh,
have
that
of
might be
what's
a
behind
little
the tree.
high. Oh, it's
And for
not.
whatever reason, Gaster really doesn't like Chris.
Back to the hands, though.
Severed hand theory. Chris is gonna lose a hand. That's the theory. But there is a surprising amount
Should
of
we
hints to make this kind of believable.
fast travel to the
Whenever you
upper
look through
level?
the Chapter 1 Shadow Crystal in the light world, you look
Yeah.
right through your hand. There's
Cool.
also a line
Yeah,
that
that's
says you couldn't find your hand in the hidden ball machine room. In the Snowgrave route, Chris bites their hand to avoid telling
Hello,
Susie
hello?
that they'll never play the piano again if the player chooses that option. Susie and Noel also talk about a horror movie where the protagonist loses the hand which comes to life. So I have no idea if this is something that will happen or if
Oh, I
it's
just tried to pause the video like
symbolism
it was on my own.
have control because of the player and because of their deal with Carol. I'm
What'd you
personally
say?
leaning more towards symbolism than them literally losing a hand.
Oh,
I tried to pause the video with my own keyboard pause button like it was on my machine. Doing alright, how are you?
Just chilling.
You wanna play, I almost said Deltarune, Elden Ring with us?
Yeah, we're on Elden Ring.
I would be a little behind, so I'm good for now. I'm just like chilling right now and doing some weird shit avatar stuff,
Cool.
but I got bored of it.
Okay. Yeah, we're in here, we're chilling, we're
Hey, there's a
walking
lot of
through
hidden
the
stuff in Undertale.
the Elden Ring early
Maybe they
game
know
and
this. So who
watching
knows? Maybe the player will
Deltarune
take
Deltarune
the
theories.
and they'll play it
Yeah.
off. Des is the knight. Around
haven't
99%
seen
of people
anything
believe
about
that
that.
in some
So-
way. Des
Was
is
there
the
anything
knight.
else up that
And,
way?
well, for good reason. There's a lot of evidence to support this. Des is obviously
so.
missing. The knight's design has both antlers and a baseball bat. And you can find a wiffle ball bat in Des's story-wise, it also really seems like Des being the knight is being built up. Carol being the red herring. The motivations of the knight are a bit hard to parse though. Perhaps she's looking at his guidance and keeping things like that. Or maybe it's the promise of and seeing the angels heaven. Or maybe she's evil and just needs to cause a war in the fun. The one theory is that it really seems that Des is also the voice in the source code. If you didn't know, with each chapter, there's some dialogue hidden in the source code of the game. There seems to be a character who's trying to
Woo! Woo!
theorize this is
Woo! Woo!
she both the knight
Woo!
Oh,
Woo!
Woo!
when we kill this guy, we should go back in the video. I wanna see the block of code that
While I do agree that he is the
Um,
most likely candidate for the knight, I do think there are some
Des is
noticeable
trapped
holes this
in.
theory, especially
Okay.
whenever it comes to motivation.
I'm curious about that.
For the knight, or her subtle force is evil and just wants to cause the roaring for fun. The one issue is that it really seems like Des is also the voice in the source code. If you didn't know, with each chapter, there is some dialogue.
So, in case you don't know, it says stuff like, basically in the first 2 chapters, it's basically like, hello, I can't see anything. And then within chapters 3, 4, and 5, it develops into, like, I can't see anything, but I can remember some things. All I can do is remember, and then don't forget. So, and everyone knows that don't forget is, like, associated with Des, and so a lot of people think that this is either Des in whole or Des's memories trapped in the code. So, yeah, that's what a lot of that
While given
says
the
there.
source code of Deltarune, there seems to be
It's
a character
terrifying.
who's trapped in some sort of purgatory. For obvious reasons, most people theorize that this is Des. But like, how is she both the
How
knight
is
and
that
the hero?
sword
Our theory is
compared
that
to
her
this
soul
one?
is stuck in the source code, or her body.
Oh, I
is
need
either
intelligence to
running around
fucking wield that
soulless
sword.
body, or being piloted by someone else. Personally, while I do agree that she is the most likely candidate for the knight, I do think there are some noticeable holes in this theory, especially whenever it comes to motivation. It's definitely stuff.
A
that could be
Delta
explained soon.
theory.
It's also kind of interesting that the knight seems to be teamed up with Chris and Carol.
Thanks for
Especially
delting.
as Chris is never mentioned.
I
to
got
have a friendship
deltoids.
with Des. So something must have happened that we don't know about if to have
Oh,
teamed
this
up.
all
Sans
connects.
Papyrus traveled to Undertale. And finally, one of the most ubiquitous theories in the community is that Sans and possibly Papyrus are the same Sans and Papyrus that you run into in Undertale. Deltarune is theorized to be a sort of prequel to the game. and the idea is that they escape to Undertale, whether it be an alternate universe or some weird sort of dark world or whatever. And this
Okay, we
explains
went
why they
there.
only recently moved
Jesus
into Undertale
Christ.
and why Sans has
Are there any
experienced
items
player messing
nearby?
with the world in Undertale. There's not a lot of evidence for this, especially as Sans has had very little to do in chapters 3 and 4, and
No.
Papyrus is still missing, but it would be cool.
Here we
Okay,
go!
so I got the kind of generic theories out of the way. Time for the heavy hitters. These are the theories that have long documents or videos about them, and they usually have at least a few crazy claims.
Loretta! By Ginger Root?
And it's also avoiding theories that are just like chess theories, especially since that one's now been disproven. There's patterns and stuff like that are pretty cool. Also, all the videos I'm talking about here.
Oh!
This is usually quite an intel, but the evidence to help you read the
I hate your magic!
So let's get into it. Roots theory. Pro is one of the most popular the theory is concerning Britain and the methods of the arc and the avoiding passes the theory begins by pointing out that roots is an important word that has been used throughout Deltarune and many places, especially in soundtracks like digital roots and bit roots, as well as this mysterious piece of the prophecy near the chapter 4 end. Basically,
Oh boy.
it's all building up towards
Oh my god!
it'll probably take place in chapter 5. So in chapter 2, we've had digital roots.
I pressed dodge, but it just didn't.
The dark area filled with vines, brown walls, and the very first appearance of the friend face. And secondly, we have bit roots in chapter 3, the 8-bit area where we get the shadow mantle. These two areas have very different layouts, but could be abstract representations
Oh,
of the
fuck
same
me.
area, in a similar way to how the arcade game represents chapter 2. We know the 8-bit game is a representation of the events of the Weird Route.
I was about to say, this is going to accentuate the trend of me being dead for beating every
Which
boss.
the theory just calls bit roots, seems to be the next step in the Weird Route. Chapter 5's Weird Route.
Don't
and
worry.
The layout of bit roots closely mirrors Hometown's map.
You will kill
and
it.
The enemies seem to symbolically represent Hometown NPCs.
And I will be dead
so
this
Chapter
time.
5's Dark World could be the whole of Hometown during the parade, with Chris seemingly attacking and killing every member of Hometown in the Dark World in the Weird Route. It's for why the Dark World is all of Hometown and not just the Flower King shop, whenever most hints up to now had mostly mentioned flowers and a great forest. Notice how flowers are being hung out throughout the town in preparation for the festival? This could transform the Dark World into a vast garden like Gerson describes in his book series. Plus, we know from the scene in Carol's
The
house,
Roaring
I'm gonna
Knight
put
is
a-
homophobic.
Dark Shard to prove something to everyone. So it makes sense that he would take up the entire town and turn it into his Dark World, instead of just making one inside of the Flower King. Also, for some evidence from outside the game itself, Toby Fox has mentioned that the layout of Hometown was something that was very important for him to get right in the beginning. Which makes sense as it is revisited in every single chapter, but it could also imply that it had to be right for it to work well.
So this inspired some of my weird route predicted by original game theory.
Sub-area of the chapter 4 Dark World. It's the basement of the Flower King, an area we can only enter in the weird route, and through the friend boss fight. In fact, the whole reason that we were covering up Noelle in chapter 2 and Chris in chapter 4, as well as getting things with the Shadow Mantle and the Black Shard, are so the two of them can face friends and have a chance to defeat him. So yeah, this is a fairly complicated theory that makes a few leaps.
Oh my god, the dodge.
Whenever it comes to what role friend will actually play in the game. But I think it mostly comes down. If it is true, then chapter 5 will be the real turning point of the story, because it will be impossible to go back fully to the status quo. Not the whole time.
There's the... Well, I just dodged out of getting staggered.
Yeah, awesome. Haha, get jellyfished. Oh, ouch. Ouch. Ouch, I can't defend against that much fucking magic.
Next up is Red Costume by Polarity. And surprise,
Get out of here.
she builds on roots. The
Ooh.
setup for the theory is just that Death Knight has some big holes. The main being, why is she doing all
Kill
this?
it!
And also, what's going on in Source Code?
Yeah,
That is death.
take fucking rocks, bitch.
Well, it really basically
Loretta.
Loretta's great bow.
Body, perhaps it is in Death's body, and that is the Knight.
Oh,
This
yeah.
explains how Chris communicates with the Knight, is they are talking.
Royal goon
Putting that
amazing.
on.
It explains why the Knight has similar animation in battle to Chris.
Oh my god.
Also,
Oh
why
my
Chris is
god,
so busy during
goon
the
maze.
Chapter 3 Night fight, as they are literally fighting themselves. Part of the theory that connects the roots theory is that in the chapter 3 bit roots area, we can actually change an unused variable in the code.
Another
Notorio
spell I
for
can't
some reason.
use.
And changing this variable makes a sprite for a white cloaked entity in the chapter 2 section of the 8-bit game, assumed to be Noelle, actually changed to look like a deer. But this variable also changes the enemy in the bit root section to look like a black deer, like Des. This is important for two reasons. 1. This black deer enemy mirrors a player's movement in the room, further strengthening the theory that Chris reflects the knight's movements. And 2. This location in Bitroots lines up with a big body of water in the real world. The body of water, which mentioned, the music can be heard coming up from below the water. Perhaps this is where Dess's soul is located. So basically, the knight is controlled by Chris's original soul, while they exist as a soulless entity, like Flowey, unless they're being controlled by the player's soul, or the soul given to the player. It might not literally be ours. The knight is Dess's body, controlled by Chris's soul, while Dess is stuck in the source code purgatory. This explains the knight's motives, as Chris is working with Carol in order to save Dess, and they're putting the lives of everyone at risk in order to do that. Rather than Dess selfishly putting the town at risk for ourselves, others are putting the town at risk in order to save Dess. And also the voice that Dess
Scholar
hears
shield
in the
can't be
source
used
code
on the
purgatory
fucking
is
jellyfish?
and Chris is keeping her soul
Oh my
alive
god,
in
the
it.
fucking driving
While
my
they use
car
their
after a
soul,
beer
either
song.
Dess's body
Fuck
or
that.
Chris allows their body to be controlled by the
So
player, they can close their
dumb.
fountains and do other prophecy stuff. Personally, one of the most striking pieces of evidence for me is how the Dark Worlds created by the Knight look very similar to the one we know was created by Chris. Especially when
Okay, if I
compared to how
can't use
different
that,
Susie's Dark
I
World
can't
and
use
Chapter 4
Glintstone
looks.
Arc either.
But I recommend watching the original video for this theory especially, as there's quite a bit more
Golden
evidence provided that might
Freddy.
convince you. I can see this theory as being true, but it's also kinda convoluted, with how many people's souls and bodies are being controlled by other people. So that makes me a little more iffy on it, but a lot of things do line up.
I'm following you. Wait,
So-
we didn't go up and get her moon slice.
Asriel Knight.
Oh.
This theory comes from the Mason Gamer, who is an avid proponent of it online, and while there are others who talk about it, his write-ups are by far the most solid in my opinion. So let's get started. First off, baseball. The Knight's sword initially
First
looking
off,
like a bat
baseball.
has been used to connect it to Dess, as she has a wiffle bat in her room.
There's nothing here!
Lots of Asriel stuff is in Dess's room. In Naruto, there actually is an unused item concept revealed in the 10th anniversary.
Did you Naruto
Asriel's
ninja
shirt
steal
and
that
hat.
from me?
Furthermore, the bat in Undertale did 40 damage, and the Knight has a base damage of
You
40.
got me.
The Knight's attacks also
Oh
look similar
my
to
God.
Asriel's God of Hyperdeath boss fight, with shooting stars, a final attack similar to Hypergoner, and a similar laugh. Both the Knight and Asriel also use a sword, and they use both hands for attacks. While holding the sword in their
Can
left
I use
hand,
both
their
your
binoculars.
hands for
And they
attacks?
also both shoot beams of light out of their
Yes.
hands. Beyond the attacks,
Yes.
Asriel and Flowey share many musical motifs with the Knight. For example, in Black Knife, the Knight's battle theme, the Burden and Despair theme from Asriel's fight is played. A siren-like sound is also played in Black Knight, similar to the one that plays in Your Best Nightmare.
But we've also confirmed that that's a slowed down version of the shriek that
Similar to how Asriel behaved throughout.
Noelle
The
makes when
Roaring
she
Knight
gets
also has
scared.
a similar edgy OC vibe, similar to the God of Hyperdeath and Undertale. The Knight also has poses similar to
That
Chris,
alarm
and this
sound
could
in the
be
beat?
explained by Asriel Knight.
Yeah, the
And two would have literally been siblings. And it makes
oh,
sense that they would pick up similar poses and mannerisms after a lifetime of living together. Plus, Asriel's favorite character in the Smash Bros. Knockoff is a sword.
and
fighter,
even if it
which isn't
is
a bad way to
some
start the Knight. Asriel being
semblance of
the Knight helps
Asriel, I
explain
feel
why
like
the
that
Knight
could be
wastes so much time
represented
in
by
Chapter
the
3 chapter in
you
Tokyo.
consumed
If that was
Ralsei's
never Asriel's
demon
plan, and he doesn't want to hurt
soul.
Real in any way. He just wanted
demon
to be
thing
unbound into the Dark World. This theory
from the
also
weird
explains
route.
why Chris keeps hiding things about Asriel from the player, like his search
Blocked
history.
shut for
In
now.
fact, if you refuse to open the door to
Where'd you go?
Asriel's search history
You went
room,
over there.
it reads, "You have a feeling that you wouldn't learn anything," which is the exact same phrase that is used whenever trying to inspect the Knight in the fight. Chris analyzed the enemy, but Chris couldn't learn anything.
What's
And
that?
finally,
Is that
this helps
dragon?
explain why Chris is working with the Knight, as Chris didn't really have a history of deaths. While it's possible they could have gotten roped into a plan with her, it makes even more sense for Asriel to
was
start a
wondering when
plan
we
to
were gonna
rescue
play,
his
like,
lost girlfriend and recruit
that one
Carol and
game
Chris
you
to help
bought,
him.
Gabe.
There are some obvious problems though.
What?
Asriel
Basically-
is
Perfect
in
heist?
college. However, he really only
Yeah.
needs to have left like a week
What about it?
early in order to start appearing as the Knight by the
I
start
don't
of
know,
the
I was
game.
just wondering when
So
we,
it's possible
when
that his
we could
absence
play
hasn't
that
been
game.
reported yet. Especially
I'd
as
love
like
to
a
play it
fun
whenever.
thing out in hometown for a few days. As with
Yeah.
the antlers, well, personally, I
Caden's
think
got
the
it.
biggest problem is
Sig's
security.
got it. I don't
But
know
they
when
could
he's
just be a
ever
part
on
of
his
the helmet.
computer
The
though.
Knight can shapeshift into a ball and seemingly turn it back
They did
into
a bit,
sword. So it makes
like,
sense that they
a
can
few
make a
days
cool
ago.
helmet in honor of
Yeah.
this.
Last-
And there's even more evidence.
last weekend?
This is the
I
Knight's
can't
seemingly
remember.
crime.
Attack the dragon!
Chapter 4 is the crying and crying and crying. There's also an unused night sound. There's a manipulated version of Asriel's
I'm gonna die. I was kinda right.
Wow. Magic doesn't do a lot of damage to this glintstone dragon.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
maybe I should just use
There's
the
even more stuff like this.
rock.
Every Dark World that the ones using creates is pretty similar and references stuff from Chris's and Azriel's childhood. And Azriel being the knight is a pretty good explanation for this. He and Chris share a lot of the same thing. Also, if Azriel created a church Dark World, that explains why Gerson is very popular. Because Azriel is deeply religious, and he liked to meet Gerson well. So he created a Dark World in the open world and used the pattern after his memory of him. If Azriel is the knight, he also comes with themes of both. Specifically the themes of escapism and rearranging the past.
You got it?
Azriel's
Nice.
themes of past.
Yep.
Similarly, output is with the loss of Cora.
Oh, I mistimed it.
Multiple things to try to bring them in. But here's the absolutely insane part of this.
Oh, this one goes to the top of
but
the
it's also
southern
pretty
area of the
interesting
lakes,
to
doesn't it?
And I'm just gonna straight up play the section from the Spooky Dude's theory review over this theory here, as I don't know a better way to summarize it.
I didn't know
In the
that.
late 1770s, a man named Gabriel Gaster was born. His great-grandson, Theodore Herschel Gaster, was a renowned biblical scholar specializing in comparative religion, mythology, and the history of religion. His most important book is titled Thespis, Ritual, Myth, and Drama in the Ancient Near East from the year 1950.
How dare you
The
roll
book
over
was
Ronnie's
incredibly relevant to Undertale and
rummagings.
Deltarune, and it seems to be one of Toby Fox's biggest inspirations. It's a long book, but some highlights include fettered monsters escape at the end of the world. A giant or a monster is fettered in depths of the earth. His movements cause earthquakes. And he succeeds in
Yo!
freeing from the fetters
Thank
and
you,
escapes
Matthew.
the
Good
world
to see
without.
ya.
This seems very much like the Titans. There's a line about drinking in another world and drinking from a certain river between two darknesses. There's a line about objects attacked under the illusion that they are men. And finally, there is a line in this book that states, "Faithful brother transforms self to deer to seek sister." Azriel is the faithful brother, who transforms himself to a deer to seek December.
Yeah, Azriel Gaster.
I feel like that makes sense as well.
Something that I actually mentioned in the
That's
summary of the theory
like
is
that's
actually
another
compared to
thing.
mythology.
Like again,
It's
mine
a study that takes different
doesn't
myths throughout
invalidate
history.
other
It looks at how
people's
shared
theories.
stories evolve throughout history. And
They're
this is
all
kinda similar
theories.
to what's going on with the Prophecies, Dragon Blazers, and Lord of the Hammers, is they're all retellings of similar stories. So Deltarune's themes are all connected to this book. In summary, Azriel is the knight searching for death. That's the theory. Okay, so for some reason people hate this theory. And honestly, I don't really get why. There's some pretty solid evidence for it, but people get really defensive over Death Knight for whatever reason. One of the big complaints is that Azriel being the twist villain is too similar to Undertale, but there are tons of ways that Azriel being the knight could result in a very different story than Undertale, especially as they were like actually evil as Flowey, but if he's the knight, well, he might be doing some bad things. He's got a more positive motivation, but he could absolutely be redeemed by the end. I also personally don't think that the knight will be the true in-game boss in the game. After all, Chris is working with them. I expect the knight storyline to be resolved in chapter 5 or 6, and in chapter 7 still, with whatever
Hell yeah.
caused Death to disappear in
We
the
are
first
working
place,
with Ronnie.
whether that be Friend, Gaster, the Angel, or whatever. And overall, I'm personally not super attached to any theory I cover in this video, as I think it's all just fun. But I do think that Azriel is a solid knight candidate, even if I do overall still favor Death. Ralze is not an object. This theory is by Kenny Boyd G, and while its claim isn't as far-reaching or impactful as some other theories, it's got some of the most rock-solid reasoning out of any theory I've seen come out of the community. The theory, or factual statement as it calls itself, goes through all the objects that Ralze could be and shows the problems with each. For example, if he's something like the headband or green crayon for Chris's house, then why does he not have a history with the other characters at the Dreamer residence? You would think Tina or Ram would recognize him. Furthermore, if Ralze is an object that Chris has always had on them, something that's in their pocket, why doesn't he appear the same way that characters like Rose or Lancer do? Characters in Chris's pocket always hop out of it whenever they come into the Dark World, but Ralze is always at a different location in the Dark World than Susie and Chris started. Furthermore, it's unlikely that Ralze is an object that Chris or someone else hides in each room before the Dark World is formed. As in chapter 4, not only do we search the entire church and not find the object, but Ralze also appears in both of the church Dark Worlds. So if he is an object, how would he have moved from one Dark World to the other one? Other old theories, like Ralze being Azriel's dust, don't really check out now that we've seen Gerson and the Old Man Darkener created by his dust, as the two are basically the same character, while Ralze is an Azriel in appearance, name, and possibly personality. Plus, the game makes it clear that the Old Man appearing in the Church Dark World was an unusual occurrence that only happens in very specific circumstances. Also, Ralze appears in every Dark World, and he doesn't turn to stone. And he also claims to have existed in the castle town with the main Dark Fountain for his whole existence before the game. So not only would Ralze have no no reason to lie about this, but he also just really behaves like someone who has had zero socialization before now. So it really doesn't seem like he's been lying too much about his past. He probably has always been in the closet Dark World. I do think it's worth questioning though,
socially
why the
awkward.
closet Dark World is so important in the first place. So, what is Rousey then? Well, in Chapter 4, we see a Titan being formed out of pure darkness, and it and Rousey have a bit in common, as they are the only two Darkners who have a physical effect on the Light World, with the Titan messing up the church, and Rousey opening and closing the gates between Dark Worlds, which represent doors in the real world. So perhaps only pure, so to say, Darkners are beings who were born and formed only in the Dark World, and not born out of an object in the Light World, are able to affect the Light World. Perhaps Rousey is like a Titan, or the opposite of a Titan or something. But the theory also has a bigger claim, and it's that Rousey is a goner. Gaster created Rousey, similar to the gunner we see at the start of Deltarune, and this is how Rousey knows the rules of the world and the prophecy, as Gaster taught him those. This also explains some of Rousey's meta-knowledge, as Rousey
I
not
hate
only knows some of
Syllabus.
the names of songs in the game, but he also hums one of them.
Yeah, he's an
This could
asshole.
be because Gaster is the being which in some way created the program of Deltarune, so he probably also has access to the music and must have shown it to Rousey. And with us learning that goners can be colored in, it also makes it all the more likely that Rousey could be a goner. So for my personal take on this theory, I do 100%
I don't even remember
agree
what
that Rousey
goners
is not a
are.
physical object. I don't know if he's a goner. I think he might be a darkner formed of something more metaphysical, like hope or belief in the prophecy or something. But there is absolutely evidence for the goner theory as well. Okay, so what about the biggest debate names? What about the game theorist? Well, it's not Matt Pat anymore. It's a guy named Tom Robinson.
The hidden,
who worked for Fox and Disney before this.
characters that
which is
only
a pretty funny
appear
background
under
for a Deltarune
certain
theorist, but we'll see what he has to say. So it starts off by
fun
recapping
values in
everything,
Undertale
and
are
then it
that are
establishes the
colored
best and
gray
most
are the
important.
goners.
But this theory is focused on the prophecy and Susie's part in it. And they also make sure to call a lot of attention to the fact that your choices don't matter is an important mantra in Deltarune. And so the prophecy must be fixed and unavoidable, even in the weird route. But the theory continues on to say that the second hero in the prophecy is actually not Susie, it's Noelle. Plus, love finds its way to the girl is actually describing the weird route, where the player makes Noelle free as Darkners in Chapter 2, and she becomes more powerful. And the love means level of violence enacted like an There is also a twisted sword, which you can make out of the Thorn Ring and the currently unobtainable Pure Crystal in the weird route.
To
So maybe
Syllabus.
Noelle will use that sword. A pretty interesting piece of evidence that they give for Susie not being a hero in the prophecy, but instead a separate girl. The one who is mentioned in the "At last was the girl" prophecy section is that there are actually 4 triangles in this specific Deltarune symbol in the arcade game in Chapter 3, which is interesting, but then why are all the other Deltarunes always 3 triangles, including ones shown in the very prophecy they're talking about? If the prophecy is always correct and unchanging, then why the discrepancy? Finally, the theory ends with the belief that the final bit of the prophecy
Is
that
there
Susie
something
and
hidden
Rousey
here?
read was that Susie will end up dying in order to save everybody and in order to banish the angel's heaven, where the player is the angel. I kind of half-heartedly agree that this is the most obvious thing it could be. Susie is the sort of person who would accept their death if it saved others, and who would also hide the truth from Chris. Although I do find it strange that Rousey was trying to hide Susie's prophesized death from her, as it's a much bigger omission than the other ones he's made so far, and definitely paints his character in a more negative light in my opinion. But overall, this theory basically focuses on the idea that there is no free will or hope for the characters in Deltarune. In actuality, the weird route is the true route, the route destined by the prophecy. And it will end with the player taking control of Noelle and then Susie saving Noelle by sacrificing herself, allowing Noelle to banish us with the power we gave her. So personally, I like how the video lays out the way the weird route will go, and I don't hate the idea that the prophecy is about the weird route. But the problem is, where does this leave the normal route?
Provincials.
Especially since this video is so focused, at least in the beginning, on how our choices don't matter, and how the prophecy must be correct. I don't know how we could keep that idea while also describing how there are 2 different routes and the prophecy only describes one of them. I personally believe that the your choices don't matter is an important theme of Deltarune, but rather than being an actually true statement that the
Did you
game
say
is
yes
trying
or
to
no?
back up, Deltarune is instead examining the
I
nature
said
of
yes.
things like prophecies and
Cool.
predestination and narrative, with characters like Rousey and Chris being stripped of their free will and the story ultimately rejecting the initial premise of choices not mattering with a true ending. But we'll see. So let's look at another way the prophecy could go. This time, it's a spooky dude theory. And it starts with a disclaimer that the final prophecy is likely impossible to fully know right
Wait a
now,
minute.
as it is an intentionally missing puzzle piece. But we can look through hints in the story to get an idea, especially if we take a look at Rousey and Susie's actions, as they're the only 2 who know the full prophecy. So first off, the final prophecy probably isn't about destroying the Dark Worlds or disconnecting them from the Light World, because it has to be something that Susie believes Rousey
The
would
occasional
absolutely
blue
not be able to
banners
do.
on my
He
stream
would definitely be willing
are
to sacrifice all Darkners
like
or
both
disconnect them from the Light
reminders,
World
and they're
if the
supposed to
prophecy
be
told
about
us. It's also
Fallout,
likely
but
that
right
the
now we're
prophecy
playing
has to do
Elden
with the
Ring, so
character
they
making a
aren't really
choice that results
relevant.
in something morally awful. This is because throughout the game so far, Rousey seems to believe that the choice can be avoided through simple kindness. By treating everyone in the Dark World kindly, and especially by trying to get Susie to treat everyone kindly, he reasons that it could be possible to work things out without his final sacrifice, as being kind could change a person's mind and make them not do the horrible action. It's also worth looking at how Susie reacted to the prophecy. First off, it's possible that she is
Black
actually
Wolf
receiving the
mask?
is similar to the previous series. She could actually not be the second hero, the girl of hope crossing our hearts. And if Noelle is actually that
There's a
hero,
Black
then maybe
Wolf
Susie's
mask over
confidence that
here.
the prophecy can be avoided is misplaced. Of course, Susie could also just be
right.
posturing for Chris and Rousey, as it is clear the prophecy scared her. So maybe she is currently in denial about it coming true. And finally, the most interesting part of the theory, in my opinion, is the character whose horrible choice could cause this consequence is most likely Chris. This is because Chris is secretly working with the Roaring Knight. They're allowing the fountains to be created and hiding information from Susie. So Spooky Doob also
From
believes that
Shuby.
since the strategy is being set up, the normal route of
Okay,
Deltarune will
where are we
include the
going
strategy
now?
not being
Are we gonna go tell
because just as
Nepheli
a
that
basic
Celovus
narrative
wants her
tool,
dead?
Whenever a story sets up something that could go wrong, it'll probably go wrong. Personally, I agree with this. I think it could be done in a way similar to the pacifist
Yes.
and true pacifist rats in Undertale, is you'll have to do something extra in order to avoid or counteract the consequences of the prophecy. Perhaps it'll be some timeline trickery, that results in sands of papyrus being sent to Undertale. Okay, and now that
where
we're at the
is
big news,
Nepheli?
It's time to finish with a lightning round. These are smaller theories.
Is she back
and
at
some of them are
the
kinda stupid, but some
thing
of them are
yet?
also pretty interesting. So first
Grace?
off, hybrid Susie. Susie is the only monster we've seen bleed in Deltarune, and from dialogue in the Light World, we know that not only do monsters turn into dust whenever
The
they die,
table.
they also don't seem to know how to deal with blood.
I
in
think
their
she went
day-to-day
to the
life,
lower
just like
table.
Undertale. Susie also
Lower
knows how
level
to
of the
clean out
table,
blood,
I should say.
consumes blood, and has been ostracized her whole life. So perhaps this is because she is part human, part monster, which is unusual in this world. We know that Sans
Part
also bleeds in
humonster.
Undertale, but then he walks away and turns into dust. So perhaps this isn't true, and monsters can bleed, but turn to dust when they die. But I do think
Oh,
the type of
God
blood
damn it,
is
where's
interesting and
Nepheli?
maybe hinting towards a future reveal of Susie. But I also feel there
Oh,
a
is she
decent
at
chance
Fort,
this is true, but we never
Height?
find out for sure. As there are quite a few small details from Undertale that we still don't really know. And this theory comes from the Deltarune subreddit. Quote, "My theory is that the Inferno of Jealousy refers to most of the cast being jealous of the others in some way, not just Asgore being jealous of Sans. Chris, Noelle, and Susie will be a love triangle disaster with each other, thinking of their third wheeling on the other two's dates. Early will be jealous he doesn't have what the others do, and being so alone and isolated, Rousey will be jealous of being useless and not being real." I could definitely see this theory being true for Chapter 5, as there have been a lot of setup for characters to be jealous of each other, although I don't really know about a love triangle. Maybe that could happen in the weird route, where Chris is taking Noelle to the parade, but I don't really see it happening in the main
I know you have
round. I
an
do think
Elden
things
Ring
could also
map.
really boil over for the finale of this chapter, especially considering characters like Spamton, who are so defined by their jealousy of others. So once again, this kind of reinforces that I think that Chapter 5 will be a real turning point for the series. So there are 3 chapters left, and if they're anything like the last 4,
That's so
then we're gonna get
funny.
at least
I
3
think
more
it'll be a
Dark
real
Worlds.
turning point
So
for the
other than
series.
Chapter 5, where could they be? First off, Noelle's Mansion Dark World. The fact that Carol stores everything here seems like it can make a very important Dark World. Maybe not the only one in a chapter, but going through the place and learning more about the holidays past and uncovering the truth behind Carol's plans could make for a great chapter. And second is the Hospital Dark World, which I mean, maybe it
Oh,
could
I'm
work.
looking at
It could
Ronnie's
bring Rudy
quest.
into the
I'm
world
trying to
and do
get
something more with his
Celovus's
characters,
quest.
maybe even temporarily heal him Spike Age 3 style. But I don't really know what you'd fit into a Hospital Dark World. I don't think it'd really make for that interesting of a world design, but I could be proven wrong. And of course, the Bunker Dark World. I think this is the clearest case for a Dark World. I also think it would be cool if we had to switch between a Bunker Dark World and the Light World in order to navigate through locked off doors and stuff. Kind of like that time travel level in Titanfall.
You had 2?
And this theory comes from this YouTube
I
channel.
am still in the... I'm in like the lower level of the Table of Lost Grace. I am going to talk to Gideon though. Well, actually, do you want to neutralize the potion from Gideon? Or, should we kill Dung Eater with it?
Or was Chris in Undertale's universe the human who actually sealed the monsters?
You did?
I think there is something to be said about how
Yeah.
Chris is a human
You can
who
kill
sealed
Dung
the
Eater with
but
the,
I also kind of doubt this will be important.
the frickin'
So
Celovus
this theory
potion.
states that Friend is the primordial form of Dark Nose before they take on the appearance of a real-world object. This is why they appear in several places.
I don't really
and
want to
also
kill
sometimes
Nepheli,
as
if
a
I'm being
reference to
honest.
Scrooge and his cat, as the Friend Darkners are
I don't
currently in
know
superposition,
who.
and so could become any form once observed or connected to an object.
You don't know who
This is also
Nepheli
why they
is?
specifically are shown in
Nepheli
chapter
is the
3
girl that
cutscenes.
we found in the
Plus,
picture
Plus,
room
we
in the
also know that
castle.
according to Rousey, the purpose of Darkners is to be there for Lightners. So their purpose is
She
to
helped
paint.
with the like
This is
spirit
a pretty neat
ashes.
theory, but
Yeah, she
also
gets
what
you a
about
really
Fog of Tales of
neat
Hell and
eagle
such?
spirit
Perhaps the
ash
owner of this
later
world is a
on
separate
in the
character, this
dragon,
dog character, but it really seems like
dragon
Friend is a
ruins.
specific character, rather than a bunch of them. Still, like
Okay.
everything around Friend, there's still so much speculation that it's hard to say.
Otherwise, we kill her and get her as a
And,
puppet.
this is the
She's
absolute
also
worst
important in
degree
finishing
intelligence,
Kenneth
but
Height's
it's got
quest.
possible reign on
So
that.
I prefer not to.
Rousey lore theory. Rousey and the
Oh,
White
she's
Lord
right
is a
here.
chalk that Susie ate in chapter 1, and that's
She
how
was
the
on the
game
floor and I
describes
didn't
other
see her.
Dark Lords with us. Hopefully not. And this is a Chris.
She
slap.
gave me a charm.
And the
Okay,
thing
I don't
is,
want
God.
to
I
give.
believe that Chris was the one who slashed
So, I
Rousey
guess-
with
Lore
the
theory is
box.
terrible.
In
Oh,
other
yeah,
words,
terrible.
They slashed them. So there's quite a few points for and against this. You can see them all in the picture here. But my main problem with the
Do
theory
you
is,
want
why
to
would
save
Rousey
the
and
Celivis
Susie
potion
accept Chris
for
attacking them? This
a
is
dung
really
eater,
never
or
brought
do you
up,
want
and
to
plus, why would
use
Chris
it,
float their
or
cover
do you
when
want to
they could just
neutralize
let
it
them
from
hang us?
Gideon?
I just don't get the point of why Chris would do it. It seems like an unnecessary risk. Chris Goons theory. This also comes from Reddit,
God.
of course, and has already resulted in this
Goons
unfortunate
theory.
thumbnail coming into creation.
Mm.
It basically states that
Save it
Chris
for
is the
Dung
one
Eater.
who wanted the How
He's
to Draw
gross.
Dragons book.
Yeah,
And the
I
reason
think
they
I
returned
don't
it
want
is
to
because they're
progress his
still
quest line much.
using it. All humans are genderless. Based on a sample size of 1, 3 if you count the Undertale children, this could be right.
We get him as a
And I don't
puppet,
see any more
by the
humans in
way.
Deltarune, so we might as well chalk this up as true. Deltarune is a Mori. There's a somewhat silent protagonist with a knight, a missing older sister, older brother who used to date
Okay,
his sister. is in
then
college
should
for
we
the first
do,
part of the game. Themes of escapism and entering worlds.
We
that
have
are
to
filled in
find
the other
Blythe
world,
at the CO
main
for a
characters
river?
requesting something, and more that are spoilers for a Mori. This isn't that serious of a theory, but it is.
If we're
interesting
doing
just how
Ronnie's
many parts are
quest?
somewhere between the two games, especially since Toby Fox
Alright.
and Elmo Cat have worked
Go
together
there.
before and seem to have been in contact
I'm
for
in
a
the
very long
bank.
time. Woody theory. Still. The Woody theory, or Friend Inside Me, is a theory from before chapters 3 and 4.
Friend
It
inside
basically
me.
suggests that chapter 3 would be more cowboy themed than a general TV themed, based on an old joke song Toby Fox made and some other stuff. Of course, this didn't happen, is what they want you to think. With Toy Story 5 coming out the same year as Deltarune Chapter 5, it's now becoming pretty clear that they are actually one and the same. Yes, Deltarune Chapter 5 and Toy Story
Real.
5 will be merged into one huge game/movie that'll be the future of entertainment. And that's everything. Honestly, that wasn't literally every theory made for Deltarune.
Is
but
that
there's a lot of the ones
Blythe?
I thought were interesting and popular enough that I felt needed to
Hi,
be
bro.
included. Overall, I think theorizing is pretty fun, as there are a lot of ways that Deltarune can go. And while my main focus will always be with the actual content of the game and analyzing the story and gameplay that we already have, it's also fun to go through the insane things that the fandom is cooking up while we wait for Chapter 5. This channel got its first bit of success out of Deltarune. I figured I should come back at least this one time. But anyways, be sure to subscribe for my eventual Chapter 5 video whenever that finally comes out, and videos over other indie games, movies, and whatever
Edgy
else I
furry
can cover.
boy.
You can
I
check out
like
my
you.
response to a terrible Deltarune review here. Or maybe watch my analysis I made of Deltarune.
He
back
also
when it was
dislikes
like 3 or 4
Celivis, calls him a
minutes.
rat.
That's all. Thanks for watching.
Let's give him a squeeze.
Out of all the
I
interesting
give Blythe
stuff
a squeeze.
presented to us in Chapter 5,
Yes.
by far the most interesting was the gut-wrenching next steps of the Weird Route. A scene that when I played through it made my skin crawl, my heart palpitate, and my hands shake. While the last chapter was scary,
This'll make your knees
this
buckle and your
was
niece
also
suckle.
unfalteringly forcing Chris and
No!
Noel into the lake. It fully
Mm.
encapsulates the feeling that you are trying to force something you are not supposed to. You're trying to break the game in spite of the cost. But that scene, where the fabric of reality is seemingly torn asunder, while we have to wait for the aftermath, it means something. It means
Sorry,
that
y'all. My
every
dad
single
yelled
theory up to
yelled
this
down to
point
me.
of who the knight is has
He
been
didn't yell
wrong.
at me. I mean, technically, it was
During
towards
this
me.
scene, in which Chris and Noel are forced into the lake, they are consumed by darkness and shadow. But they are together, hand in hand.
This spawned a lot of Cressel
thus
theorists,
becoming one. Amalgamation of darkness.
but I think
This
there's more to it.
is the night. And I will prove it to you. First of all, the Knight has already been shown to have similarities to the Amalgamates from Deltarune in its ability to change form and its dripping. Plus, being
I would call it more like
and the other
jittering
tinsel
or
also
flickering,
have
but
ties to the Amalgamates.
dripping goes
The
hard.
darkness that surrounds it acts like water.
It
and
could
when
be
it's
kinda
attacked,
dripped out.
it glitches the hell out.
That'd
As
be
if its
gripping.
existence is a glitch or breaking of the game to begin with. But this
Okay.
scene at the lake, for such a short scene, it tells us
Back to Celavus, I think,
everything.
right?
All we
He
have
told
to
us
do
to talk
is
to him.
cross-reference it with the night fight, and one by
Yes.
one, the dominoes begin to fall.
The Bominos
First,
Deegan
and most
to
obviously,
Sauls.
the one and only act we get to perform this fight
Saul.
is to
Better call
hold
Saul.
our breath, to try not to drown. We see as our vision narrows, focusing on Noelle and only Noelle. Our chests tightens, unable to breathe as we feel lightheaded, staring at none other than a golden star, or the sunset, all as the north and east winds blow fiercely. It always stood out to me as odd that it was the north and east winds, but look at this animation. Look at the lighting of the sun. The sun sets in the west. Noelle's hair is being blown southwest, which means that the north and east winds are blowing fiercely.
Wow.
Deeper and deeper
Oh my god!
our chests
Yeah, the all of the like, guys, I cracked it vibes from this video like made me roll my eyes constantly.
as we sink
But
into
like
the
I
lake.
feel like the points and connections are valid.
As normally, Noelle and Susie would feel each other's heartbeat.
Yeah.
But here, that beat is twisting.
I have no
and
time for
entwining
idle chit-chat.
with Noelle's, feeling cornered, just like she had so many times before that. But now, she gets to grow wings and fly, just like she had wished. Together,
The mongrel.
both Chris and Noelle get dragged into the depths and become one.
Oh my god, this
Texture of which
fucker.
permeates the night's fight. But there is so much more that suddenly all seems to make sense. One
I
of the
know.
most prominent things about the night is its poses, and how they perfectly match a plethora of Chris's poses. The pointing,
Chrysalis
the hanging,
poses.
the trying to look cool, and so many others. A trend that, yes, even continues into Chapter 5 with this pose. Chris's X/attack that they only have against Spamton Neo being reflected by the Knight as
Alright,
well,
selling
alongside the
time.
fact that both Chris's
You remember
and
where
the
she's
Knight's
at,
weapons
Caden?
both change shape.
Yep.
Hell,
She's
even
at
when
that
you try to analyze
fucking
the Knight,
prison.
It says Chris couldn't learn anything. Both because it is Chris, and because during the Weird Route, Noelle says, "We know each other better than anyone." During the Sword Route, Chris kills Tenna, just like how the Knight kills him. And best of all, Chris is very accustomed to making dark fountains, using their knife, of which the Knight uses the black knife. Thematically, the Knight fight is like the Kara fight we never got. Red cuts through reality with the knife, the usage of 999, and of course, Kara's
See?
counterpart is none other than Chris. With the final nail in
I'm
the
getting
coffin
cold.
being that when performing the
Little
final attack
breeze,
against
so
Flowery, the
can't
attack Chris does
sleep.
is fucking identical to the attack the Knight does to kill him just a minute later. Meanwhile, on the Noelle
Just a
spectrum,
minute
the deer
later.
antlers and deer-like
It's
faces
like it
screaming
feels like
are
this
dead
is a murder
giveaways,
mystery.
just not to Des being the Knight, but
Yeah.
instead Noelle. The
He's
sound
trying
effect
to.
the Knight makes is even a slowed down version of Noelle's scream. Noelle is the only character
Slowed
capable
down?
of using weapons outside her class, specifically
I mean,
a
it's
sword,
shorter,
and
whatever.
more specifically, the Black Shard. And when you cast Snowgrave, it makes this noise. Which is disturbingly similar to the sound that the Knight makes. The Knight has Chris's blades and poses, while also having Noelle's magic and design
Where do we have to
philosophy.
fucking go now?
Are you convinced?
Oh, we
yet?
have to go
Are you?
defeat
'Cause
fucking
we are only
Radahn.
just getting started. In Chapter 4, Susie says that the Knight would have to be someone who goes to church and knows the mayor.
We're
of
ready
which
for that.
both apply to Noelle. She even suggests they must have a connection to the police force, which would be Chris and their father, as Asgore was the police chief. And like any good Deltarune theory,
Where do you want to
it
go
always
next?
comes back to roots. If you weren't familiar with the theory, it suggests that this area of Mantle Quest is representative of Hometown. Using this, and looking where the lake would be, is this area,
More
in
Girona.
which a completely dark enemy mirrors our exact movements, whom we take full control of and are able to reach the other side. This enemy, who serves as a reflection of us, in the code, has an alternate sprite. An alternate sprite
I'm
that
sorry,
is
I'm just-
a black deer. The black
I'm just engrossed
deer
by the
isn't
theory
dead.
Deltarune
stuff.
theory.
It's
Yeah,
so,
same.
So
We should
much
go.
worse. Then there's the
Oh my
biblical
God, this-
imagery. It's already known that the thorn ring.
This guy is so
symbolizes Jesus'
dorky, I
crown
won't
of
lie.
thorns,
I
but the
agree.
knight also has holes in their hands, as if they were crucified. Something we essentially see happen to Noelle during Chapter 2. But you know what this means, right? This also tells us definitively who the angel is. There's been
We
the
still
question
have
about
Town
whether
of
the soul or
Selin
Noelle or the
stuff
knight
to
was the
do.
Angel, but it's always been
There's
all
other stuff in
three
Caelid to
because they
do.
are essentially
I don't know
the
what
same.
else. What
Time and
else?
time
Oh,
again, Noelle is
there's
referred to as
the
angel in
shrimp,
tone with angel
the
imagery.
shrimp
Meanwhile,
guy,
the same applies to
and
the soul.
Rhea
While the
in
knight is the one who is
southern,
prophesied to
wherever the
open
fuck.
the angel's heaven. Weird Route Noelle having a piece of the soul and becoming the knight, because
Yeah, there's
that-
the shrimp guy and
that thing.
There's
is the
still
angel.
like all of
And
fucking
you
Rhea
wanna know the ironic piece
Lucaria.
of it all?
Like
During
the
Chapter 2,
actual
we even talked
academy.
about
I think we
making
got
a
the key,
new
didn't
knight,
we?
And the
Yeah.
person she chose
Yeah, we did.
was
We should go in
Noelle,
there.
telling her
You want to
to
do
choose the one
shrimp
that
guy
makes her happy,
paying him off first, or do you want to do
of which
Rhea
next
Lucaria
chapter,
Academy first?
we actually begin turning her into the knight.
let's do shrimp
By
guy.
making Noelle fight,
All
by
right.
making her kill her friend, we are making her stronger. Strong enough to break
Do we have
the
to?
game.
How many
Strong
souls
enough
do we have to
be the
have
knight,
for
a
that?
character that does 999
1,000?
damage and can literally slash through
Yeah,
reality
1,000
because
runes.
they have found a way to break the game. They were in fact
Okay, where the
something
hell is
else.
Boil Prawn? Boil
Something
Prawn is this
no one
little
could have predicted.
something. No
But how, I hear
could
you
have
shouting into the
predicted.
void, how can Chris and Noelle be the knight if they're right there? And that's because there is only
What do you do about the
one
triangle?
ending.
Fucking
One, meaning
squash
the
that
weird
shit,
route
pair.
Isn't an ending. It
Though that's hard because you know
the knight will
triangles
take
are
form out of
the
our power, and using its determination,
strongest
it will reset the
structure in
timeline,
engineering.
maintaining
Hey,
its own
Patches is
existence
here.
as it forces itself into the timeline. An anomaly. The weird route exists to show us how the knight came to be, and why Chris so faithfully serves it. Meanwhile, on a normal route, the knight one by one kidnaps people, bringing them to the shelter, and then, as per the cut Shadow Crystal dialogue, freezes them. A gallery of preserved lightners. Before Susie will be the one to claim our power, and in order to prevent the tragedy, will reset the timeline. As she herself says, that if she were to choose, she wouldn't have an ending. She would have it go on forever. Both routes will have us.
If you get eaten by the Iron
entering either
Maiden
Susie
at the
or
bottom
Noelle,
of the
then
Rhea
it will
Lucaria,
use our power to reset the timeline. Pink and gold.
You go
hopes and
somewhere.
dreams,
you get
Susie,
teleported to the
There
bottom
is
of the
Noelle.
Erd Tree.
the girl with hope crossed on her heart, and the knight, being made up of shadow crystals, which Sean tells us are the power of lost dreams. With there being one true ending, where we acquire the twisted sword
Would you say O
and kill the
to?
knight, preventing
There's
the
a Death Right
tragedy
bird out
without
here.
Susie
Oh.
having to reset the timeline. Finally,
Now I
bringing
say
about
O.
the end of the story. Don't forget, in Undertale, the sins of one route carry over to the next. And if you still need one more reason, when equipping the iron shackles, an ironic representation of Noelle's binding to the game, Noelle says, I'm the ghost of holidays past.
Wow. That's your final piece of evidence? I feel like, again, yes, the Crystal theories make sense. Oh, owie. I'm getting pecked. Oh my fuck!
Wow. It did a lot of damage.
It insta-killed me. It ate me.
There is a third route in Deltarune, and all of the information
Video name,
is already in the game. I know that oftentimes I use
Man, if you look up Cressel Night Theory, it's the one where it's like a close-up of Noelle. It's a drawing of Noelle looking crazy.
Video I've ever made, if I'm right at least, because I truly believe that the weird route is not Deltarune's
Chris and
genocide
Noelle's
route
kid?
equivalent. The
No.
weird route is not the forbidden path.
Nope.
The idea that the secret
Nope.
hidden
No,
route
no,
we have
no,
to
no,
find
no.
has
Not
already been
that.
found is legitimately a trick used by Toby Fox to lower our guard. There is something else we have yet to find. And as I said, it's already entirely been explained to us.
I
And
need
it's
this
about to
fucking
happen in
Kraken to
chapter
fuck off.
6. And you want to know who's at the center of it? Image Friend.
Antonio,
Yeah.
don't
I was wrong
imagine
the
that.
entire time.
That's
Image
the
Friend
entire
is, in
thing we were
fact,
talking about
important.
earlier
He's
of
not
don't
going to present himself.
sexualize
He's waiting
teenagers.
for us at the end of the forbidden
Don't
path.
imagine
If
them
I'm
having
right,
sex,
if
you
I'm right, you're going to
weirdo.
want to listen to this because you are going to need to prepare a third save file. Deltarune has 2 routes. While some call them regular route and the weird route, they've now been
Hey,
dubbed
this
by
time
players
I
South
wasn't there
Side
for the
A and
win.
Side B. The Shadow Crystals have been revealed to us as glass shards containing the power of lost dreams. As we know, once defeating Mew Mew in Chapter 5, we have collected all the Shadow Crystals we need for Sham to do something interesting with. It seems as if this interesting thing is purifying them, creating the Pure Crystal, an item that's been in the code for a long time, described as the Shadow purified by the cat. Similarly, there is an interesting item that you're able to craft.
I'm
at
surprised I
Hometown,
came
the Twisted
here instead
Sword,
of,
described as a
elsewhere.
strange blade. It requires the aforementioned Pure Crystal as well as the Thorn Ring. Giving it to different party members results in unique dialogue, as we can see in the code. Susie says,
Stupid Kraken.
looks bad. Browse says it's kind of like a spiral. Noelle says it's kind of scary. The Twisted Sword currently has no Lightworld counterpart, similar to the Black Shard, and is rivaled in strength only by the Black Shard itself, because of the strange amount of importance given to this item, with it requiring 2 extremely story-important items, as well as its ominous lack of description. Many took to theorizing about what the Twisted Sword is. Perhaps Caddy is the cat, given that she lately is sort of mage in the Dark World, and will use magic to purify the Shadow Crystals. Maybe Noelle will give us the Thorn Ring back, and at the end of the weird route, we'll need the Twisted Sword. With the release of Chapter 5, though, all of these theories have been deconfirmed. As of right now, there is only one way that we are going
Is
to be able to
deconfirmed
obtain
a
the items
word?
needed to craft the Twisted Sword. And that is Chapter 2 Aborted Weird Route. Currently, the only way to actually obtain the Thorn Ring is to obtain it in Chapter 2 and then quit the Weird Route. Rather than giving it to Noelle, keep it in your inventory and continue onwards. And that's the Thorn Ring. The Pure Crystal will seemingly require all the Shadow Crystals. However, that can only be obtained by playing through all of the Dark Worlds regularly and avoiding the Weird Route, as we completely skip the Flower Kingdom in Chapter 5's Weird Route, and therefore cannot fight Mew Mew to get her crystal. Meaning that to craft the Twisted Sword, you need to start and leave the Weird Route after obtaining the Thorn Ring, and then gather all of the Shadow Crystals. Judging by Chapter 6's snowy Castletown sprites in the code, it seems very likely that we'll visit Castletown in Chapter 6 at some point,
Debunked.
get the Shadow Crystals
Yeah.
purified, and finally be able to craft the Twisted Sword. But I want you to realize something. The Shadow Crystal quest is not at all tied to the Twisted Sword itself, as Sham has told us they'll be able to do something very, very interesting with the crystals, but has never asked us to retrieve the Thorn Ring. I highly doubt that Sham will reveal that we have to craft the Twisted Sword. Before going,
Thank you for the
"Oops,
prawn."
I guess I should have told you that 4 chapters ago. Guess it's time to replay the game in its entirety to get the Thorn Ring. That's just comically stupid. Instead, I think that the regular route is simply not going to involve the Twisted Sword whatsoever. And I think that the Twisted Sword requires you to actually discard the Pure Crystal, meaning that whatever thing we're planning on doing with the Pure Crystal will not happen. Crafting the Twisted Sword requires you to
Teria, and then
require
Teria
you to
Lucaria.
abandon the Shadow Crystal quest.
Yes.
To use up both Noelle and the Fun Gang, all just to craft this strange blade. And I believe that's because the Twisted Sword is the key to a secret third route, hidden in between side A
A secret
and B.
third thing.
The third route, or its true name as I'll get to in a minute, is the big twist Toby Fox is planning for Chapter 6.
Big
We
Lobster.
know there's no weird route, And I highly doubt without a video like this, most people will assume that there's even anything after the regular route. But I truly believe that Toby is planning on a second Weird Route-esque twist.
Big
This time by
globster.
hiding this hidden route behind the crafting of the Twisted Sword. But how
Wait,
can
where's-
we come to this
where's she?
conclusion, and what would
She's
it
at the
lead to?
grace that
Well,
looks like
it has
that.
already been spelled out for us. Chapter 3's mantle minigame is the key to all of this, and has been a secret explanation as to how to access the third route this entire time. What exactly
Excuse
is the
me?
point of what we see on screen in the mantle minigame? I think it's kind of surprising how little anyone has really spoken about it, especially because well,
right
it
in
kind
front of
correlates
us.
to nothing in the game so far. What's so very interesting about the mantle minigame is that it has the feel of the weird route while also being a mandatory piece of the Shadow Crystal quest.
Why was she on the ground?
I don't know. I've been seeing that so often in these co-op playthroughs.
Anyways, the
funny.
mantle minigame has been assumed to be the beginner's introduction to the weird route for quite some time. Let's quickly go over what actually happens in the mantle minigame. And I urge you not to skip because even if you do know what happens generally, I'm going to recontextualize it, and it's important to have everything fresh in your mind. When you start, you're in the original board from Tenna's game. There is no
Do we
move
have
until
both
you
sides
get
of
the
the
sword,
thing yet?
At which point you're able to walk around and slay monsters. Monsters that look awfully similar to Undertale characters. Monsters with 2 horns that throw red
The
arrows, blue fish,
Dectus
yellow lizards,
medallion?
and golden
Yeah.
flowers. You get stronger by leveling up
think we
until you
do.
eventually find yourself strong enough that you're able to cut down trees. In hidden rooms
Yes, we
throughout the
do.
mantle minigame, which I won't bring up again, Image Friend's face appears, as well as dialogue asking
Cool.
you if you are having fun yet. By cutting down trees, you're able to continue into an area you're not meant to go, and find the ice key. In the second mantle minigame, the same
Terrea
thing happens
Lucaria?
again, for a little while.
The gate.
You get a sword, the song
The
from before
gate.
starts playing, albeit slowed down this time, and you continue gaining power until you're able to use a raft to take yourself to the Ice Palace. Before that, it's worth mentioning that Tenna's 8-bit sprite talks about basing his game on this stupid old thing, saying that here and there, strange things keep popping up. At the Ice Palace, we use the Ice Key and meet up with a mage in a white robe. A monster leaves a message for us. The Forbidden Path began with ice magic. We then meet up with what is obviously representative of Noelle, and use her to shoot ice blasts at foes, turning them into
I believe
ice
this
blocks,
video is
just like in
titled
Chapter
There's
2.
a Third
After
Route.
blasting a blue bird with ice, we find ourselves in a maze that requires us to follow Noelle. Upon reaching the end, we see a door with red horns outside of it. The ice key was used
A red
up,
horny door.
and she was used up. It's very important to understand, when it says that Noelle was used up, she disappears from your party and never returns.
I scared you, didn't I?
Ram's secret hiding place, and we get the shelter key. After this, the dialogue, Chris was used up, although they do return in the next game. Either way, the game turns off. The final board again has Chris returning with the full party in the Blue City. A staircase leads us to one last
The Bloody
sword,
City.
which we use to kill both Susie and Rousey, before cutting down the nearby fence leading us to Digital Roots. We slaughter all the monsters here. I don't need to bring this up because it's been discussed
Remember
before,
any
but
of
many
this.
people believe that the layout of this dungeon represents hometown itself, down to the room with the mysterious black deer even being where the lake would go. And if it's true that Noelle has
Okay.
gone down a similar path to Des, who knows what this could even mean. After getting strong enough, you cut down trees that look like the ones in hometown and meet Tenna. 8-bit Tenna's dialogue here is very absurd because it seemingly has nothing to do with the point of the mantle minigame. I believe that it's actually not absurd whatsoever, and is instead an ominous teaser to the truth, the individual behind all of this. How did things turn out like this? Keeping poor Toriel all locked up? If only he hadn't abandoned me. My old partner. I was gonna put him on TV, make him a star. All he had to do was tell me what his little secret was. His secret to being a big shot.
Finger
Just when I
maiden.
had finally gotten him to sign that deal, he had to take a phone call. But when he picked it up, his face turned pale and he ran out of the room. When I picked it up, nobody was there. That little freak ripped me off. I wish they
Ripped
never
me
brought
up.
that laptop
Ripped
home.
me out.
After this, you enter the shelter, which Chris desperately tries to fight you over. Chris will not, under any circumstances, let you enter the shelter. They do not want you knowing
Except,
what's in there.
except
But we
the
do, and
circumstances
there
of the
we
game,
fight
nerd.
Interestingly, Eram comments on crystals.
You ready to
and
kill
shadow
some nerdy
crystals.
wizards?
That's why you're searching for them, aren't you? The
Yes.
shadow crystals.
We're about to slash
gonna take their lunch
heads.
money.
They say they like
Yes,
seeing
I'm
the
gonna
flickering
take their
rays
glint
as well, and that the
stones.
knife grows dull without play. Eram says that both of us have work to do. What I just described to you with just a tiny bit of recontextualization is the entirety of what is going to happen in Chapter 6's Hidden Third Route. The point of the mantle minigame is fun. Friend asks us if we're having fun. Eram asks, isn't it fun, Chris, playing around like this? When Susie asks if we're enjoying the game, we can say, of course, games are fun. Eram implies Chris is having fun fighting. In a sense, I do believe this is very much meant to tie back to Undertale's idea of fun. Us swinging our sword around and chopping down monsters left and right to get stronger. So where is this all going? You might be saying
does
that
this
the
lead
mental
here?
minigame is meant to be the introduction to the weird route, like I said. After all, in the sweepstakes ARG page, the number 3 is just as big as the number 2. And while Chapter
Whoa.
1's page says not applicable, Chapter 3 says not applicable, but. Combining that with the fact that we look at the forbidden passage which starts with ice magic, and it's a pretty safe assumption that we're being introduced to the steps to complete the weird route. That's the whole point of the mantle minigame.
I love how slowly it
Except
it
I 100%
is for me to open
disagree.
doors.
The mantle minigame doesn't line up with what
I
happens
love
in
how
the weird
slowly
route
I formed a
whatsoever.
sentence that
Not
still
even a
wasn't
little,
cohesive.
both in terms of sequential order and the implications of what happens. No, I believe that the mantle minigame is meant to tell us how to achieve our true goal. How to play the third route. The one neatly timed between side A and side B. The route that nobody actually knows.
Oh.
See, in the code, the term route is used in 3 places. After collecting 3 shadow crystals or flag in Shaman's shop is something true that's called normal route. Across Chapter 2, flags relating to the weird route are in fact called weird route and side B _ route. There is also another use of the term route.
Aha, over
The
here,
mantle
a
minigame
somber
in the
3
code, Oddly
stone.
enough, is called the sword route in many places. And that is exactly
Sword
what I
route.
believe the proper name
Okay.
of the third route is.
Twisted route is sword route, officially
If
now.
side A is
Got
the
it.
regular route and side B is the weird route, then the third route, the one in between those two, is the sword route. So then, outside of the naming in the code as sword route, how do we know that the sword route in Chapter 3 is meant to hint to the proposed secret sword route that revolves around the Twisted
Secret
Sword
service
itself?
route.
Well, let's start at the beginning.
Came
The
here to
sword route
chew ass
demonstrates
and
that the
kick
route doesn't
gum.
begin until we get the sword. Prior to that point, we're not actually playing the original
Hell
game
yes,
where we make all the
Ralsei.
choices. We're in a world that we have 0 effect on. To tackle the weird route accusation,
Whoa!
there are a number of things that don't line up.
Oh, are
First
these
off,
fucking...
I don't see why the weird route
Oh,
would be called
no.
the forbidden route whatsoever.
Oh, no.
Forbidden by who? For so long, we've assumed that the weird route is the secret second route that uses Noelle's powers of video game glitches to clip outside the fact that not reality, but specifically the narrative, that we've hurt Deltarune by pushing it too hard at its center, leading to the destruction of the idea that our choices don't matter. The weird route is, in a sense, forbidden because that which demands Deltarune exists wouldn't allow us to have such control outside of this hyper-specific scenario. It's forbidden because it's not even a route whatsoever. It's not the left path versus the right path. It's something entirely different. Except the aforementioned individual that demands Deltarune exists is Gaster. And as we've seen, Side B is very much not forbidden whatsoever. In the end of Chapter 5's Weird Route, we see a character's POV of a monitor that says, insert Chapter 7, Side B. That's not forbidden. Specifically, allowing it to happen, having a slot open for it to happen, is not forbidden. If it's Side B, it could mean that in Gaster's Penumbra Shadowland, Deltarune exists in a sort of flat disk, or perhaps it's more like a vinyl record hence these scratching noises. Either way, the simple fact that whatever contains Deltarune itself asks for Side B and makes place for it means that I wouldn't really consider the weird route to be forbidden whatsoever. They accept that it could happen. We even get the achievement
are you
complete
above
Chapter
me?
X without issue if we do the
I
weird
am.
route.
Okay.
There was, if I recall correctly, scrapped dialogue from Gaster post Chapter 4 that would have implied he knew about the weird
From
route going down.
Gastro.
If a path is
A
specifically laid out for
gastropub.
you, I fail to see how by any
Astro.
means it would be considered forbidden. Not only that, but the
Yep.
order of events in the sword route is completely misaligned
Astro.
with what we know happens in the
The
weird
dog
route.
from...
this
Oh
point
wait,
on,
no,
by
it's
the way, I'm going to be
Crypto's
calling the
Superman's
8-bit
dog, not
mantle minigame
Astro.
not sword route because that's a little confusing. I'm going to be calling it the mantle minigame. But understand that it is called the sword route in multiple places in the code, and I'm making the suggestion that the sword route is the name of Deltarune's third route entirely. Anyway, not only that, but the order of events in the mantle minigame is completely
Astro
misaligned with
Boy
what
is what I'm
happens in the
thinking of,
regular
yeah.
route. The assumption that lots of people have is that the ice
Superman
power
and
is
Astro Boy.
Chapter 2, with Noelle using her ice magic on all the enemies. Then when she and Chris are used up, that's representative of the Chapter 5 lake scene. And then in the city when we kill Susie and Ralsei, that's representative of us no longer needing them after Chapter 2. I personally feel like that's kind of baseless considering every one of those assumptions is flawed in some way, and there's a much better understanding right in front of us. First off, in terms of ordering, the Ice Palace beginning with Chapter 2's Weird Route, and then jumping to Chapter 5, and then jumping back to show us leaving Susie and Ralsei in the dust, which then leads us to the mysterious Roots area, which has no meaning or
Getting in front of my monitor.
Yeah, just to put it wrong, it's the intended
Cat
plan.
wants
I imagine we'd
attention.
Start in the city, kill
The cat
Susie and
keeps
Ralsei.
eating my
We don't
brother.
know what happened to. Then go to the Ice Palace, meet up with the route, open the door, the lake scene, get used up, and then go to the Roots. But that's not at all what happened. Not only that, but if the scene with Chris and Noelle entering the red door was meant to represent the Chapter 5 Weird Route lake scene, why does Noelle get used up upon entering the door but Chris insists? Noelle is, in a sense, being used to access that door. But both of them drowned in the lake. And while I don't think that either of them are dead, likely in some strange, scary nowhere land, there is no way to interpret Noelle as the one who died first, dragged forwards by Chris, who then becomes used up afterwards. As a matter of fact, Noelle is beginning to force Chris forwards in the lake scene, saying that they can't say stop like they used to. The Weird Route at this point seems to solely be about Noelle, with her at the forefront of everything. I do not believe that she's been used up in the sense that she's simply not going to be around anymore. The Weird Route's ending will absolutely feature her and Chris together. You also have to recognize that the implication is that when Noelle is used
This
up,
will take a lot of
she shows
magic
back up,
damage.
but when Chris is used up, they continue to show up in the next scene. So how would Chris be used up if it
Magic
means going
damage.
away? Unless the concept
Tragic
of being used
damage.
up isn't exactly tied with them dying, but something else.
What is that something else? Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
My game froze right after I fucking said that, or did that.
Representing the fact that we don't need them after chapter 2, that's completely false, as we continue on with them in chapters 3 and 4. Killing them in the Cyber City makes no sense thematically. There's also all sorts of tiny supplemental things that don't align with the Weird Route, too. Why does Chris spend the Sword Route getting stronger? Only through getting stronger.
Sorry,
are we able
had to
complete the
steal your
story.
kill.
Yet in the Weird Route, Noelle is the one to get stronger, never Chris. Not only that, but there is no resemblance of cutting down trees to access anything that is hidden. That never happens. And I also wouldn't say that the Weird Route aligns with
You
the
know, this area
underground
has
idea of having
lifts.
fun by slicing down enemies left and right, which the or the Mantle minigame sort of calls to, in my opinion, at least thematically, in the trend.
What a bitch.
You're having fun, you're talking about how the fun part is the killing, the violence, and fighting. That tells me that there's some link to the idea
Gravity
of
well.
Undertale, and it's
I hardly know her.
as some fun activity you experience personally. There's also the fact that everything after
What?
killing Susie and Ralsei, the
Sorry.
Roots section and then the entering of the shelter, seemingly is not going to happen in Chapter 7. I have a very hard time believing that we're somehow going to find our way from the lake with Noelle back into hometown so that Chris alone can enter the shelter. That just does not seem at all like where the story is heading. There's also the fact that Eram specifically comments on Chris trying to
vanished.
collect the shadow
You're
crystals.
banished.
However, that's an impossibility in the Weird Route. So if Eram
You're
was trying
organic.
to guide us towards the Weird Route,
You're
why would they
organic.
even mention the shadow crystals in the first place? We cannot get the final shadow crystals.
You're one of
in the
those
Weird
organic
Route.
humans.
Unless, of course,
Oh wait, we come
whatever
back around to
Eram's
that.
plan is, whatever Eram wants for us to understand, does involve the shadow crystals.
The
So if all of that
Crystals.
is true, what is this meant to represent then? The Forbidden
Crowding
Path
crystals.
began with ice magic.
The
That is absolutely
Crowning
true. But
Schnastel.
the Forbidden Path is not the Weird Route, it's the Sword Route. It begins by using Noelle to freeze all
Hey,
enemies.
there's some
And
cursed
once
darts
that's
in
finished,
here.
She is used up. We no longer need Noelle for the route ever again. That's why Noelle never appears in the future.
Why are you
of the
hitting
Mantle
that?
minigame. The red headband door and the collection of the shelter key, I believe, is meant
I'm
to
sleeping.
represent us obtaining the Twisted Sword itself. After all, the shelter is likely what is associated with the phrase roots. We know in the Roots room in Chapter 4, that's where the NPC talks
Where'd you
about
go,
how the forest
nerd?
will grow. Doesn't
It was
that seem
up.
like the kind of place we would access if
Why?
we have a sword
There's
that
a
allows us to cut
room.
down trees? And what does
There's a
Ralsei
room.
say about the Twisted Sword?
You're in
It
a
looks
room.
like a
There's a
spiral,
room.
as if the Twisted Sword is made of vines like a thorn
I'm
bush.
resting.
The Twisted Sword,
Like
yet
the
another
Twisted
reference
Sword
to
is
the
made of
roots.
vomit.
The roots that Image Friend is so clearly tied
What?
to. But why would Chris be used up when they get the shelter key?
Oh,
Well, take a look at the status effect that the Twisted Sword has. Friends. By equipping the Twisted Sword, Chris would basically finding a way for them to equip the Thorn Ring. and
don't
for
touch
us
that!
to fully
Don't touch
control
that!
it.
Don't touch
The
that!
scene of killing Susie and Ralsei in the
Mine.
city. Interestingly, the colors here are a cool blue. You want to know what other city has a cool blue tone to it? Castletown. I believe this
Look
is
for,
implying that the continuation of the sword route will be in chapter 6. In the
Look for
beginning,
bookcases
Many
that have
Tales
no
of the Sword
books on
Chris will be
them.
used up because we will
They're
have a
secret
full control
doors.
over them in a trance. We will immediately have to kill
Ooh.
Susie and Rousey. After all, the stairs after the scene lead us to the Bit Roots room, the one shaped like Hometown. We kill Susie and Rousey in Castletown, likely in a similar way to how the sword route plays, with no actual combat system, but instead a sort of overworld Zelda-style.
See, I feel like this
And
is
then we
now
return
way
to
too much
Hometown,
conjecture.
carry out our killing spree and get stronger. One extra possible stretch.
Oh, actually, maybe not. I guess it's all based on the
singular golden cactus. In the original
mini
board, which
game,
was
the
based off
original
of
game.
The cut Tenna
Yeah,
City board,
all
there
based on the
is
mini
no
game.
golden cactus. So why would Toby have
Okay.
added a golden cactus to this board
Up
specifically?
or room?
Well,
I'll follow
I believe
you
that
now.
This is a tiny detail meant to point us towards understanding that this is supposed to be
Well,
I
Castle.
lied.
It's a tiny golden cactus you can actually take
I
damage
lied and I
from,
ran
aka
away from you.
impale yourself with. Do you want to know something else with a golden element that someone is afraid to impale themselves on? Susie's bed. Again, that's sort of a stretch, but I do feel like mentioning it. So, to continue the sword route, after returning to the light world and killing the hometown NPCs to get stronger, we are able to access
Fine,
the
I'm
shelter.
coming with.
Inside, we'll find Image Friend. See, Tenna's whole story about Spamton signing the contract, becoming a big shot. Who is it Spamton signed the contract with? Who is it that could have reached out to him, originating from a laptop or computer game? I know who it is, and I bet you do too. I apologize to the friend community because it is Image Friend, the same one watching us on the sword route, asking us if we're having fun.
These
Image Friend
noobs!
is waiting for us
They
in the
use
shelter.
magic when I. Oh! Hi, Jetson.
Or alternatively,
You scared the fuck out of me.
they are like insane.
He breathed right on my elbow.
I never understood how he fit inside A. Inside B seems to be
What?
separating himself from
You're
Deltarune.
jumping at me? What's your fucking deal?
I don't see how we have time for it.
You're crazy.
The strange
What?
things popping up here and there. The world that we
Baby.
Image Friend belongs
Hey,
to
don't
That's the
scratch
thing.
me.
Where's that?
Who's
Where's that
scratching me?
Caden bitch? I need to bite him again.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be. I believe also it's very likely
He's
that
not
if this
here.
works
He's
You're
off
crazy,
dying.
Jets.
I need to
sword
protect
route
him.
is the secret third
You're
route.
crazy, baby.
It's also likely
What are you
the
doing?
only route in which we'll enter the shelter proper. As in,
What?
starting from the light world.
What?
Chris
What?
will not let us
What?
off. We know
What
that
are you
this is
jumping
true.
around for?
I don't
Why
see
are you
any
fighting me?
reason to expect Chris to eventually change their minds, especially with the ending of chapter 3 and the original sprite that was cut that they would look and smile.
You're so crazy.
I think
You go
Chris
up and
will
see Dad.
never let us see inside.
You go
and
upstairs.
unless we enter a different version of the shelter
Fucking wild,
from
bro.
the Roaring
What are you
World, or
doing?
If Hometown is a dark world itself, I don't see any way that we'll actually see what's really inside.
Look, it's
Why
Renala.
would we see it on the clear route where we are now? God, I don't know how far from Hometown we are.
Here she
And
is.
Why would we see it on the passage route where Chris
She's
doesn't
dead
want
now.
it to happen? And so, if it's true that the sword route is the third route,
Why'd you do that?
this is where we finally make that decision. This is where we finally take control, where our choice finally matters, where we enter the shelter. Chapter 6, of
Oh, there's a
course,
thing.
is the secret Gaster
Girl
war
calling
dump
finger
chapter.
remedy.
Chapter 6, how could we have not seen
Care
it?
about that.
But not in the regular route, only in the
I
sword
feel like
route,
this room
where
has
we
a
find out
hidden
what
wall.
Gaster's done
Hidden
to the
wall.
Deltarune world. Give Chris the twisted sword they were always destined to have. Turn them into
Where'd you go?
hero's sword, a vessel for our will, who will determine fate with their blade, and who will lay waste to the enemies. We'll enter the shelter, earn our first move that actually defies fate, and we'll learn what all of it means.
Good
We'll
one.
face Image Friend likely in combat.
I think
and
there
we'll understand how the
are.
Deltarune
There's
world is
another
all composed.
thing here too.
The only reason that Toby would be so
Listen, you lay down,
almost
sweet
laughing
puppy.
about how Image Friend is being teased right now, how sort of Chapter 5 made so many allusions and made so many jokes about Friend, playing on people's expectations.
I think
The
there's
only way that
another
I can see him doing
hidden
that is not as,
thing
oh,
in
well,
the
Friend is just
wall
the Chapter 6 secret
or
boss.
something.
What if he is the boss of the sword? Route?
Maybe
This
not.
secret thing
I
that
coulda sworn
nobody is
this
going to
led
be expected to
somewhere.
find. This
No,
ridiculously
Jetson.
difficult boss similar to the Mantle Mini game that's hidden in the shelter. This is the
Oh,
Deltarune lore
yes,
dump that we've
this
been
way.
waiting for. That we've
Jump
been
over
talking
the
about.
edge
How
here.
could it possibly fit in the main route or the weird route? It doesn't. I find it increasingly likely that Deltarune will go the more unique route of featuring an ending that satisfies the game's overall themes,
Jetson, no.
while avoiding traditional lore dumps and possibly character arc conclusions in
No,
such
baby.
a satisfying and sort of
You're
return to
attacking
the
me.
status quo way. I don't believe we're going to rescue Des from the Night Armor, save the day, and restore balance to the world, and watch as everyone lives happily. I believe that we're going to probably see something, maybe even a little open to interpretation. But that original game, the one where we make the choices, it still exists underneath. Just like Gaster lives in a layer in between. And by taking a little from side A and a little from side B, we can create an item that lets us see in between the lines. So, if you believe me, if I were you, I would create a third save file. I would create it, I would go and get the twisted, I would get the thorn ring, I would get all the shadow crystals, and I would sit and wait for chapter 6 to release. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am. I would love to be wrong, because then I'd look like a dummy again and everybody could laugh. But I don't really think I am. I mean, I kind of think that chapter 6 is the sword route. I believe it's Deltarune's second big genocide.
Is it boss time? Should we go rest at a grace first or not?
After all, why would the weird route be the one that
I still have plenty of flasks.
Cool.
Lets us
So I'm
defy
good.
choices? Isn't the whole point that your choices don't matter? Whether you choose thing 1 or thing 2, it both ends the same way. Don't you think that side B is going to do that same thing? Side A or side B makes no difference. You get to the same conclusion. But there is my name is Spooky. Thank you for liking and subscribe for more theories. But I do want to add a little bit of a final word, so to speak. I do think that it is worth mentioning that there are two jumps in logic. First of all, there is something to be said how in the code the sort of down, or at least it did.
Nice.
It's not entirely known how that
Hey.
works. In-game it says nothing about trance down, and all we know is that it has the ability called trance. And so I think that that's easy to just write off, you know what I mean? Except that Toby Fox probably didn't want to put trance on the sword, knowing that it would probably mean, oh, we take full control of Chris or something like that. I don't think Toby Fox would want this route to be seen.
Hell yeah,
to be
Ralsei.
so known about before it
I should
happens.
join the Minecraft server again pretty
So, yeah,
soon.
that
Maybe
would
I'll
be my
do
application for it.
Sunday
That's really
stream
the
in
only
Minecraft.
thing. I think there might have been another thing that sort of flies in the face of the sword route, but now I can't think of it. So yeah, so I guess that's the only real thing you have to accept, is that the Twisted Sword having the effect trance down was sort of a slight lie or something related to how it had to function in the code or something like that. I don't know. But in the game, we don't know what it will do, except we know it has the status effect trance, and we know that it is extremely strong, and we know that it persists in the dark and light world, which is partially why I think you're going to be able to take the sword and then take it from the dark world into the light world, and, you know, the Twisted Sword is more part of the reveal that Deltarune as a whole is somehow.
Gotta break everything.
They're all one and the same, and it was whatever Gaster
Oh,
put on
wait.
top of the original game, or whatever you'd like to say. Maybe Image Friend belongs to that original game. You know, maybe
I am
maybe
going
that's what's
to
going on there.
equip.
Maybe Image Friend appearing in
Comment.
the
Oh,
game
wow,
is all
52?
entirely correct. Image
I do
Friend
not
is
have
tied to the
52
concept
in.
of fun and sort of randomness, and he appeared in Noel's
I
game
do.
because he was part of that original
I do
game,
have
and,
enough
you
for
know, when
gravity
Genesis
well.
kept popping
I
up
will do
here and there,
that.
they shouldn't be.
Gravity
That's
growl.
Image Friend, and that's why he's hiding in the darkness. That's
Basalt!
why he's associated with the roots, because the sword route is the route in which we will explore the roots. And that is pretty much all I have to say. Now, I can say, my name is Spooky Dude. Thank you so much for watching. Please make sure to like and subscribe. And I
Hayden,
will see
where
you
are
next
we?
comment below if you agree with me, or if you think
We're
that
at college.
Oh no! Hey, a door! Oh, it doesn't open. I don't like the Sans Fucks Your Mom song. Sorry, Sans dances
Me neither.
drunkenly. Sans dances drunkenly with your
And
mom's
makes
song.
a million terrible puns.
In chapter 5,
Yeah.
we learn that Ralsei has what's being called fire magic. We only see the
Hey.
for a moment, but
Then
we
Toriel
also
wakes up
hear him
hungover.
worried that he could
Mhm.
burn him down in an
And
instant.
asks
Asks
you to
for
make her
toast.
toast. You can make her think you're flushing her toast down the toilet. If after you wait for the toast to be done, you go to the bathroom and flush the toilet.
In chapter 5, it confirms that he
Oh, what does
possesses
she say?
offensive magic.
She's like, Chris, please don't flush my toast down the toilet.
Immediately raises the question, if Ralsei can use offensive magic, why have we never been allowed to? It's interesting, because in the same chapter, Ralsei starts explaining the menu to Susie before getting cut off because This isn't the first time Ralsei has demonstrated unusual knowledge of game's mechanics. Ever since Chapter 1, he seems strangely familiar with menus, battles, and systems.
I need help, I need help, I'm getting fucking slept.
I think this actually implies a lot. I think Ralsei knows about the weird route. I think Ralsei knows how to hide elements of the menu from us. I think Ralsei knows far more than what we think. So, what do we know? We know that Ralsei threatens to use his
Oh, I don't think the
power
Ralsei
We
is
know that he
Chris's
has used it in
demon.
an extreme situation. And we
Uh,
also know that he's already used it actually in Chapter
theory
4.
is directly
However,
on this
he didn't use
playlist.
it
I'll have
hurt
to
them,
add that.
only to create smoke. But that's not the only interesting thing. Chapter
Yes,
5
the
gives us.
Ender Dragon has already
Flowery
been beaten
himself
in the
demonstrates
Minecraft
something that
server.
shouldn't be
We
possible.
can respawn it
During his
basically
fight, he's
whenever
able to
though if we
modify
want to
his
fight
own
it
stats.
again.
His attack and defense values visibly change throughout the battle. His attack and defense values are fake. This is incredibly important because stats are normally presented as fixed game mechanics, numbers and controlled by the game itself, not by the characters living inside it. Yet, Flowery is seemingly capable of manipulating them himself. That tells us something fascinating.
Fucking crab!
Characters may be able to directly interact with the battle systems in ways we previously assumed only the game could. If Flowery can alter his own status, then
Oh my god, that was
spells
fucking,
and
that was a
abilities
fat
aren't as
slice,
impossible
bro.
as we thought either. And most importantly, in my theory, we know that Ralsei knows about the menu just as much as Flowery does. In Chapter
Behind
2,
you?
we manipulate Noel into using
A
her
crab.
ability to freeze every enemy
So
in the path.
no.
Unlike a normal playthrough, we're no longer making choices that Chris or the other characters would naturally make. We're abusing the game's mechanic to force Noel down the path she desperately doesn't want to take. Eventually, this culminates into Noel costing Snowgrave, freezing, burning to death. This is what begins the entire weird loop.
Hey, to death isn't confirmed yet.
Use the game's mechanic to fundamentally alter the story. Instead of following the path
He's in a
of the
coma.
system's layout, we exploit menu, commands,
Seemingly.
and magic to force an outcome that's never supposed to happen. The important part isn't just that Noel has Ice Magic, it's that we're allowed to use it. In fact, we can use Snowgrave before Noel even knows she's able of casting it. It's almost as we know more about her own abilities before she does. When we first command her to use Snowgrave, she outright says she doesn't know that spell. Yet the command already existed for Noel herself. To any honesty, that detail has always been strange. The menu isn't simply reflecting what the characters know, it can reveal possibilities before the characters themselves discover them. Back to Ralsei. Throughout the game, Ralsei has never shown any offensive attacks, as I said before. But in Chapter 5, he proves that he has these abilities. So why aren't they available? What if Ralsei has become so aware of the menu that he can choose what the player sees? What if he can hide
Baby
commands just as
gassed.
easily as reveal them? If characters can influence mechanics like stats and commands, then perhaps the menu itself isn't some objective interface. Maybe it's something knowledgeable characters can particularly influence. We all know that Flowery is almost as knowledgeable as Ralsei, but Ralsei is even more. So, if it's possible that Flowery can alter the stats, maybe Ralsei can
I
do the
cannot
opposite.
play right now.
Instead of gaining new
I'm
commands, perhaps he's
doing
hiding
something.
existing ones. But why? Why would Ralsei hide his own commands? Does he know about the weird route? And if he does, how would that even be possible? Look, I'm not even going to try to explain how Ralsei knows. That's a theory for another day. But I do think there's evidence that he can sense the difference between routes. For example, in Chapter 5, if you board the weird route, Ralsei is be happy. Those moments suggest that Ralsei can tell when something is off, even if we don't fully understand how much he knows. I'm not convinced Ralsei understands every detail of the weird route. I don't think he necessarily knows every choice we'll make. But I do think he understands one thing.
This bench.
The player can change the story. More specifically, I think Ralsei knows that if the player is given the opportunity to kill, there will be a chance to make it.
Ow.
Once that line is crossed, the player becomes more willing to manipulate the game's mechanics for their own goals, just like they do in the weird route, or the genocide route in Undertale.
Oh, nice.
Trusting the player to use his power
Dead
responsibly.
as fuck.
He hides it before we even know it exists.
I want that armor.
That would also explain why his offensive abilities only appear during moments where Ralsei himself acts independently. Whenever we're controlling him through the menu, these commands are gone. So, let me summarize. Ralsei is probably not just hiding information from the characters, he's probably hiding information from the player. To summarize, we have the evidence like Flowery, which literally modifies his stats in the fights. We also have the evidence of Ralsei acting differently between groups. I think Ralsei is very conscious on what the player can do. But again, this is just a theory. And
A
it's
game
very
theory.
complicated to have a good theory that people.
Thanks for watching.
Revealed that Ralsei does high things.
Don't do that, it'll crash
It
your
will
game.
change how we view him again. Our view of him already changed as before, at least for me. But if we realize that he's actually hiding information from us again, that would be a massive change in character development. Anyway, I hope you like the theory, but again, it's a theory, so if you don't agree with it, I would love to hear you in the comments, like you did in the last video.
A Gabe theory.
By the way, I can't believe it. I mean, it's the first video on this channel. Go support my other channel.
Thanks for wanking.
It's been a while now since I upload, but I have.
Chris Goon theory.
The story of a kid named Chris befriending the school bully Susie and entering the dark
And this
world.
is a
Worlds made
game
up of new
theory.
objects like playing cards and laptops that then transform
Oh,
into
he hit me
enemies
with a
to battle
book.
and new places to explore. With their Darkner friend Ralsei by their side, they are on a mission to destroy the Dark
Oh,
Fountains
he hit me
and
with a
prevent cataclysmic
glintstone.
event known in the prophecy as the Roaring, when the light and dark worlds will cease
Wait,
to
there's a
exist.
roof.
Each
Oh my
installment
God.
gives us more of an insight into the true story that Toby Fox is trying to tell us. But this chapter has already had some mixed reviews from fans, claiming there to be no plot or not adding to the lore at all, and instead just
By the
being
way,
all gameplay.
a lot of
Oh,
people
there's too much
hate this
in my
game theory
My steak
video.
is too juicy. My lobster is too
But I did
buttery.
watch it
But
when
I
creating my
agree,
theory,
This chapter focused more
so-
on the gameplay. That doesn't mean there's no lore at all. In fact, I believe it's actually giving us more context into some of the series' biggest mysteries and sets up what we can expect in future chapters. The festival will have to wait,
I mean,
theorists, because it is time
Chapter
for us to
5
open
was
our
not
own dark
4 hours
fountain and plunge
filler.
back into the dark world.
It was
The
not
Weird
what?
Route
Although we only got one
was
chapter this time
4
around,
hours
it was
of
much
filler.
longer than previous
Weird Route
chapters.
was
It's the day
huge.
of the festival.
Yeah.
Route,
Chris, Susie,
like,
and Noelle are exploring everything going on. Susie
massive
and Noelle
things
end the day by
happening
the
in
lake
chapter
as
5.
they confess their feelings for one
Yeah.
another. But when Susie goes to get ice cream, Noelle has to leave suddenly to help her sick father. Chris and Susie then stumble upon a dark fountain inside the flower shop owned by Chris's father, Asgore. And by stumble, I mean Chris went through the back door and made one. It's here that we meet Asgore's
But I
beloved
am
flowers
kinda
named
disappointed
Yellow,
on
Aqua,
how
green, orange,
little
yellow, blue,
Asgore
Seth, and my new
revealed
favorite
about
character from the
this
series,
accident.
Flowery. I mean, just look at him, so sharply
Yeah.
dressed. Game recognizes game. And while he can be a bit annoying, nothing is more annoying than Santi, and somehow I deal with him every day. So Flowery is no issue. But these aren't the only people in the Dark World. Asgore is here too. And while he acts oblivious to the whole thing, it is very clear that he is fully versed in
Oh!
the depths of the Dark World, studying them and becoming pretty
What a
obsessed. Chris and the
neat
Fun Gang
attack.
then try to stop Flowery and the team from keeping Asgore in the Dark World, fearing that the Knight, the enemy from the previous chapters, may come after him. But as they seal the Dark Fountain, the Dark World still remains. Normally, they collapse in on themselves when the Dark Fountain is closed, meaning the Knight has opened another one, and lo and behold, they swoop in and kidnap Asgore. Now, with another member taken to the shelter, Chris and Susie feel downcast, returning to Castletown, ready for Chapter 6. That's the basic summary of this new chapter, and I think the reason people have said that there's no real plot is mostly down to the fact that there's not a lot to say when it comes to things like the Deltarune prophecy, which was laid on pretty thick last chapter. But that's because a lot of what we learn about in this chapter isn't about the prophecy. It's about the events that occurred before Deltarune. Like
Can
I
we
said,
make that
Asgore is
jump?
familiar with the Dark World, and as you venture into the castle of this chapter, you find research papers scattered everywhere that Asgore is trying to read. But the words are all mixed up. The key thing here
I
is
think
that
we're
Asgore
meant
pulls
to go
from his
this way.
old notes. Asgore has
Okay.
researched Dark Worlds in the past, and now
You
being
could
back
maybe
in the
make
Dark
that,
World,
but I
Asgore
don't-
becomes
I don't trust
obsessed with
myself
his
to make
research
it.
notes and getting answers. The reason that the notes are jumbled is because they're from the Light World, and like how our pencil becomes a sword when we enter the Dark World, these notes are distorted, and so the words have become jumbled. Fortunately for us, Ralsei is able to interpret some of these notes, revealing that there used to be a Dark World a long time ago. The further into this chapter we get, the more we understand Asgore's obsession with the Dark World. He wants
shit.
to prove that it is real in order
Just
to
found
stop
out from-
feeling guilty over an incident. Something he also refuses to elaborate on. He says that he blames himself for what happened, despite Chris, Asriel, and Toriel never blaming him.
Refuses
His
to
desire to prove
elaborate
his
is
innocence is
very
actually
real.
what drove Toriel away, which is why they're now separated. So naturally, this had me wondering, what was this incident? What was the thing that happened in the world of light that drove Asgore to feel guilty, and how is it connected to this old Dark World? You see, there is one unspoken tragic event that we know occurred before the events of Deltarune: the disappearance
Oh,
of Noel's
you
sister
scared me.
December holiday.
I
Until
thought
now,
you were
Death
like a
has been
weird
released. In
enemy.
Chapter 4, we saw that
I was
Death's
like, why
room
is an
was
enemy
abandoned
peeking like
and
that
no
around
one
the
was allowed
corner?
inside. Whatever happened, both Chris and Noel seem pretty traumatized by this event. Noel is
Stalking
triggered
you.
by
Kill
the
it.
word
Kill
in
it.
the spelling bee and breaks down. And Chris, well, Chris seems to have witnessed this event firsthand.
You can
In
climb
Chapter
down
3,
that.
You can pick up
I'm
a piece
doing
of
this.
black triangle lacquer, which we spoke about in our last theory. Triangle lacquer describes a guitar pick, and Des is a talented musician specializing in the guitar, as seen by the guitar on her
Talented
room. However,
musician?
when you collect the item, it talks about the item slipping through your fingers. If this item represents Des, it's the idea that Chris felt like they could have done something to help them, to save them.
What the fuck is this thing
In
doing?
Chapter 4, you can find a secret area called
What the hell?
Chris is encouraged to do art, a real therapeutic tool to help traumatized patients express themselves and lower stress levels.
That's fine.
You combine this with the fact that Chris is told that this is where we draw pictures and don't kill people, and we start to piece together that Chris was either involved in, or most likely witnessed something that they believed was killing someone. Something they feel they could have helped avoid. Unlike Azrael, it is clear that Des didn't run off to
Oh, you're
Pulse, but
here.
something
Hello.
far more tragic happened. And now it seems that Asgore was involved and that his research into the Dark World may have been the reason. But there is more that connects these two characters than just a nameless incident. During Chapter 4, if you escape through the vent after Chris violently removes you from their chest, you can see Asgore talking to an old friend about their plans for redemption. During this discussion, he mentions how
We
beautiful
could
this
drop
black
down there,
shard
or
is.
I
Black
think
shard
we
is
could get
actually
in
an item
here.
in Deltarune that you can obtain. The only way to obtain it
Oh yeah,
is by
there's something on
defeating the
this.
knight. By doing so, you break off a piece of their sword, a shard, if you will. In our last theory, we theorized
Aha,
that
the
Des
second
is
glintstone
the Roaring
key.
Knight, based on visual clues like the antlers, their sword being a bat, something that Des used to hold on to, and that the song Lost Shot OGG, which used a picture of the guitar from Des's room, uses the same musical motif in the knight's fighting music. For Asgore to have this shard, they would have to have some connection to the knight prior to Chapter 4, and prior to their
spell.
kidnapping at the end of Chapter
Over
5.
there.
On top of that, they both have access to the shelter. The knight is stealing people away and hiding in this shelter, and at the end of Chapter 5, we finally get one of the codes to the shelter, and it's buried in Asgore's flower shop under Flowery. The code is 0915199X. I'd put my money on the fact that this is the date it happened. September 15th, 1990 something. The only
Is that a
date we've
better
seen that
glintstone
resembles
crown?
This is 1997. Spamton claims that it's their favorite year, and
It
it's
is,
actually the
yes.
price of the thorn ring that creates the Snowgrave or Weird Root for Noelle, Des's sister, who, thanks to this root, and some pushing from us, becomes stronger and able to overcome her trauma about Des's disappearance. Now, while we know Chris likely
Look at
witnessed
this
event
fucker.
and that Asgore was involved, probably along with Carol, as she seems to be the one calling Chris, telling him not to let Susie know the shelter code, and then shows up as soon as Susie's about to find it. But we don't know exactly what happened that night with Des. However, thanks to unused text in the game files,
Is this
we do
better
know
than...
what happened
No,
in
this
the
might
aftermath.
not be
Chapter
better
1's
than your
unused text said,
thing.
where am I? Hello? Anyone?
It requires
Is
52
anybody out there?
intelligence. so-
Someone?
Oh,
Anyone?
wow.
Can anyone hear me? It's dark. It's so dark here. Someone? Anyone? If you can hear me,
I bet it can
say
be
something,
upgraded.
please. Chapter 2 and 3s are similar, realizing that no one can hear them.
Reduces
and wondering how
casting
they got
time of
there.
all
In Chapter 4's
sorceries,
unused text,
but
this mystery
consumes
person talks
additional
about losing
FP.
track of time, whether it's been
That's
hours
weird.
or days. The community has speculated that this is Des getting lost in the Dark World, and I was inclined to think so as well. But now with the idea that Des suffered an incident involving a Dark World like Asgore mentioned, it makes me even more certain that this is the case. But Chapter 5's unused text gives us a little more insight. I do have one thing, and that's memories. Memories of my life. Maybe that's all I am at this point, a collection of memory. Then all I can do is not forget, right? Don't forget. I just have to keep telling myself that. This isn't the first time we've heard that phrase.
Why is this guy
"Don't
here?"
forget." At the end of Chapter 4, Chris gets another call, presumably once again from Carol, who tells
Above.
them, don't forget. As we talked about previously, Chris is somehow involved with the knight. The knight literally knights them in Chapter 3.
I don't
And,
know.
as I've also said, Carol seems suspiciously involved with this whole thing. And if you go down the weird route where we force Noelle to become violent, you encounter Sans, who is selling ice cream.
Sans.
Asks Susie to draw her friends on a punch card, and she draws her, Chris, and Ralsei. At first, this might seem like a random interaction just so Sans can have a little bit more screen time because, you know, we love that guy. But fans will know that in Undertale, if you go to the secret lab, you will find a poorly drawn picture of 3 smiling people, and underneath it, it is written, "Don't forget." And if you've been following these channels for a long time, you will know that one of the theories we had from Undertale was that Sans was working in this secret lab alongside Gaster. Now, I don't have time to do a deep dive into the weird roots or the connections it has with Sans and Gaster right now, but I do think it holds some really interesting lore secrets that I want to talk about in a few weeks, so if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. That way you won't miss that video when it drops. Thanks very much, but back to the point. Memories and remembering those memories are important. Des, a Lightner, has been in the Dark World for so long that they have lost track of time and are losing everything about themselves except their memories, to the point where they seem to think
Except
they
their
are just
mommy.
memories, no bodily form or anything.
Hey, I'm
Des's
dropping down.
determination to remember is what is keeping them alive, in a sense, and we all remember how important determination is in this series. This is how the night was created from Des. We know the Dark World takes form from real-world objects distorted by the darkness. But this dialogue does bring up a question. What happens if that object or person remains distorted for too long? They soon begin to lose who they truly are. The night isn't Des directly.
Oh, this just connects back around.
Memories.
Fucking terrible.
They share visual similarities to Des, but don't look like a Dark World version of them like we see with
Don't
Chris,
follow
Susie,
that
or
direction,
Noelle.
it's
They behave
useless.
instead more like a monster
It
than
just
a
loops
darkness.
back all the way
Zooming
around.
out. It's taken the memories
Gated.
of Des and become
Yeah.
something else. The night is an amalgamation of Des's determination to survive and their memories, distorted into this beast who is trying to bring about the Roaring, an event that will bring everyone into darkness just like them. Des is trying
It
not
might
to
go
forget
back up
their
this
memory,
way,
or
though.
else they will lose themselves completely. In the same way, Sans writes "Don't forget" on that
Behind
punch
you,
card,
dog.
saying don't forget the memory of the weird root, because this path only leads to destruction. Noelle is choosing violence out of grief of losing her sibling, with the
Hey.
hope of becoming stronger and escaping this pain. And that is truly what Chapter 5 is all about. What I saw when playing this chapter was how everyone is dealing with the tragic loss of Des Holiday. Something that tragic, losing someone important, can lead people to grieve in different ways. And we are seeing how that is affecting everyone. Asgore grieving losing their family friend's child led Asgore to blame himself, to the point where he became obsessed with proving it wasn't his fault. Asgore is grieving and is trying to find answers for what happened. It's denial. Noelle starts out becoming completely paralyzed by the mere mention of December, but now has been given
So
some level
silly.
of autonomy by Chris, or rather the soul inside Chris.
It
Noelle
would
is now
take a lot of
desperate to
magic
take matters
damage.
into her own hands, frustrated at the boring life she lives. She says to Chris that she wants to grow wings and fly away from this stupid town. She wants escape. This is anger. We know that Chris was friends with Des and is opening dark fountains and more dark worlds. They are trying to bring about the Roaring along with the night. And we talked about their art therapy that they're going through. This is Chris grieving the loss of a childhood friend that slipped through their fingers. And by working with someone doing what they say to
Fingers.
possibly bring Des back, that is bargaining. Even the night is a symbol of Des's grief in losing themselves. Having nothing left, all alone, the night was born and determined to plunge everyone into the same darkness they felt, to feel just as abandoned as them. This is depression, the loss of one's self. The only stage of grief we haven't seen yet is acceptance. And maybe that's how the night will be stopped. Once everyone, Asgore, Noelle, Chris, and everyone else involved with Des chooses to accept that they are truly gone. Only then can they move on and the prophecy can be fulfilled. Because if these people continue to grieve and indulge in their obsessions with the Dark Worlds, they are all at risk of meeting the same fate as Des. And that is being
Did
made
you go
clear
right
with
or
Susie.
room?
Using the clues from Asgore's story and the unused text
I went
files, we
right.
have
I'm
seen
going
that
down
Des
the
may have
elevator.
become the Night due to being a Lightner who stayed in a Dark World for too long, slowly losing themselves and letting the Dark World distort them into the Night. If this is true, then I believe it foreshadows Susie's fate in Deltarune. At the end of Chapter 5, having lost Asgore to the
Susie.
Night and killing Flowery, Susie is sad and grieving.
grief-stricken. She failed to save the day, and the night still caused chaos. Susie then asks Chris to take her home. If you take her to the apartment block she lives in, she says, "You know that's not really what I meant, right? But if you take her back to school, into the Castletown dark world," Susie says, "Thanks for walking me home." Susie has had a troubled past in family life, and during these adventures with Chris and Ralsei, Susie has become a nicer person and grown attached to the darkness like Lancer, to the point where now we see Susie is calling this place her home. Even at the start of the chapter, Susie has been in Castletown getting ready for her date with Noelle. Susie is spending increasingly more time
15 bookshelves for full power enchants? I have no idea. I'm not a Minecraft
She
guru.
belongs. Like, if what we've learned about Des becoming the knight is true,
Head further
then the
down.
more time Susie is in the dark world, the more of her true self she will lose. She will forget herself and distort beyond recognition. Maybe that's where our prediction for the prophecy that we talked about last time will come into play. In the last chapter, we saw a bunch of pains that told us the true prophecy of the Deltarune. However, Susie smashed one of them and seemed upset by what she saw, and Ralsei had been really sketchy about the whole thing and felt really sorry for her. We tried to put the pieces back together and came up with this. And then when all hope is lost for the tale, the final tragedy unveils. To save the world, there is only one way. The girl's death breaks the angel's sway. Only then will the worlds be saved. We thought that this was a heroic sacrifice from Susie, and so when she saw it, she smashed it, accept it, and that's why Ralsei was also...
So when we die too and we get
Subject.
sent
What if
to
what she saw
underneath
wasn't
Volcano
her
Manor?
death, so to speak? For her
I
becoming
think so.
Who then has to be slain to save the world. Flowey actually alludes to this pretty directly just before the final battle. He suggests
I
destroying
just want to make sure that
Castletown's fountain
I
and
pick up
leaving
whatever
theirs
there is
alive
here.
instead, asking Susie if she would take away someone else's fantasy to keep her own. Susie naturally snaps back about how it's her home, and Flowery simply replies, "Spoken like a true hero." Susie putting hero in quotation marks. Susie is becoming delusional, living in her fantasy world, and over time will start to forget
Did
who she really is.
it just
Right
kill
now,
you?
She's our closest friend.
Yeah,
If
it did.
she keeps hanging out in the dark world, she may become our greatest enemy.
World premiere on Game Theory.
The legend of the Deltarune is alive.
It's been about a month since Deltarune Chapter 5 was released, and the community is settling into a new era of theories. While the chapter definitely kept lots of things vague, there really is a lot of room for new theories to emerge. Is Gaster a pirate? Where are we going in Chapter 7 Side B? Are Chris and Noelle turning into the Roaring Knight? And so, with all of these theories making waves in the community, no pun intended, I thought it'd be a good idea to make this video about all the biggest new theories. So without further ado, let's talk about the big new Chapter 5 theories in Deltarune. But
There's
first, before we
something
talk
over
about
here.
the future, we need to talk about the past. I thought it would be fun to do a lightning round of my previous theories to determine how right I was. To start, image fraud. While the video's thumbnail is obviously funny considering the recent friend lore dump, its point was arguably correct. Friend isn't a singular mastermind,
something
they're a
over
collection
here.
of cats that are serving a higher master. It's highly likely that the Tale of Hell is either someone else or
Lost
image friend,
Ashes
but under
of
the
War.
command of the strange someone, which this video actually stated. Woody Theory was also kinda right. Yes, Yellow was a cowboy character, but that's not really what I'm talking about. In reality, Pink is actually the reason that Friend Inside Me is real. The original Woody Theory, remember, argued that there would be a secret boss based on a cold police officer with their true desire, and that they'd fight with each other with their story partially serving as a parallel to Chris and the Soul. Kressel, the theory that Chris is the vessel, is still up in the air, I'll admit, but a huge amount of Kressel evidence was definitely here in Chapter 5, to the point that I'm thinking about making a follow-up Kressel video. At this point, I would be more surprised personally if Kressel was wrong. Fool's Gambit theory was a bit of a strange one, more of a theoretical, but it argued that Deltarune's weird route would, at some point, comment on the idea that we are playing it as the game releases, without any idea of its actual point, compared to Undertale's Genocide route, which had a central concept of what kind of player would do it going into it, and also at some point we'd be permanently locked into the weird route. This is kinda true. The Smile ARG made a few references to the idea of not looking where we're going, following a path with our heads so close to the ground that we can't see the destination, and the weird route permanently makes some kind of mark across all save files signifying we did it. While 6-7 theory is still
Oh my
kinda
God.
dumb, it is true that Pink continued the trend of
Oh my God.
green being tied to freedom. The pre-Chapter 3 connection theory argued that Des is going to be trapped in the code and very much tied to the idea of memories, with memories serving as a literal power in-universe that would lead us to saving her. And while there is a knight-shaped elephant in the room that we'll talk about eventually, the unused dialogue from Chapter 5 specifically says that
Ouch.
whoever is speaking is simply a collection of memories. and they have to not forget. And finally, going all the way back to Angel's Hell, the idea that Gaster is a scary villain who has done bad things and his entire loving persona is a complete lie hiding a horror-themed underbelly, I think we've got more evidence for this than ever. Considering normal NPC, the Undertale connections, the idea that the Forgotten Man may be hiding from Gaster, the idea that Gaster may have erased the previous world and built Deltarune on top of it, the idea that Gaster is sending out violent cats to chase down those who oppose him, etc. Obviously, those aren't all of my previous theories. Like, there's a ton of videos where I said pretty standard, mostly accepted stuff in the community. Noelle was 2 days late, it will be simplified at the festival, but that's not really interesting to talk about. I just wanted to run through some of my more out-there theories. Don't take this as me trying to brag or anything either. I couldn't care less about being right or wrong. Although I would say that at the very least this proves that I have some theorizing power left in the tank. It hasn't been entirely corrupted by brain rot nonsense. Tell me in the comments below if you had any theories that were totally proven right. I am really curious to see.
Okay, when I died, I lost enough souls to level up, so I might go back to that grace.
Where we were kind of like how close we were to the truth. So then,
or wait,
like
no,
I said,
I'm still
on to
cut
the
off.
newest theories. To start with, let's talk about a serious one. After exiting the Flower Kingdom, Chris picks up a packet of dangerous seeds from the Golden Flower, with warning labels on them. This seed packet seems like it's meant to allude to the Buttercups from Undertale. In case you forgot, Kara and Azriel tried to bake butterscotch pie for Asgore, but they accidentally added buttercups instead of cups of butter, which got Asgore really sick. And this is also the
I fell in a hole.
Poisoned themselves. Therefore, the current most popular theory about this states that Chris will use it in the exact same way. After all, there are already so many Chris-Kara parallels. Here's the thing, even a complete surface-level reading of Deltarune would understand that Chris is very much depressed. I know that it's easy to look at them struggling to move in the weird route or sometimes in the regular route and say it's them struggling with the soul, which is definitely the actual in-universe explanation for what's going on, but I also think that them sleeping in class, laying their head on the table while Susie and Noelle are having their
okay,
moment,
when you
not
fall
being able
down the
to walk
hole, there's a
sometimes,
boss
it
down
reads to me
here.
more like a physical symptom of depression.
Oh, you might
than
not
a
find that
somatic.
hole.
It
I don't know
also
if you
seems
will
clear
or
that
not.
Chris is putting up walls, pushing away their friends, and
Aha!
isolating themselves, and they've been doing this
Hello?
for a long
Hello?
time, even before we showed up to Deltarune. All this is to say, while I don't believe that Chris's storyline will end with them consuming.
What are
the
we
seeds and
listening to?
actually dying,
A
I
list
do
of
think that's
Deltarune
why,
theories.
for whatever reason, Chris feels like taking the seeds would be the best outcome in the future. Obviously, considering this
fuck.
lore, I want to talk about the lore implications. However, it's very important to acknowledge that in terms of significance, Chris holding onto the seeds as he goes out is the whole point of it. We don't necessarily need to be there to just go into plot line. I agree with you about Chris. Chris is at their lowest, and it is in an extremely dark place. Although, in terms of the future, there are two potential readings here. First, Chris might be thinking about taking the seeds prior to finishing the promise. They might feel as if this is their one and only.
No! Oh my god, no!
Obviously, they're working alongside the Knight, but we don't know exactly how much the Chris-Knight relationship is one-sided. For all we know, the Knight is extremely manipulative, and Chris is only going along with the plan out of guilt or fear rather than a genuine interest in helping him. Another reason
I really don't want to lose
is that Chris, for
all
whatever
those
reason,
runes.
feels like they need to take the seeds after their plan is complete. Chris could feel that whatever must be done is so upsetting or bad that he will have nothing to do after. Their betrayal of Susie will lead to the complete severing of that relationship, and the final prophecy will come to pass, with whatever it is being so upsetting that Chris doesn't want to happen. There's lots of speculations it can be, but again, I think that the most important thing is simply an understanding of what these things tell us about Chris's emotional state right now. I have seen two differing thoughts in the community already, which I do not agree with. The first is that this is simply too intense, that Chris wouldn't do anything like this, and that it's too dark for Deltarune, and that the warning labels on the seeds could just be something completely unrelated. The problem is that they were given so much importance in the text. This is one of the two items that Chris picks up after the thematically dark scene.
I thought that was you dying at first with the sound effect.
Obviously going to happen is cut in half by the Knight, and as for the state. This is, we've just seen proof that, no, the Knight is not going to stop. We are not going to write our own future, which, Cooter could not be right. That's not the point. Chris is now standing there, and
we have an EXP farm warp if you need, Ralsei.
Two items, the shelter code and the seed. Now, I imagine that the seeds are extremely important, as important as the shelter code. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken top billing as the first item that Chris picks up and slowly read out on screen for the player. I also think that as far as, it's too dark for Deltarune, I don't really think that's that's true. I think that Deltarune is handling very mature themes. I don't think that there's going to be, you know, a sort of
Absolutely
over-exaggerated
wild.
scene in which Chris, you know,
Good work.
debates using them. I don't think it's going to be done poorly. I imagine, though, that that is what Chris's story is. Like, Chris is in a very dark place. I think it's reasonable to believe that that's why they took the seeds, you know? It is
do slash warp and
be willing to do that, but
it'll
that's
probably be called either
part of the
end
story,
farm or
you know what I
XP
mean? I
farm.
don't think that that is too dark for Deltarune. I don't think that that's darker than
I think
everything
it's
else,
end
especially when you look at
farm.
the lake
Yeah,
scene,
I
which
think
is
it's
very much
end
an
farm.
allegory,
We might
considering,
have
you know,
multiple
in the passage route,
farm.
Noelle is standing in the lake and talks about how in the
Okay,
past
I'm going
she
back to
forgot
Church
about
of the
leaving.
Cuckoo. I'm
And
gonna get my
Susan's like,
runes
"Oh, you
back.
like running away?" And Noelle's like, yeah, kinda. You know, so I don't think it's too dark for Chris to do. The other thing that I've seen in the fandom is that some people say that it would be more interesting for Chris to use them to kill someone. I've seen a handful of people saying that Chris could use them in the future as a weapon, I guess, to kill someone or poison them and make them die. I don't think that that's realistic at all. That is, I feel, a sort of misread of
I have to pee.
I guess, darkness of Deltarune. I don't think that Chris is in the kind of state where they're willing to kill other
I'm
people.
gonna
Like,
fast
even
travel
in
back
the
to where
ERAM
you were
ARG
first.
Smile ARG answers, when you answer the festival, one of the answers is something along the lines of, "Oh, candy apples and
Cool.
square dancing."
I can
with your
still
family."
hear.
That's
I'm
what
gonna
this is all
actually take
about,
off my
right?
headset so I,
don't
can
think
charge
Chris
my
wants
headset.
to kill anyone. I think Chris wants to go back. I think Chris wants to go back to whatever life was like before it happened, before Asgore was split from the family, before, you know, Asriel left, before Death was gone. Like, I don't think Chris would be willing to kill anyone. There's no one important enough who's also, like, reasonable for Chris to allow to be killed. I don't think Asgore or Undyne are dead in the shelter. I think there's a lot more to that. But no, I don't see Chris using the seeds to poison anyone. That just seems a little bit out there, in my opinion. So yeah, I really do think the answer is that Chris is going to take them themselves, or at least think of taking them in the future. Although I again will say I highly doubt that's how their story ends. That would be extremely depressing, which I don't think Deltarune is meant to be. The next theory worth discussing is that Chapter 6 is going to take place in the Holiday Manor, which will take the form of the Ice Palace. Basically, in the code, we see there are unused buildings in Castletown covered in snow. This implies that they'll be used to indicate the overall theme of the chapter, similar to how Castletown was love-themed this chapter. We know that the next chapter is going to finally feature Noelle being told the truth about the Dark Worlds, and we know there's heavy build-up surrounding the Ice Palace, and unless its entire purpose is to be a location in the Mantle minigame, there's no better place to finally have it than in Chapter 6. I think this is very likely. I'd go as far as to say I fully believe it. I think there's about 10 billion ways this could go down, so there's no point in trying to identify exactly how we'll get there, but something as simple as Noelle learns the truth about the Dark Worlds and runs back to her house where Rudy is in hospice care to bring him back to life and create a Dark World. Boom, there you go, that could work. The more pressing information, in my opinion, is sort of where this goes. Where does a Holiday Dark World take us? And I think that there are a couple obvious places.
It's
Now,
not
I said this about
EXP,
Chapter
it's
5,
just
you know,
XP.
everyone- I privated
And
that Death
it would
video I
be
once made
all
because
one
my friend was,
word.
you know, I'm kinda
No
worried some
warps
people
have
can say
multiple
anything
words
Death.
that are
All
split
the
with
comments,
spaces.
"You
It's
dummy, this is
always one
Chapter
word,
5,
like
this is
ENDFARM, no
We're
space.
obviously gonna get the full story. I can't wait for this to be wrong. And then it was wrong. And then
Did
people
you
got
go
even more mad, so I just
through the
privated it to
building?
not deal with that.
Seems
But
not.
I'm gonna say.
So I went to
Chapter 6,
The lower
the
area
Holiday
where
Manor,
the
Cool
Carol
room.
Holiday,
thing is.
Rudy
Yes.
dying, Dessa's room. Surely that's all going to
Now
be
I
part of
think
the
I
dark,
want to
right?
go
Surely
back
this is going
to
be
some training
the lore
exposition.
chapter. Maybe we were all just wrong. The Chapter 5 lore dump is actually in Chapter 6. The 5 o'clock show it at 6. That's not what's happening.
Also,
that's what I'm saying.
Or
if you do,
version, sorry.
if you do slash warp,
That's what it is. I hope that we learn why
it
Carol
will
is
just tell
somewhat
you what
aware
all
of
the
the
warps
soul.
are,
Are they aware of
usually.
us?
Or at least a
Does she
bunch
just
of
want
them.
the human soul? That's an interesting question. I think we're going to finally see Carol's corkboard and what she thinks. I think we'll find out what the actual Asgore-Carol conspiracy is, although the fact that Asgore's notes are jumbled makes me worried about that. I think that surely we'll enter Dessa's room and it'll have a very important Dark World scene, but I'm also going to say I'm not 100% certain. Part of me is still wondering if Deltarune's whole lore can't really be given to us except for at once, right, in Chapter 7 when it's all ending. Which I wouldn't personally like. I've made that very clear in the past. But no, I do think that Chapter 6 is where we get it. I think this is it. Another interesting thing is, in my Twisted Sword route theory, I stated that the mantle minigame from Chapter 3 was teaching us how to do a
Are you an
secret third
abductor
twisted sword
virgin
path, which
or
I
an
still think is
abductor
theoretically possible. But forgetting
Chad?
about that for 1 second, in the mantle minigame, we're told
Abductor
to go
Chad,
to
of
Northern
course.
Light, and then
Hell
we
yeah.
go to the Ice Palace. We get the shelter key from this Ice Palace. The Northern Lights are the wallpaper in
Mount
Destiny's Room.
Gelmir.
I'm not quite
I
sure
hardly
what
know Mir.
exactly this fits into the whole routes canon
Whoa.
avoided Snowgrave third route
Yeah, sorry
theory
about that.
space, but I do think it's possible that we'll play through an actual version of the Mantle Ice Palace scene.
Do you think
in
Pal
which we're
World
in the
took
Holiday House and
inspiration
we get the shelter
from
key from Destiny's Room?
Elden
Either
Ring?
way, while there isn't too much to base this theory off of hard
Yes.
evidence-wise, there just aren't that many places to have future Dark Worlds that are as
Yeah.
important or meaningful as the Holiday Manor.
With the design of their
Especially
I think
guns.
considering
Elden
another
Ring
thing
took
that I haven't
inspiration
mentioned,
from
there's
Pal
a
World.
ton left unknown
With
about
the
the house
design of their
itself.
guns.
Carol's room, what's in the basement,
Yes.
the secret conspiracy
Ooh,
board,
Melena's
etc.
here.
We've
Should we
seen
talk
the
to
house,
her,
we know
or
its
should we
layout,
just
we know
fuck
that it has a lot of
fuck
important
off?
stuff in it. We know the items in Dessa's room, so it being a dark world would
I'll
totally
fuck her.
make sense. And this
I'm
could
gonna
be,
fuck
like
her.
I
Oh
said,
my
where
God.
we finally learn all the things we've been waiting to learn about for so long. Another pretty popular theory right now, despite it being totally goofy and mostly a joke, at least initially, was Pirate Gaster theory. Okay. Basically the theory is that Gaster, get this, will be
I
a
think
pirate.
I fucked
It may
everything.
sound like a total joke without any real meaning behind it.
Oh my
but
God.
again, believe it or not, there is some pretty solid logic behind this theory. Basically, normal NPC looks like a parrot and may or may not repeat things that were said to it. Consider, it says, wait, don't, and that could be what Onion
yeah,
said,
I'm
as normal
frozen.
NPC was Bay Harbor butchering them up. Also, the dojo this chapter is pirate
Fuck.
which is interesting considering
Alt
the dojo
F4ing in
foreshadowed
3.
this chapter. In Chapter 4, it was love-themed, and Chapter 5 was love-themed. Now in
Oh.
Chapter 5, the dojo is pirate-themed, so is it possible that we're,
Well,
developing some
I
pattern
won't
based
lie.
on the last two
I
chapters,
should probably be up
and
at a
Chapter 6
reasonable
is gonna be
time
pirate
tomorrow
themed?
because I have a bit
Not
more
only that, but
preparation
the
to do
depths
for
are
moving.
supposedly a big
Cool,
ocean.
cool.
We know that
Thanks for
water
playing,
and
man.
ocean play pretty prominent symbolic roles when
Yeah.
talking about Gaster, and
Elden
lots of
Ring's
people
fun,
even expect
and
the
I love
water to
the
be a
I
sort
love
of
the
flood.
theories.
So it makes
Hell
sense
yeah.
to assume that perhaps if he's got a
I
parrot
hope
and an
that
ocean
you
and
sleep
rules
well,
car from
and
Chapter
good luck
2
with
was in
moving.
a pirate gray boat.
did
Maybe
it.
Gaster is a pirate.
Yeet.
In truth, this is pretty much all there is evidence-wise. The real fun of this theory is seeing all the community creations that are attached to it. The fan art, the
Is
funny
Shida
Gaster
gone at the
shanties with
moment?
actual lyrics, the fake cutscenes. It's all
I-
really enjoyable to watch.
I-
Ultimately, as far
I
as
don't
how
know.
much I believe it, if
Okay.
you know my channel, you know where I'm going with this. I am firmly against anything that makes Gaster primarily a
Cool,
joke
cool,
or
cool.
lighthearted or silly. So, no. I get this is
Good night.
Good night. Okay, guys, this is a long theory video now. And now it's been 3 hours of Deltarune theories. So we're going to shift gears real quick. I'm seeing if someone else would like to play Marvel Rivals or Dead by Daylight. Silk Touch Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3 on your axe. That's pretty interesting.
stairs.
Boo!
Clever.
Hello, Gabe.
Hello. I'm streaming, is that alright?
Yes.
I will
Might
not
want to
stream.
join after,
I'm not
but
streaming.
just because we'll be talking about slime.
What?
Sorry, the slime time.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Reincarnated as a slime. Oh, I was gonna tell you that. I was like, if you want to join after we're done.
Done with, like, watching a show?
Yeah, watching the slime time.
You can watch the show. Do you need me
Oh, yeah.
to leave while you watch it?
Oh, no, you're fine.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure if you'd be like talking and shit, or if we'd be talking and shit.
I don't care if you guys talk and shit as long as it's not racist, and I'll mostly be playing a game.
Gabe, you're gonna want to leave. Kyle, let's continue our conversation. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my god.
In fact,
Alright,
Gabe,
and-
we were just talking about like things that you were doing with us. and saying
Enjoy
with
your
us.
slime time. I'll start up some Marvel Rivals while you do that.
Hell yeah. Marble Rival.
My shaders will compile by the time they're done eating.
Gabe's gotta watch some isekais.
That's true. I don't know if I've seen any isekais.
I knew it! I know which one you can watch, Gabe. It involves a vending machine.
No.
My
No.
coworkers quoted that today, Kyle.
No.
Vlog.
It's so bad. Well, if you
I'm
are ever
baffled.
actually interested in
Baffled.
like isekais, I've watched like all of them, so
Nice.
I could recommend a few decent ones.
I would
There's
be
a lot
down.
of slop though.
And
Yeah.
Kyle has like autism, like savant syndrome, but only for anime episodes.
I hate you.
Right alive!
Okay. Cool.
Who the fuck is that? Life-size house elf? 3D
That's
printing
me.
that.
I'm a life-size house elf. A sharp
Did I give you
4
like?
unbreaking 3 on a diamond sword. Sorry.
Hey stream, you don't know this, but you know those like Chinese streamers who like are like dudes and they have like filters and they look like girls? So Gabe's like a disgusting, filthy house elf that looks just like Creature from Harry Potter, and he's using
Mhm.
those filters.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Kyle's seen me in
I
real
know
life. He
because-
can vouch for that.
I know because I'm using the filters too.
Oh my god, Pear said accurate. Pear hasn't freaking chatted for like probably an hour or so, and then they've been lurking and finally had to chime in to say accurate.
I just speak the word.
The word of the lobe.
Ew. Yeah, the word of my lobes, Gabe, because you love my lobes. My attached lobes.
Dude, I always made fun of you for having attached earlobes when back in the day in high school, in band and stuff.
Back in band camp. That one
Yeah.
time in band camp.
That
Ew,
one
dude,
time
can you
in-
imagine? Can you imagine band camp now? Ugh, I would die. Of heat stroke
Dude,
or something.
I kind
My
of
back's
agree.
too bad for that.
Oh, my back's not too bad for that. I don't have patience
Honestly-
for people who don't give a fuck. So like if I gave a
was-
fuck and people were like not paying any attention or doing anything, I'd just be really annoyed.
Oh my no, dude, literally. That was the issue, is like no one tried. Our senior year. That's why Bailey told our director that she was gonna quit.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
She was like, "Don't like, I do not want to do marching band. If you make me do it, I'm quitting all of the like the things, all the classes."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Og.
I'm glad you gave Ralsei the maid dress. I think, Ralsei... I don't know, man. I'll leave that up to you, Pear.
Let's see, did I 3D print anything else? I think that was it.
I'll mute so they don't have to hear me.
Oh,
talking
and I
about
3D printed
Deltarune.
a GPU riser that my dad snapped in half, but I super glued it.
Para is playing Tomodachi and gave Ralsei a maid dress.
I printed it in matte PLA, so it's like extra brittle. My dad was like, "I'm testing the like how strong it was, and it just snapped." Because it's a screw, so like the layer lines are running vertical. No,
Should have made it out of triangles.
horizontal on the screw. Whatever, you know what I mean.
Excuse me.
I should probably make one for mine. Mine
Yeah,
came
yours
with
is huge,
one,
isn't
but it sits too close to the top of the tray above my power supply to fit.
Of course
So
you
it's
look
too big.
good.
Damn, you know the smallest.
Of course you look good in a
Yeah, I
maid
need a
dress,
small one.
Ralsei.
Because I told you I had to
Birdly want
rearrange
to
shit
pipe
on my,
Chris, and Chris want to
motherboard
tap Ral.
to fucking
Oh my god.
even fit it in.
I feel like Chris and
my
Ralsei is
computer.
kind of weird. I feel like Birdly and Chris is funny.
Answer. Ebony Pussy.
Hey, you guys would know. If I wanted to
Nope.
get like you're so silly. The best like home like CNC and engraving machine and a 3D
Kyle
printer.
question. That's
What
a me and Kyle question. No, no.
exactly? Like I want to have like a maker studio as like my entire house whenever I live wherever I end up living. So, like, what would be a good quality, like, not gonna shit out on you, and not, like, overpriced for zero reason, you know? Version of, like, a CNC and engraving type thing, and or 3D printer.
Kyle, can't you get combo ones that do all of that?
There's one combo one, but I wouldn't do it because
I feel
it's-
like in general, combo things,
it's
combo
a-
tools suck.
yeah, because it's a jack of all trades, so it's kind of ass at everything.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't do one thing better than the other. It's just
That makes sense.
You'll need a
Mid.
top-notch team to win this
Mid.
one.
You're mid.
Okay, guys, should I play
3D
support?
printers, Bamboo Labs.
If Bamboo Labs, okay, you can't really get around it anymore, but if you're okay with like their data collection processes,
Dude,
it's like
I'm
if you
gonna
wanna
be
print something,
so
you, like-
I'm gonna be so fucking straight up with you. I don't give a fuck about data collection.
I do not care.
Okay.
Like,
I
like,
do-
cool because I also didn't because Gabe, this I got the P1S and it has like the AMS combo and this is normally like 750. No, I think it was like 1200. Or, sorry.
as long
Just
as
over
it's
1,000.
not like egregious and obviously abusive data collection. You know, like I feel like there are companies that make it obvious, but like
It was like if you want to like print something, I believe specifically through the app, it has to go through their servers. So it's like
I don't fucking
they see what
care.
you print.
I don't fucking care. If they want to see me printing dildos, they can fucking see me printing dildos, bro.
And I'm sure there's more to this.
And
story,
then
but-
and then my stream will see it. So like hell yeah. Hey, Blaine, I haven't played Gambit in like 8 years. You're gonna walk me through how to play, right?
Yeah, I think it's E,
That's
is
a
that your
joke.
healing one? Yeah, you do EE, like all the time. Your E also heals you, like on cooldown, not cooldown, like passive overtime. Your right click does like a burst of healing, so save that.
Okay, I'm you don't actually
And if
have
you
to.
shift
You
right
can
click-
focus on your stuff. Thank
Okay,
you.
wait a
though.
second. No, it's okay. I can remember. One last thing, if you do the shift right click thing, it heals like the entire time you're spinning.
Okay, cool. Oh, I got webbed by a penny. Pebbed by a Winnie.
Oh, but Gabe, this the P1S combo is on sale for I think it's like $4.99 now or something like that.
Neat.
And the combo's like comes with the AMS, which is like a multi-filament thing, so you can print multicolors. But it's a single nozzle printer, so it has to like it creates poops as it purges nozzles.
Creates poops.
Yeah, poops.
It wastes filament.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. That's if you don't use a purge
But if
tower.
you
Are there
wanted to
any
really
that
get,
have
like,
filaments that you
technical-
can
Also there's
recycle?
You can recycle all of them, but you have to
ways
like
to do
do it
it, yeah.
yourself.
Okay.
And I've seen a bunch of like molds where it's like make a coaster and it's like you heat up the poops and like smush them.
Out of fucking context.
I'm on my phone.
You just have all the poops in your submission. Oh goddamn! Anytime I get webbed, I die instantly.
But this P1S I've had, they have a new one, the P2S, which has like a better screen and then like fancy AI features, which mine doesn't. But it's basically the same printer. And one has like a fancy touch.
These
Like
dive
Kyle's, he has
players are killing themselves.
he has a Creality. I remember CR10S. Okay, let's see. Dunger's. Yours has the AI detection stuff, right?
Yeah.
Epic.
It's like
I shouldn't
still.
play Gambit.
I mean, I think there's still beta, and it works like 50-50. 'Cause I've had it save me from wasting a bunch of fucking filament a few times, but I've also had it continue printing when it ran out of fucking filament because it broke in the tube.
Oh.
Where it just wasn't extruding. Like it should have picked up on the fact that half the drink is fucking missing still. But, you know.
Hallucination, I was imagining it was there. AI hallucination. But Gabe, there's a, I think it's called Octo Everywhere. It can run on like a Raspberry Pi. So like if you get like the P1S, so it doesn't have the AI features if you want that stuff. It can like, so it runs on, it can run on your like Raspberry Pi 0. And all it does is just like tap in to your the IP thing on your camera, on your camera. Sorry, I'm explaining this horribly. Let me stop.
I know how locally hosted servers work, Blaine.
Yeah, you're right.
I appreciate it. So.
Thank you for telling me. Instead of hearing me stutter and struggle over how to explain it.
I have a bunch of extra, like PCs and like a Raspberry Pi that I could work with.
Oh.
Because of
Epic, because then if you make like a NAS or something, then you could like host this.
I'm not gonna
thing
make my
yourself.
own NAS, if I'm being honest.
Then you don't have to do that. Then you could. Sorry, that was like don't. You don't have to like host it yourself.
Oh my gosh, whenever I got exiled and then clapped, my cheeks got clapped.
That bitch gets stomped. Ooh, she's flat on the floor. Oh, it's Deathpool.
Oh my god, efficiency 4, fortune 3 pick is pretty good. Dude, I lose.
But anyways, that's how
I'm
you can get
brainless.
the AI shit. The older printer.
Cool. Someone just like toggled hacks or something.
What does your alt do?
It inflicts like debuffs on everyone around me when they get hit by the little blobs that are circling. And after they get the debuff, if I shoot them, I get a period of infinite ammo. And my attacks do headshots, which they normally don't. So I can also, oh my god, if I do that on a teammate, it also works on them. If Wanda gets the fuck back here! And then I have
Does
a
it
bar
like
that...
enable the ability to get headshots, or is it like every shot's a headshot?
Yes, it enables the ability to get headshots, and it gives me like super turbo fire boost. So, it's super duper good.
Alright, what's a good desktop CNC?
The best one is
Gabe, you think I'll die if I have 2 ramens in a day?
Dude, if you have 1 ramen in a lifetime, you're dead. Of the like,
No.
of the like Maruchan ones.
No.
Dude, if you eat anything, you're probably dead eventually.
Well, I mean, dude, people drink water and they fucking die, so like...
I know, it's crazy. I drank water and I'm dead.
And I'm dying.
Have you seen that fucking, like,
alert,
have you seen the, like, Streets Killed Me, the, like, meth head girl who's trying to talk all tough, and she says, the streets killed me.
That baby? No,
No.
she said, Gucci flip-flops, fuck it, Taco bitch in my socks.
Why do I have a random odd treasure map in my house? No idea, bro.
Go find the treasure.
I have the humor of both a 25 and a 7-year-old. I'm sorry, bro. Elder millennial.
Gabe is an older millennial. Fun fact.
Am I? I'm 24?
You're
Is that how old I
30
am?
37 now?
I am 37, you're right. I became 37 tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Did you just say, what am I, 24?
I think so. I'm not sure what... I almost said what range I am.
Almost took your birthday. Ooh, Madagascar Gloria Hippo collectible figurine. Kyle, I'm glad I got these calipers. Now I can measure the dimensions of the mouth of this mason jar.
You said that so strangely and sensually, it made me really uncomfortable.
You hate me. Why do you hate me?
Penny, what are you doing here?
I just want a compliment. Can anybody give me a compliment? Ew, I like Wicked Witch laughed after that. Peter is watch.
I absolutely
Oh,
switched it
Peter's
around
first
from
watch.
3,000 heals and like a super losing position with Gambit to actually knowing what the fuck is going on in 20,000 heals with Pumpernickel Girl.
His name's Gambit, not Karambit.
I didn't say Karambit.
You didn't say that.
And
by
it's
the way.
Karambit.
That's what I said. Also, by the way.
No. Also, by the way.
Yes, and. Guess like we're good.
You are nothing.
Whenever I'm feeling down, Gabe always tells me that. What does that
Yeah.
mean?
I'm
Kyle
ready
just-
to
Kyle's
shit on the
just as guilty
floor.
because he stands there and watches the bystander effect.
I'm ready to shit on the floor.
My younger brother did that one time.
I died. I died. I have 30 assists. Look how cool I am. We have a disconnecting Magneto. Sorry.
Okay, what
don't
should I
speak
print?
the
What do I
language.
need? What slop
That
do I
was
need?
rude of me.
What plastic slop do I need today?
If someone would like to teach me the actual words, I'd love to learn them. Hey!
Oh, well, they're in the Half-Life,
Marvel Rivals!
Friend zone.
Marvel Rivals!
hardly know her.
Marble rival.
Whoa, Kyle, an Epstein mask.
What?
Keep the rest to watch.
You're building more storage in your house? Hell yeah.
Keep the wristwatch.
What's the objective best flowery line in your opinion? Ooh,
Who's that?
Sestingus. In Deltarune, there is a character who is like strange. She's a flower guy.
Yeah, that's nice. Favorite Dobby the Elf house quote. Fuck. Dobby the house elf quote. Go now.
Harry, I love the size of your sock. Harry, I love the size of your sock.
Have I played Fallout at all this stream? No.
Gabe, do you know Dobby Talks? Have I ever sent you Dobby Talks? Have you ever seen my Dobby Talks?
Unfortunately.
Harry has given Dobby a...
showed you them.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm so happy. Anyways, you were getting into that territory. I think you were quoting that.
Let's play Invisible Woman. I'm not the type who fades
Yes,
quietly
I'm
into the
watching you.
backline.
Watching you play Invisible Woman. She's so delicious. She feels so good to play.
Okay. False advertising. Shut the fuck up!
What do you mean, just okay?
It's easier to change the
elaborate?
game and stuff on Twitch. It's not very easy to change the game that it shows you're playing on YouTube. Takes like fucking 5 minutes. Yeah,
What?
I could change the
got
thumbnail.
20
Fine.
seconds.
Since y'all bitches are fucking complaining. Oh, you.
Yay, group effort. Good job, guys.
You pieces of shit. You pieces of crap.
Keep annoying
Now
me,
I'm-
please. That'll be me and chat.
Okay, pictures.
Oh, guy, the game. Oh, you guy.
I'm looking for thumbnails here.
Yep, say sorry, my
this is
internet
in
went out.
branding, thumbnails. Okay, wait, we'll do this in a second.
115 words per minute.
Sorry, my internet's cool. Don't worry.
I'm supposed to be watching you play.
They can't see me. What they can't see won't hurt them.
Just like every woman, invisible. Keep the wristwatch. Oh, days. Please, it hurts, please, it hurts.
Okay, I fixed one stream.
Meaty sound.
Are you guys happy?
Gabe, I'll coach you an Invisible Woman. That last movie
Yo,
just
Remy.
did do that.
Thought you wouldn't see me again?
Me, I wouldn't do. No, actually, I would. So that's why I don't do that. What'd you do again?
I killed someone. Look how cool I am.
Spam your F. Oh, bro.
My mama.
That was my fault.
Mamma mia. Here I go again. My. They have no healing. Oops. That's the
another
button
shift.
I was looking for.
I like this music. Like this organ. Great game, no shoot them.
Okay.
Shoot, yeah. No, stop shooting.
No.
Observe. Meditate. Alright, no spectate. How would you do that?
I'll fight for my family until the end.
By
Do
the
you
way,
play on,
Ralsei, I
max
wasn't
quality?
talking to you guys. Do I play on max quality? Yes.
Me too. Except mine doesn't run as good. What are your fizz?
What did you just say?
Well, what are your FPS?
Currently while streaming and also streaming to Discord, I'm at 100. Why is no one typing in horizontal? I don't know. Horizontal also has 6 people watching.
Yeah, I'm usually like the only one in horizontal. Back when I would like watch
Shut
it
up.
like, a few months ago.
Shut up, guys. I'm trying to grow. We're almost at 1,000 subs. I'm trying to get a sponsor for the 1,000 sub 24-hour live stream, by the way.
Barley just got.
Dude, they're all dying.
Barley Bird just got a sponsor. Okay, when I would like watch you when I would do like homework and stuff, it'd be like me and one other person. Me and me talking to myself, so I guess 3 people.
Hey, I like talking to myself. It's pretty cool.
And Gabe. And the voices in my head's 8 people.
Hitting here could cause massive destruction. Vortex field.
I was gonna Google some shit. What was I gonna Google? Damn it. Literally have my fingers on the home row in a fresh Google tab. Oh, that's I remember. Gabe, place bets. Does your 4090 have dual encoders?
Does it have what?
Encoders? Does it have dual encoders or triple or like 3 encoders?
How the I don't know, bro.
I have 2.
Look at my go to gabisness.com/setup and it'll
2.
show you the
It's got
exact
2 hardware
one.
encoders. Says perfect, because it's like one can handle your stream and the other can handle like if you're like recording on OBS or something.
God, these guys are not making it easy to heal them. Gotta switch.
Still at 2?
I'm so ass.
No, the 5090 has 3. Okay. How much is the RP 580? Yeah, they just like turn up the volume on that shit. Yeah, the B580 is 2. Screw you, Intel. Dropping on gamers. Dropping your gaming line and going for data center and enterprise. Just stab me in the heart. Tell me you're just in it for the money.
I'm terrible.
Well, I guess
this
Intel
game.
would be because they had like that silly little bankruptcy or whatever.
Everyone we have is just jumping straight onto the point though. And not killing the Loki.
Kyle, 200 underlings. Damn. Does that mean she's like gonna have like 100 kids with him, or she's got like 100 people?
God, these people are brain dead. Oh, they have triple heals. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about this.
Yeah, did you see the Samsung like Fold Wide?
No.
It's like, have you seen like the rumored design of the new iPhone, the foldable iPhone?
No.
That's more like it's like a passport where it's like instead of like candy bar. Anyways, it's shorter and wider.
That's what you are, bro.
That's so true.
Oh, fuck.
I'd be square.
This chick took my glory playing the frickin' Sparkle Girl. Skip this. I don't care.
How much left of this episode, might I ask? I guess I may not ask.
Kyle's filled with gravy.
Kyle spilled his boiling hot ramen on him. On his PC.
The right heroes could make
And everything but the
ramen
stream.
on
My PC. And anime broke. Booting up my PC. Because I need
on my
PC. Put ramen on my PC.
Cooking ramen with my GPU.
I helped build Gabriel's PC.
Assemble it. I picked all the parts, nerd.
Excuse me.
Yeah, remember? I was like, now we're gonna have you build it.
And then I was like,
No, I'm scared. Mr. IT, I'm scared of computer.
that's what I said to Blaine.
You were like, I don't know what the fuck this thing is.
What does
You were
GPU
like, this isn't a
stand
ticket,
for?
I can't-
Gross
how do
pussy
I-
unit?
how do I-
Ugh.
You're like, how do I proceed? This isn't a ticket.
Yeah. Fuck you.
I remember there was just some times where you're like, where does this one go again?
Well,
Also-
it's more out of like every motherboard, especially more modern
No, I would say,
ones,
like,
rename
I-
everything.
And I do the exact same thing all the time with fucking RGB.
And I
forget
want
how
to
it works.
double
Like,
check
do it.
shit as well because I would rather not like get it wrong and then fuck up
Oh, yeah.
like power routing.
You had like nice shit. Also, you let me cable manage. That made me happy.
I did. You enjoyed cable managing, it seemed.
Cable managing PCs is so fun. It's so easy.
Cable
One thing that
manage
makes it harder is-
PCs.
Game. Did you find the bomb I put in it?
Yeah,
It's a bomb I planted.
in my BIOS.
I put a microscopic USB drive in the back of your PC that very slowly
Anytime I boot it up, it searches my entire drive with AI looking for nude pictures of me, and then it auto uploads them to your phone.
And then my phone auto uploads it to Gemini.
And you no, actually to Grok, and you say, Grok, make this a coochie.
Ew. No, that's completely wrong. That's not what you use Grok for. You go, Grok, make this a child.
Oh no. Oh yeah, I guess that is why Grok got banned, isn't it? What a world we live in.
Shit? Yeah, what the I was gonna say, shit's fucked. What the hell? Elon Musk, I salute you.
These people are probably
Elon
raging
Musk.
right now. These are probably bots.
Elon Musk, Neuralink. Hell, you back?
I've been watching the anime, motherfucker.
Oh. Oh, is it how much time is left? Was this the last episode? I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, last episode we watched.
Yeah. Because I kind of want ramen.
You want ramen?
That too. like dick in the popcorn bucket, it's dick in the boiling hot ramen bowl.
Oh god.
That's like a metal bowl too. Metal. Ceramic.
Metal bowl.
You gotta do shit like, what's his name? Tebow from iCarly.
Oh my god. Fuck yes. Deep cut. I told my coworkers about the alright, who took my master remote and how you're the only one who knows what it's from. Don't say it. Don't say it. I have a challenge where if I will gift a membership / sub to anyone who like honestly without looking it up can just tell me what that's from.
Can I say it? Or no?
No.
You don't know where it's from, but like the line.
Yeah, the line? Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Who's got my master remote? Dude, I'm so happy you know about that too. That's such like a niche. I guess it's not that.
It's
niche.
pretty niche. Like, who interacted with that thing at that place? And also,
Dude,
it is absolutely gone now.
That's probably where my autism of like things of that nature came from.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested in this. What's your opinion on like me like saying that about like, you know, like something that's like not autism? Is like a thing.
I generally don't like it, I guess? I don't know.
Because I was saying it for like hyper niche specific interest. But it's still not like actual thing.
These guys got absolutely slaughtered, and I feel like it had to have been a bot game.
I was talking with someone, they were saying like how some people get angry like with ADHD when that happens. Because you know, there'll be people online and they'll be like, ah.
Yeah, oh my god. I guess like shit like that does sometimes. It does sometimes annoy me when, but it annoys me in two circumstances. First of all, people who actually have it using it as an excuse, and yo, good to see you, Karam. And also people who don't have it, like playing off a simple thing as if they do have it and it is an excuse at the same time. Like I have a coworker who I'm not sure if she actually has ADHD or not, but she like makes references to how like ADHD she is and just is kind of talking about like forgetfulness generally. And like ADHD is like or forgetfulness is a trait of ADHD, but like it's a little bit different, you know? And so I don't know in what context she's using it, and you can never really ask someone like, yo, give me your diagnosis. Plus, like, it's stupid to do that anyway.
I mean, the doctor's note.
Mm-hmm. So,
show me the
like, I generally just, like, let it slide, and I don't personally care, but I understand why people could care if you're saying shit like that. Especially with, like, autism, I guess. Because autism isn't really that specific. And so, like
it's a spectrum.
Yeah, autism could be used for both many things, and also I feel like shouldn't be used for, like, as many things as some people seem to think. So, I don't know. I don't usually judge when people say, like, oh, I usually use the phrase, that's my flavor of autism. And I'm sure that might piss people off. Like, that might piss people off just because of the phrasing, but I am diagnosed autistic and have ADHD. Like, I am diagnosed with both of those things. And fucking anxiety and depression. I got the fucking killer combo, y'all. But like I don't use that like
Gabe.
you don't ever see me going into work and it's like, oh my god, I'm sorry. Like the only thing that ever really does happen like that with me is actual PTSD triggers. Like if I start like having a panic attack and like not being able to breathe right because of like an association from my past, that is something where like I will genuinely use it as an excuse because it's debilitating. But other than that, I feel like most of the time it's like people offhandedly like excusing shit with either diagnoses or self-diagnoses, and I don't do that, but I don't give a fuck or really pay much attention when people do that. Because to me, it's just minimizing your role in whatever you're doing anyway. And whatever the case is, whether it's diagnosed or not, you should just fucking own up for if it's like a mistake or a weirdness or like whatever the hell it is. So, like, I get being like, yeah, I'm sorry guys, I just had an ADHD moment, or that's my autism. But I don't tend to do that. Unless it's something that I've like known over like the course of a long time, because for me, like I kind of know what my autism's about, but I don't use it as an excuse. I usually use it while talking about my autism.
It's better as like still sort of an excuse, but as a thing where it's like, I'm working on this, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
As opposed
Like
to just
I
be
know
"Yeah,
this
you're-"
about. Like, I know this about myself, and I tend to, like, it's more explanatory than just like, oh, I did that because I'm autistic, lol. I'm getting fucked by a Spider-Man right now.
All this from the autistic buttons.
The autistic buttons.
My autism thing. We're gonna move on because we're gonna move on.
Hey.
Oh my god, I can't do anything against this Spider-Man.
Preload your shaders.
Hell yes. With great ADHD comes with great... Ooh, look, a squirrel!
Literally, yeah, that, like... Derp!
Zorp. This stupid spiting man. Why is he spiting everywhere?
I wanna fill my house with fumes and inhale it.
What?
You heard me.
I gotta not exist, bro. I'm doing so poorly. You are a suit for the first time today? Hell yeah.
Mental issues into rolls of filament, you could fit them on your AMS system. Kyle, you like that?
What?
Call back to earlier episode when we were talking about 3D printers.
Earlier episode, I hate you.
Call back. That's why the ratings are good, baby. That's why we're eating food. Not eating good, we're just eating food.
We're enough to survive.
We're surviving. My body may be feasting on its fat storages, but that's what we want.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
30 seconds before you attack.
I know that
Get
most
ready.
mutants aren't exactly fond of me.
Oh, I want a desktop CNC so bad.
Our troubled past is not my primary concern.
No, you don't.
My dad has shut down the idea until I finish some of my other projects. Rid of some shit. By finish other projects, I mean I have to fix my the e-bike that goes like 70 miles an hour. I have to fix that bitch. And then
With the
sell
3D printer. 3D print a new one.
Because if I can sell it, I really wanted to get like $3 grand for it, but since I have to repair it now, I'm hoping I can at least get $1,000 back. Maybe 15 on you. But that would also pay for.
Yeah, I could see you getting a resin, or not a resin, a 3D scanner, like one of the little handheld ones. Kyle, which fumes are you talking about? The Isopropyl alcohol fumes or the
ones
fumes
that
from the
kill
resin?
you,
So which one?
and the chemical that fucking burns your hands. I don't want to deal with that shit. I'm not in need of
Isopropyl just dries them out. I love me
Isopropyl
some
reminds me of
isopropyl.
my friends.
I use so much of it. Clean my lab with it.
Clean my labia with it. The people on the enemy team are flaming me so hard, but I have the most fucking kills on my team. I'm just getting cooked by a Spider-Man. And now I switched and he's not cooking me anymore, but...
To open up Marble Rival and reload your van shaders.
What are your shaders at right now?
Did you just launch because you saw me launch back into it? Fucking ass.
I still want my ramen
shit
though. You guys-
crashed, asshole.
Wow. Gabe, another Miss Invisible gamer tip. Kyle, don't
I'm
do
not
that.
playing her.
I know.
Huh?
And for my
Shut
whatever
up.
it's called. What the fuck is it called? What's the word? What's the word? What's the haps? Oh, my advice. My advice for him and his computer crashing is to not.
My favorite character in Rivals is probably the newest one.
That guy?
Yeah, Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange was cool or whatever. It's the eye of Agam. Yeah, I'm making ramen, dude.
Hurry up.
And dangerous.
Oh my god.
Kylie, keep dogging me, Kyle. Keep hogging at me. Keep nagging at me.
Never say those fucking words to me.
Like my keep nagging at me like my freaking bitch of an ex-wife. And I'll print one of those plastic slop
Jesus
dragons.
Christ. Better
I'll
to
print one of those
poop in the
slop dragons,
sink
Kyle.
than to sink in the poop. So
You're
true.
Slop. You know that?
Better to sink in the poop than the... I don't know.
Better to stinky poop poop than to poopy stink stink.
Than the shart and the fart.
Wow.
That was fucking deep.
That one hasn't been said before, I think. Original sentence.
You've had a lot of those, and not because you're smart.
The combobulator. Got electrolytes.
I combobularedly know. Jesus. Sorry.
Discombobulated.
Let's see if I can remember that new spell Steve.
Alright. Who's got my master remote?
Oy vey. Oh no.
Okay, it's 1-to-1.
Shit.
30 seconds before you attack.
Blip.
Get ready.
That's when the boot comes down, Kyle.
Great. Aurora's here, and there's not a $5 umbrella guy anywhere in sight.
I will do my best to keep my weather powers from impacting
Skibbity toy, let's skibbity toy, let's skibbity, skibbity.
Battle starts in 5.
Skip this shit, I don't care.
3, 2,
Your shit.
Kyle, what's your percentage at?
45.
Oh, mine's at 46.
Wow.
The mentor has become the mentee.
Mentoids.
The mentwink has become the mentwonk.
Manlet. Skibbity toy, skibbity toy, skibbity toy.
Are you making ramen? What are you doing, my guy?
Sorry, I'm getting rid of all the notifications real quick. I can do that later. Bye bye. Ramen time.
Like, we are not gonna get to be playing
Choose the
this
word
game
or
for
some
hours.
ramen.
Right that this guy's got.
Oh my god, he got a shield.
My fate isn't sealed yet. A disappearing act.
I don't think I need to ult here, or should. I lied. Only one kill with that. God damn! He should have died.
Reborn from the chaos. Goodbye for now. Weaklings! A disappearing act.
God damn, the fucking area insta-kill ults are so stupid. Like Spider-Man just going... Spider-Man and fucking Doctor Strange ults should not be in the game. Where they're unreactable and instantly, like, guarantee kills of people in a just huge area. It's fucking atrocious game design. Oh.
My work here. Goodbye.
My work here is goodbye.
My shaders are done, so if you want to invite whenever your game is done.
Cool.
Anyone know a healing spell?
God, our fucking supports are useless!
My work here. A disappearing act.
Like, they're all doing damage. That's not what we need.
No winner yet.
Okay. Never mind. This support is alright. Just grabbed her outside the thing. Alright, I'm done. I've had enough shit talking. We had a comeback victory. Oh wait, I requested to join him instead of inviting him. And so I got to gloat and shit talk people. Is Blaine still gone?
Yeah, he said he's making ramen.
Hell yeah. We lost first point, and they were flaming me. They said, "You're just all fucking wandering around while your team's getting dogged on." It's like, dude, I got dove twice by a fucking Spider-Man, got 2 kills, and then got dove again by a Spider-Man, and then we lost the point by that, like, at that point. The next game I switched to fucking Scarlet Witch, and we slaughtered them the rest of the rounds.
Night, just like the moon.
Cover your ears. Jubilee is here.
Alright. We got some edgy girl skin on a healer now. What emotion does that, the, like, animation that you're doing with Groot, what does it indicate?
I knew what I was getting myself into.
I don't know.
You're not mad at me for signing
Fear? Excitement?
This
Invitation?
one, when I'm going really fast, I feel like this one's I really have to use the bathroom.
Okay, yeah, I can
The
see
really
that.
fast one.
Ooh. Bro's fucked.
Yep. Oh, here he comes again.
I'm getting dove at the back. Fucking dead Spider-Man. I'm good.
Scooter man.
I got crazy heals in ya. Whoa, what? I just fucking teleported. Is that a hacker?
Oh, owie, owie, owie.
Was that a hacker? What the hell? Did you also get teleported to the Hella?
No.
That was so strange. I either like had weird lag or there's like someone who's like teleporting people around. Oh my god.
Oh,
She
no.
takes everything. All the drugs. Yeah, we lose at that point.
Horsemen of Apocalypse don't go down so easy. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Owie.
Ah!
God damn. I just got hit with everything. All at once.
I'll take everything.
This party isn't over till I say so.
Alright, who has hearts?
Someone's behind. Ah.
I'm fucking stuck.
I got you, bro. She
Oh my
attempted
God,
to
we
solo
almost killed
squirrel
him through it.
stampede me.
Oh, that's not where I wanted that fucking wall.
I heard orange detonated, not core detonated or whatever the hell she said.
Owie. Oh, thank you, Jeff.
Does he leave a healing thing? Where he, like, starts that?
Yeah.
Oh, is that new?
No, it's been there for a while.
Oh.
That's why... That's what I usually use my alt for, is Jeff. So I use it as a healing instead of to eat people. Or I do it to eat people out of a strange alt. That is my favorite thing to do.
Judge
Oh,
Judy. I'm fucked.
Ah! Okay.
Have a typhoon.
Uh-oh.
I'm walled off, but I'm alive. I can heal you in just a sec.
I'm here.
I got you.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god.
I have so much fucking healing, bro. I'm crazy.
403.
Yeah, 403 healing.
You know, I wish if I pick up a wall, like after I put it down, it would just immediately give it back to me to let me
I
use
agree with
it.
my balls.
Ball.
Well, I almost had my ult again.
On point, on point. Oh, fuck, no, we lose this.
Oh no, I'm gonna die.
Yeah. I want some sweets.
Fuck.
I want something sweet to eat.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
I have my ult, so does our Cyclops. Hopefully we can combo.
Who's he swiping at?
Nobody, bro. This Wolverine is brain dead. And why is he running at me?
Boy.
Oh, fuck.
I gotta grab a cheese stick to put in this. This is delicious. I'll be back.
I want cheese.
What? Bro, putting a cheese stick in his ramen noodles?
Sounds like something Eddie would do.
Ooh.
No, I'm sorry. I was looking at the other guy. Fuck. Why did it say Venom killed me with a Punisher shotgun? What does that mean? Again, look at that. Does fucking Venom have a Punisher shotgun?
Cheese stick acquired.
Shut up.
Nice.
Holy shit. How did we, in the last 10 seconds, how did we win that? That
You got
was
good?
Stupid.
You got good, plain and simple.
I pressed Q, that's what happened, and I got like 4 of them in it. But Jesus Christ.
We can get Blaine now.
Oh wait, I'm gonna need a minute. One more game.
Bruh.
Oh my god.
Get my food, I'm sorry.
Slurp faster.
Uno más. I'm enjoying the shit.
You are shit.
That's why this tastes delicious.
Team to win this one.
Delish shit.
Deli shit.
Time to play my favorite hero.
Minecraft.
They put Steve in Marvel Rivals.
Jesus Christ.
It's Jason Bourne. Alright.
Steve Minecraft in Marvel Rivals?
Come on.
Played by... God.
Screw the light. I'm giving into my 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We have Crab Legs and Short School Bus on our team.
Yeah, I did a living armor pit with Man Thing once. Wasn't really my style. We are no mere walking blood.
Now we see what ASMR people eat these. They chewy.
The battle starts in 5.
Shut up.
I don't really like brothy things that much, so I feel like I wouldn't I wouldn't like ramen a ton.
What about saucy things? Because the sauce is real thick.
I generally like, the more I have to drink my food, the less I like it. I'll phrase it like that.
Banned.
Ooh, owie. I don't know why that rocket thought it was a good idea to stay on my shoulders. I don't know if he knows what my job is, but it is not to stay in a spot where he can stay safe. Is that a...
I'm eating ruffled kettle chips that are cracked pepper flavored and lightly salted. Or not lightly, they're very salty.
He's won! Oh.
They're awesome.
We got these beef tallow potato chips, and they're pretty good.
Oh, that lucky motherfucker.
Steve solos the entire MCU. Facts.
It stands for Minecraft Universe, fella.
Yeah, Minecraft universe. God damn! Our team can't kill anything.
Holy shit. No, no, we cannot.
Fully devoured. Devour soap?
You're a bar soap.
No. No, to was rood. Hey, look, it's Kyle down there.
How did we not? Fucking
Dude, because our
invaded.
motherfucking everyone is hiding from the heals. Like, they will not allow themselves to be healed on our team.
Gabe just had a whale thrown out.
Oh my god, that motherfucker was so close.
Crab legs really just let the giant Hulk walk right under him.
Aw, see a pair? I love you. Platonically. In a parasocial
Pairs.
stream way.
Parasocial.
Pair of socials.
I'm parasocial with the streamer Gabe in real life. I stalked him.
That's true.
What does this bitch do? Laser?
Ooh.
When you're playing.
She makes balls. She makes the balls big. She explodes the balls. She gets shooty speed boost when she explodes the balls on her friends or enemies and then shoots them.
Oh, it's gold mode like Trickster, I see. Dead by Daylight reference. In Marvel Rivals.
Dead by Rival reference.
Backing up. Backing up. I can't move.
She takes everything.
Orb, aw.
I didn't want to, it wasn't worth.
They thought they got rid of me? Really?
Wait, so she's like a dynamite kind of gal?
A little bit.
She's a firework girl? I just wanted to hit the Wreck-It Ralph reference in there real quick. She's a dynamite gal.
Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Why is the
Just
rocket
fucking
still
get
riding
him
you?
lobbed. I don't understand. He has no mind.
They thought they got rid of me? Really?
How do you
Maybe it's working.
how do you have that?
Is he aiming forward? Is he not like...
Just looking back, but I eat damage for breakfast, brother. Like,
It sucks all those orbs up freaking idiot.
I don't. God damn it, bro.
Damn.
They just use their ults and we have a minute, right?
An extra life? Sweet.
For the most part.
They'll definitely get rid of this fight. Ooh, this is good.
Come on, brother. Get your fucking shots. Get your ult so we can combo. This is gonna be a problem.
Yep, major.
This is big problem. I try to suck people into it. Oh no.
I got you.
Ow, what the hell?
I'm getting dove at the back.
I'm just trying to stay on point because we're in overtime. Wait, when did I put that there? How is she alive? Thank you.
Woo! Bruh.
Oh, she died.
Absolutely
No,
wild
dude.
that we got that fucking
That
back.
was stupid. That was stupid. Everything about that was dumb.
Now you get to play more.
Oh, you lucky son of a bitch. No! Okay. How did I... Yeah, buddy, you're under a bridge. I don't know why you're trying to fly up.
Go up.
Oh, you're rolled.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm getting revived.
That was a huge debuff.
She's one.
Oh, she's so close.
Fuck.
No, no, no!
That was close.
Ah.
It's like, how are you guys keeping me alive?
How was Gabe keeping you alive, you mean?
Yeah.
That's
I got 25,000
probably a lot more
healing.
accurate. Oh. Yeah, this is gonna be...
I'm doing everything I can, bro.
I
No!
just- oh
my
God,
ult!
we can't kill.
Kill the rogue, motherfuckers! Kill the rogue! No!
No.
Kill the Hulk, motherfuckers! Kill the Hulk! Left top, Iron Man. Oh, I'm dead. Iron Man's so dumb.
He's so one. Oh my god.
Hey, 30,000 healing, I'm happy with it.
Alright, Blaine, you better get in here now.
In fact, I'm ready for bed. Goodbye. No, I'm just
kidding. Bro, do I have to watch a movie at the end of every game? Can I not just press escape and fucking skip the shit? Thank you.
And then when I press escape, can I not take fucking 4 times for it to do anything?
Let's see what's up in this battle pass.
Nope.
Why is he so like worried? Why is he so scared?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Cover your ears. Jubilee is here.
Do you want to play
What happened
Jubilee,
there?
Blaine?
Oh no, I was just trying to steal her from you. Before you got it.
You binge. Oh. Is that true, Kyle?
What?
Yes, it was.
I was grabbing cheeses.
Screw the light. I'm giving into my dark side.
Seconds before you attack.
I know that look. Something's whispering to you from the shadows, isn't it?
What? No. Why? Well, okay, maybe. It's just part of being a vampire. But wait, how do you...
Alright, leaves the game.
Really don't want to know. All that matters.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Screw the light. I'm tuning into my dark side.
Oh, is that what she says?
I've never played this map.
Neither have I. Jesus Christ.
Up top left, there's a more.
The more just demolished me.
What?
Oh, okay, sorry. My right click, I literally was putting.
Blaine, shoot the Namor! Do anything! Stop just shooting Kyle.
I was shooting our other girl too. She ran away. Oh my god, I got wall off.
Pretty sure I'm technically undead. Shields up! White Fox is always with me in spirit.
Uh-oh.
You're so fucked. Oh.
Whee! I was like, I thought I heard someone behind.
My wall saved my life.
Oh no, I fat fingered.
Stuck on.
I think my game audio's backwards.
I think your headset's backwards.
I don't think so.
Ah, Venom at the back. Can anyone play CC, bruh? Oh.
Spot my cables.
Did you have them plugged in wrong?
Yeah. Whoopsies. I was just like, why are they not behind me?
We all push the payload. Oh.
I thought I was gonna hit with that, so I ulted.
Oh, I put up 2 walls. Fuck you.
You gotta learn how to play
This shit went
Penny,
forever.
my guy.
I've still got songs to sing.
The Benjamin.
Penny is the best tank. She can counter every fucking person in this game.
Oh.
There's a whole bunch of guys behind,
Dude, everyone is fucking behind it. They're throwing up Namor shit. They're throwing up fucking Moon Knight shit. Nobody on our team has any fucking thoughts whatsoever. Oh.
Oops.
What the hell happened there?
I don't know. I gave him over here now. The Venom's got all the CC.
Yeah, but none of it useful. We need lockdown CC, not fucking yank around the fucking map CC.
No, I'm yanking him. And I'm yanking your chain right now, too.
There's someone behind. Fucking, like, immediately behind us. Namor. Jesus. God damn it, I fat fingered it!
It was a dance party, though.
Kill her. Kill her as quickly as fucking...
Shit.
I love that even
Yeah,
with
got
a
combo
super
to a
damage buff, nobody's paying any attention to the point to the level that she just fucking walked up on us. Bruh, stop running away!
Exploder.
No, we're fucking cooked, man. Our team is brain dead.
That was an ult from downtown.
Yeah, I saw.
You're from downtown.
No, I'm from
Downtown
suburbs.
Alabama.
Suburbs of Great Alabama.
Great Alabama. Good night, Antonio. Great to see ya.
Deleted.
He froze in a funny pose. Pose. Did you see that? He froze like with his legs extended, like he was like mid-jump or something. It was very silly. Get into more if we can.
Oh, yes.
Oh my god, crazy.
Venom behind,
Why
Venom
is
behind.
this- Oh, I missed my freeze. Nice. Good
30
work.
seconds.
So much easier when one of our healers isn't riding on my shoulder and dying.
Then I'm just riding your ass.
And thriving.
Alive.
Thriving is most definitely. Look at that. Look at delicious healing.
Shut up, bro. If I were playing someone and I didn't have to counter them,
that's
I'd be
against
out
Kyle.
healing
How much
you.
damage? That was a diss against Kyle.
I also wasn't listening, so.
I'm not judging.
It's okay, it was weak anyway. It was weak.
Kyle, learn Penny.
Pennywiser. Pennywisenheimer.
Triple support.
Yeah.
Screw the light. I'm giving into my dark side.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You are one of Null's creatures. Your god is greedy. I warned him to stay away from what is mine.
Screw the light. I'm giving into my dark side.
Actually.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Really?
2, 1.
Oh, really?
All you need to do
No
is capture the mission area.
detoxing in the detoxing. And I'm not typing all that.
Shut up.
I got halfway through. Gave up.
Damn, it just got deleted.
Back out of there, you fucking imbecile! Back out.
I am Thor Odinson, son of Odin.
Odinson. What type of ice cream would Thor like?
Get orbed to that idiot. Shield dancing like an idiot.
Define idiot.
Me.
Meme.
I am invisible.
I'm invisible idiot.
Targeted for extermination.
Keep going.
They're dead.
Oh, I kind of saw that coming. Uh-oh.
I'm getting dove at the back.
Thor! I ulted to save our Thor and he ran out of it. Sweaty.
Ah. Ooh.
Did I save you from that? Because my shield instantly took damage.
You might have, but I definitely heard an arrow come for my face.
Right side Scarlet. Yeah. 0 deaths for me.
Imagine dying twice.
Yeah, I got a couple. I got a couple of those.
I got a couple
Imagine
deaths.
dying twice.
Guys, I think I got a couple deaths.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
What are you tracking now, Jeff? Clearly a master of reconnaissance.
Look, I'm a furry. Yum.
Possibly both.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Akuchi stank.
1.
A Stucci Kank.
To the mission area. Got it?
Let the sparks fly!
There's a Captain America coming
Yeah, I
up
see.
to my ass. Can't catch me, idiot. Can't catch me, idiot.
Oh, you fucker.
Gambit instead.
God damn it. We got frozen by the stupid Wanda, otherwise we would have been fine. Blaine walking into a wall.
Yeah, I was pressing F1.
Spy some bad guys.
Where the fuck?
Couldn't get out of there.
Okay.
They thought they got rid of me? Really?
Well, they used like all of their ults. I can't see you in that corner. We could have kept that motherfucker alive. Oh my god.
What? Oh, Wolverine in the back!
I'm dead. I'm dead. Goodbye.
This party isn't over till I say
Rip.
so.
Our Widow
Again,
was just like running away from the Wanda
We,
instead of shooting her.
we never have anyone on our team who does CC, and they currently have 3 people on theirs. They have Dino,
Gotta
Scarlet, and Wolverine.
Dino DNA.
Dino
Cover your ears. Jubilee
What?
is here.
Oh.
Watch your step. It's about to get real sticky around here. Get ready.
It's about to get sticky around here.
I hope I make him learn how to pilot an armored suit. Oh, all I have to do is interface with the spider in the suit's command cortex. She does all the hard work. Here, I'll show you.
Is she a Black Widow by any chance? You know they're the best.
No, there's already one of those.
If this game is a dub, I'm gonna be ending stream here, but I'm down to keep playing.
3, 2, 1.
Doob.
Dub.
Oops. I mean, use that. It's only 10 seconds. Pog.
Ah yes, press W as far back into them as you can.
Got Wolveroni'd.
Yes, I got her.
Control seized.
I'm counting on you, friends. I have a shield. Spider net updated. We need to fall back.
Ooh, there's a cat on my ass. Oh boy. Okay, I think they all pressed Q.
Oh god, I went the other side.
Yeah, I noticed because I almost immediately died.
I was gonna try and pincer the thing in case he went the other way.
This is gonna
Cap behind.
Alright. Stay in that.
If one of y'all could go Luna, that'd be amazing.
Whoop.
Retreat. We make quite a team. Hurry up. I have time for some fireworks. Going to overtime. You got my back? I've got yours.
See how much easier a dive game is when you have a fucking penny? It's like not even the same kind of fucking game, man. She has too much CC. Penningheimer. Alright. Nice penis skin! Thank you, Antonio. Thank you.
Who's this bitch?
Antonio in my chat. Alright, we'll get...
Oh no, sorry.
We're
This
gonna...
Black Widow.
We're gonna end our stream there for tonight. Thank you guys for humoring my Deltarune theories, my Elden Ring gameplay, and my Marvel Rivals gameplay. Peace! Oh, yo, Nick's cousin, good to see ya. Peace! I appreciate you. Like, subscribe, join my memberships. They're pretty fun. Extra streams, extra fun. Good night.